No, sorry, an LGD bot lane. LGD bot lane, because YCX is playing it. What do you do against the Ezreal Karma? Blitzcrank. Typically a very good pick for Feather. Feather is a Blitzcrank player, so they're looking at lane dominance for the Seraphine. Could have gone for the explosive potential of the Blitzcrank. Seraphine now playing for disengage. You dive in, and the Seraphine pops an ult onto you. So you have multiple targets to be aware of when you dive. Renekton and Sejuani, very, very strong early top side. RNG, they do have, you know, the double/triple dive of via Ambessa and then Aurora. Aurora's not always cleanly part of that dive because she stands a little bit behind it, because her ultimate's so long range. 1xN of Feather playing towards bot lane dominance. For those of you that don't know, you land an auto attack from the Ashe. The Seraphine gets extended value from her E. It'll be very, very powerful. So Judge and Nikat lock in lane dominance. 1xN respond in kind. RNG, of course, walked away from round robin. First 2 games of their day were awful, and then they upset anyone's legend to still get themselves a win on the table. Can they have a better showing today to keep one of the more legendary organizations in the LPL afloat? Maybe TT didn't ban Skarner because the Scorpion does not fit for RNG's playstyle with carry jungle, potentially not. Milky Way was in a bit of a weird spot with that one, though. As we get ourselves sat down, situated, and ready for our first best of one of the day.
Oh, well, absolutely no Skarner. I mean, the comps themselves look fine. It's just odd to see that's come with the additional level of not having... What do you call it?
No, Sam, I don't know what.
I was going to Skarner, that's the one, that's what you call it. But we're onto the rift now. We'll let the crowds do the calling for just a moment or two here. RNG, still with a very loyal fan base really after all these years. One of the very oldest standing organisations. I remember when they first came in and named to RNG. Before, of course, they were Starhorn Royal Club back in the day. Still have that name, Royal Club. And the LDL banner.
Of course, they reached Season 3 World Finals back then. We've seen a lot of we've had a lot of different talks about some of our oldest organizations. We've had EDG versus WE, an old rivalry in the LPL heating up because they had a tiebreaker just the other day for 3rd, 4th. If you missed those games, go watch them on our YouTube. Please do. On Onivia as well. They'll be under the live tab there. Multiple places for you to watch our coverage of these games. And EDG WE, as we said, one of the older ones. RNG here. IG just yesterday went 6-0 in their group. Really damn good doing it. So RNG, the last to kind of like the old guard, really, to be judged. TT RNG here. Bot lane dominance name of the game. Ezreal Karma locked in to stop the Ashe Braum, and then the Seraphine locked in and kind of say, look, we've got some lane dominance still.
That we do. So, what is the play from here? And again, Yushin and Feather versus Jachi and Niket. This is a bot lane duo versus a bot lane duo I've seen quite a lot of over the years. Or at least most of it. Of course, Feather and 1xN didn't play all that much together. Down at that level. But Jachi and Niket very much did. Of course, they were on top esports challenge at the time and were absolutely lethal. Those three and Nayo, who were big engine houses of the top esports challenge as Juggernaut. Whereas, ironically, with 1xN over on the RNG Academy, which was kind of hilarious. He was playing with it wasn't Medseasy. I'm having a moment here. Anyway, the mid laner who I viewed as something of a shield player was a Galio and Rumble player. So he used to just basically have perma-shove mid and the ability to cheat priority and join Milky Way on whatever his escapades were. It was always a good time. XEZ, that was the name of it.
Yep.
There we go.
Medseasy was another mid laner.
He was, yeah, exactly.
Enough,
which is why I was like, no, but Medseasy was good. It wasn't him. Who am I thinking of? Ah, yeah, XEZ. Does, of course, still lead to bot lane matchup that I, at least personally, am relatively interested in. There's a lot of relatively new players in this game.
Hoya taking a bit of a bad trade there versus Xiao Shu. Renekton was picked over something like the Jace, wanted to go for the melee synergy of the Sejuani and giving more frontline. But Hoya, you know, I think his last split was actually very good. Ended up solely killing Bin in a game 5 to knock BLG down to 10. Well, technically knocked them down to the lower bracket by beating them in the group stage and forcing them to finish through second. TT got a great split once. Their first round robin going 1 and 2. A little bit disappointing for them. They bombed out of playoffs after a very good start versus you know, BLG in their group stage, coming through first in their group. Now they're currently tied with RNG in the bottom 2 of their group. Loser of this gets left behind, and TT, after getting a record high for their organization, would love to
Continue that.
Yeah, love to continue that. And a lot of that might come through bot lane dominance, which I keep talking about it again and again. Really good Hulk shot. That's your map hacks, that's your UAV. And well there to walk forwards. Do burn the heal for it, but get some good damage back.
Heal, as you said, was burned though, so do keep our eyes on that. But Ashe, Seraphine, very obnoxious as I suspect you probably already said. Seraphine, the way her route works, if you get slows from other things, namely Ashe's autos and volleys and stuff, you get the route instead, which can be very valuable.
You know, funnily enough, people don't... So I think people realize the first part of that, where you auto-attack, and it means that the first part of the Seraphine E is a route, not a slow. I don't think what people realize, though, if someone is already slowed and then you hit them, with that, it goes to a route. But then if you already hit a route to target, they go to a full stuns. They can't even auto-cast back. Or they can't auto or cast back to you or something like that. So if you get an auto-attack into a double E from the Seraphine, you get fully stunned, which is not something that Seraphine gets in normal lanes as easily.
I wonder whether there's a world where a potential buff for Seraphine could be that you have another order of magnitude to that, where after the stun you get a suppression so people can't cleanse it.
Oh no, that would be very, very, very broken. No, I would not.
Could you
like
imagine?
That. Yeah, imagine getting hit by an Ashe ult and then getting suppressed for like 3 seconds. Ooh, yeah, good stuff. Oh man, it just keeps going up until, like, you know, you're already suppressed on the first hit, and then, you know, the next hit is you just get
Mordekaiser ulted.
Yeah, you get sent to Brazil. Right, okay, so early plays not really leading to that much. We haven't had a rotation up towards the grubs early. Sometimes we see that as early as like 40 seconds to a minute beforehand. Not to be the case here. Ezreal's left alone in bot side. Karma's roaming towards mid lane. This is a big thing you do on support resets. So you're walking back from base. You don't walk bot side. Instead, you walk just up towards mid lane. If you need to go bot, you can go there. But in this case, in grubs, you can also answer top side as well. Whereas the other side of the bot lane, going straight from base towards that top side of the map. Milky Way took one, leaves the scene.
Does indeed. Nice slow there, actually, from Nymaera as well, to prevent easy Q access from Beige One, who also had a very good split one. Was doing some really cool things in terms of finding opportunities to carry. His Lilia in particular was absolutely fantastic.
Okay, apparently we have an audio desync then, which chat's picking up on, so we're just going to have ourselves a quick stream refresh here. There's chat saying it's Sam, so we've got to pay attention to it. Here we come into mid lane, and I hope we don't get that skip forwards. We do, and Tangyuan is dead just as we refresh the screen. Nymaera has to flash over.
So does Beige One though, and that's just putting Nymaera right into 1xn's waiting arrow-laden arms. And goodbye, Karma. Rough time. Bit of a route still onto Milky Way, who needs to back away. Nice gank in from TT. Hopefully we'll get the replay and see exactly what happened mid lane. But I think we saw the grand majority of it. Got hit by a Glacial Prison. The stun combos after going to be pretty loud.
The follow-up from TT was really nice. And apologies there, as we had to just resync the audio, which meant that we had to avert your eyes from Tangyuan's first death of the game. RNG, not a good start. They've just given gold over towards Beige One and Sejuani, which is his best champion. In fairness, it is his best champion. I really like the way that he plays on this. Has been banned a lot from him in our group so far in group stage. TT, good gold. They get themselves the 2 grubs, and what that also means is they get the dragon after. So it's not even like RNG get themselves the other side of the objective trade of grubs for dragon.
Some serious flash thrown there as well. Actually, it's only Nymaera Beige One. I thought there was another one there, but it's not. So Beige One picks up grubs. They know this has happened. They're all sat on wards here. I'm assuming it's just the start of a rune prison. It is, and into a glacial prison from max range. Good combo.
There was maybe a tiny moment where he could have flashed out, but I think the damage was already done at that point. Great Realm Walk to follow after. That was awesome. Maybe there was a chance you could put the Realm Walk halfway over the wall, so you can have one person one side of it, one person the other, so it forces, you know, Nymaera to respond to both of them and has no flash angle. Maybe you can save the flash from Beige One that way, but hey, micro things, isn't it? Tends to be the way of the game. So, kill over to 1xn as well. 10 CS down because he did roam up towards those grubs while Jatchi was left in bot side while the grubs were being taken. But TT get that kill back, so still, gold lead for 1xn.
Yeah, feeling okay about those choices. Your Seraphine's at a good point as well. And again, Seraphine will scale better than the Karma. It's matching the shove pretty well. Lots of members RNG topside, though, as Niket has roamed up with Milky Way to look for an angle. There is a cease and desist available. So I think if Hoya oversteps, this could be problematic. And Hoya, a player who actually, again, had a fairly solid split one, despite sometimes being considered a lost condition for this squad. Hasn't had the best start here, again, in Split 2, unfortunately. Back to some of his older ways, but so far so good into the Ambessa. Often does have a pretty good early laning phase into the War Mother. 10 CS or so is the discrepancy, and understandably just playing a little bit further back in the lane there, kind of aware they might be on the weak side, especially with the Rise and the Sejuani heading more towards the bot side of the map currently.
Minute till the next grub spawn, so we'll have to keep an eye on where our resets come through from our bot lanes. With that, it's been one of my favorite things to track in terms of macro, how different teams approach moving their bot lane around for the grubs. I mean, I think when it was the old Herald, it was pretty obvious when people moved up at 8 minutes and just like tried to just brawl at the Herald. It was the T1 Herald, you know, where they just turn up and they'd fight every single game, and that was how they were playing in 2022, I believe it was around then.
For better or worse, yes.
For better or for worse, but it was just how they did it. It was like, YOLO, let's get ourselves towards a Herald. Things have changed a lot in grubs, and when an objective changes in League of Legends, teams have to do a lot of research and development to figure out how they want to play this stuff comfortably, because the setup changes, your warding changes, and your resets change. Grubs for LPL took a while to get used to. We were okay at doing the double Herald thing, we knew how to use that, but using the grubs is definitely something that the LCK were much better than LPN on for a while. However, teams are getting more comfortable with it now. Setup's going to spot anything. I think he does that. There's a red ping. He heads back safe from his lane. Much better game from Setup so far. His first round robin, not pretty. Not great, actually. So it's good to see him with a stable start, slight gold lead. There we go.
All the while, the AD carry shoving out in mid lane, and despite having locked in Ezreal Karma, the Ashe Seraphine been matching it very, very well. But you have got a lot more AoE, honestly, as the Ashe Seraphine, especially now there's a little bit more of the items coming on in. And towards the grubs we go. That is third one secured, and I don't think we're going to see a realistic contest here. So it does look like it'll be just the grubs taken without RNG looking at anything. It was Milky Way over the wall by the Raptors, looking to see whether someone from TT oversteps in mid.
There's a teleport in here as well, but this is one of those weirder teleports where it's just out of vision. Oh, I think Ford's going to get himself a big play. 1xn.
Oh my god, you guys. He just disappeared. Takes a huge amount of damage as they come on forward with the Between Worlds, get enough damage down with the ultimates and blow him up.
They don't even get themselves, they don't use the barrier. The heal was used by Feather. 1xn, quick flash, but as you were saying, that teleport from Tongyuan was just out of vision. He was meant to be going bot lane to answer that wave. Instead, he goes, well, I'm just going to go quickly take a stop off in mid lane, get a kill, maybe drop a couple of minions in bot side, get themselves a good kill, summoner away from them. Arguably more important here again, just completely off vision. There is no reason to expect this. The W comes from out of vision too, so they don't spot that. And 1xn tries to say, okay, well, you're stepping up too far in mid lane, we can do something about this. Gets completely one-shot by the combo. Tongyuan, really good burst combo there from the bunny with a gun.
Niket flashed Mantra Qs as well, and doesn't need to. The guy's already dead before that, which is kind of wild. I don't think 1xn was expecting to need to barrier there as well with how quick he was on the flash. I think he's like, cool, I'm safe. Oh god, I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, 1xn had his, yeah, he was just completely fried that.
Level 7 versus level 9, and there was, I suppose, the loots completed at that point.
You know, sometimes I wish that League of Legends skins just had, like, completely niche memes to them, you know, but Benui flows out. Clearly, you don't earn an air fryer. Ludensh, but shock and burst.
What? Why?
It's been cooked, Sam.
Clearly, you don't have an air fryer.
Your goose has been cooked. Dragon's going to be taken here.
That just sounds like a modded skin.
As clearly RNG do not own a dragon. Arrow comes in.
Oh, nice combo with the Seraphine ult after. Jatchi will go try to get away, but everyone trying to run as Hoya's TP'd in has got a Dominus. Milky Way tries to save, can't quite do so. Tanguan now in danger. They run warp over the wall and can't quite get it. Bot lane dead, double summoners down. TT respond with a great teleport play of their own.
And then sets up really nice of him to roam down to the play and then teleport back up. This is something which a lot of the JDG Super Team era was about this. You don't teleport to the play, you walk, you push out your side lane, you do whatever, you walk to the play and you teleport back to a side lane if it needs responding. Setup does exactly that. again, we were saying it's been a better game from him. Still maintains a gold lead now by getting kill participation here. Starts with great arrow from, where did this come from? Was this on vision? What's that? They drop one and they see both. Even the control ward, one extender, flicks an arrow into the bush, catches out that Karma which flashed earlier. Seraphine flashing aggressively forwards. Don't always see that one as the enchanter. The encore gets good value, and then because you've already used your flashes, your cleanses in the first part of the engagement, it's so easy to follow up as the Renekton and the Ryze.
And they do just that. Nice set of kills going on for the good people as well. Set up 1-0-2 on this Ryze, doing just fine here. The Ashe as well, 2-1-1, feeling really good. And Feather again, really good combo here on the Seraphine. Having a good old time of it. Exactly the most excessive lead for TT right now, only 1,500 gold, but it's still really good considering you got that. And you've also been able to play for the objective. Not like you've traded out that objective focus for early lane leads.
Right, next stage of the game. Let's have a think about that. Herald in 2 minutes. We've got bot lanes moving into mid lane now because they've got themselves that first item. So we get to judge both these AD carries and say, okay, who's controlling that mid lane more. By the way, if you want to judge some parts of AD carries macros and some parts of the game which you normally don't think about as much because we often think about them in terms of 2v2 and team fighting, think about how well they control mid lane. Think about how well they control the wave of it, how safe they are, how often they can make plays off of it. Because that's a very important skill within Pro League of Legends for an AD carry. You can really change your opinion of some of them. 1xNT doing well on the Ashe so far, and it means that they can roam down first towards this bot side.
A bit of damage, Xiaoshu not going to quite have that permafrost done. They'll take a couple turret shots, but they have potentially got an angle here. Milky Way just off vision though, as is Niket. Could look to punish this. There's the public execution that's just shy of setup, walks away from it. Ult down. High note dropped.
Aurora, that's teleport from talking about.
Oh yeah, they see it.
All right,
back away.
Okay, all right, they back away. So, well, I suppose he's still off of vision. Not sure if they see him right now. Doesn't make the play though. Peels away from it.
Everyone's coming down, even the side of the other. They land the arrow into the encore across two. Tanyuan goes down before the Between Worlds come on in. Milky Way looks to cease and desist, but his bunny's already deceased. Now Jacci and Niket need to try and trade this one out. Niket will throw a shield on themselves and run really fast away from Sejuani.
Dude,
that's what they got.
This CC combo from Thundertalk is absolutely insane. Just someone gets randomly caught. They are stunned there until the end of days.
There is so much follow-up.
Yeah. So RNG, you know, I don't mind that teleport from Tonga and saying, okay, let's go for a teleport, see if we can look for something behind them. And little did he know he was off vision. I don't think that TT knew he was there until, of course, the Hawkshot came through and the map packs came up trumps again. But TT managed to get themselves that first slap, and RNG just don't have an answer to it. Now suddenly TT, 3,000 gold ahead at a good time stamp. They're winning all across the map. They're getting good lane pressure. They can walk forward with 5 grubs, and RNG don't have the best macro options to it.
I genuinely hope that Niket is building towards a Mikhail's as fast as possible. You have to get that in there.
Have to. You're absolutely right. That's a good call out. But then the question is, well, 0-2. And this is an important thing, 600 gold behind in the support matchup is normally not that relevant. If you're building towards a Mikhail's and you need to get early gold to change the way the game is played, that missing support gold is genuinely quite important. So Niket, I wonder if there are any comms in RNG saying, look, we need to get you into lane, using your stacks more on your support item, maybe even giving 1 or 2 minions over if we can, to get you towards that item, to you know, shrug off that Sejuani ult, the Ashe arrow, the encore, something.
Yeah, at least Jacci is farming really well. It's being donated a lot of resources. Tanguin and Xiaoshu dropping a little bit more of that, but it's pretty good value. With 1xNT needs to be wary. Did have that same play from Tanguin from earlier come about. Jumped over that wall. They've got that control ward there early, further back in the lane as well to give them a little bit of just area denial. Double control ward in that bush.
Because the thing about that control ward is it stops a regular ward being able to set up for an Ashe arrow. Yeah. We do have the Mikhail's coming through now, though. That's important for Niket. We called that item being important. There it is. Means that TT won't get quite as easy engage coming through. Cleanse on Jacci, affectionately known as Jacci Love. And Niket with that Mikhail's. And buy a bit more safety for RNG. The question is the damage done now? You have 5 grubs. You have 2 early dragons. TT will give up 1 short, but they have themselves that Herald now to force a play if they want to. Hoyer on 1 flank. Potentially going to spot this dragon going down, but doesn't really want to stick around. Herald into mid lane. TT say, alright, you can have your dragon. Let's see if you can protect mid lane as well.
Hang on over the wall. Needs to be a bit wary here. Beijuan going to try and help out Tanguin. Alright, that 1xNT as Tanguin jumps on him. The encore flashed away from Mikhail's down as well. So Summoner's blown. No one dead though as they heal the flash. And trade for the barrier and the flash on Feather. The Cease is coming on through Milky Way. Goes in and I think regrets it very fast. Redemption heal is there as well. That actually ends up picking up Milky Way.
I don't know, Milky Way looks more like, I don't know, Orion's belt the way he's a dead hunter there. As TT, they just flash him into their team, doesn't know what to do. Now Matron can maybe look around the side, doesn't have an ult, but he's just a good gold CC bot. Here goes
the execution onto Feather, who does go down. That's actually really nice. On the other side, Ahoya jumping onto the cat, can't quite return the favor. Beitwan, though, will pick up the kill onto Xiaoshu with the Heartsteel and Aftershock proc coming on through. They do end up getting that additional 1-4. Mid lane turret stands for the moment, but I don't know how much longer.
Yeah, so it starts with a constellation being ripped out of the sky, but TT managed to keep the fight going afterwards. Not their cleanest fight, but still gets them some value. Can Setup get himself an auto on tower to get that 5 grubs going through? Yes, he can. That will be not in the most orthodox way, but it is mid tower being taken. TT open up the entire outer ring of turrets.
So well, look, so I think we're going to start way back with the Herald coming on down, and then basically Tangyuan goes right onto 1xN, who this time just early barriers, decide the flash isn't going to keep you safe, that's the way. And then it's another encore flash from Feather that is pretty well managed. The thing is, you're then down the flash, and Milky Way is going to full send here, and he gets sliced and flashed into the enemy team. And then it looks a bit more ugly for RNG.
This is one of the problems with Maokai and Vi. If you have flash, sometimes it's a bit of a panic. Flashing backwards. And it can still actually work out like that. I'm not saying that's the case here at all. It's a really good play from the solo laners to completely delete the Seraphine, but that's deleting the Seraphine, and it's not deleting the Ashe or the Ryze, who are actually going to carry your team fight afterwards. They do so much damage that RNG can't protect their turret. So, now we have 2 Dragons to TT, 5 Grubs, all of the outer ring of towers. Atakan is up, and they have better map setup for it. RNG, they are fighting from behind the game. They do have 2 items coming through for Ezreal, powerful fight to play around, and of course the Ambassador on a similar point. Tonguan hasn't completed his second item just yet, but his next back of the game should buy him the Shadow Flame.
Do you have any thoughts on the scaling this game? Because I feel like TT probably, to me, just outscale, but I look at Ezreal, I look at perhaps even something like the Ambassador, and maybe that gives you options still?
Really, I actually think the scaling issue is in support. I think that the Seraphine gives you so much more value late game than the Karma does. The Karma gives you early pressure, while that was equalized by the Seraphine, and now Seraphine can be that massive ult bot, and that's something which RNG can't use in the same way. So watch out for those redemptions, those big AoE shields from the Empowered W and that ult. I think that's actually what pulls TT ahead, not to mention the Sejuani being a much better frontline than anything RNG has on their own side as well.
So it's a Fed Sejuani into
Q cancelled. Wonder if there's a play there.
Turn around. Yeah, it's just dead, I think, Milky Way. Nowhere to go. There's a Realm Walk behind. Hang on, RNG. It could get a lot more ugly yet. Flashes being blown, trying to keep people down. Redemption tops up Setab's tanks. And a moment where Milky Way is asked to frontline, and he just doesn't match a Sejuani.
Yeah, the mid lane set tank goes rolling forwards, the treads crushing RNG beneath them. As TT, they had the better setup. They get themselves that outer ring of turrets. They set up well for their play, and what ended up being an opportunistic pick onto Milky Way ends up being going into a full Atakan. It's a little bit early to transfer it into a Baron setup, because of course the Baron's only spawning in 3 minutes, but they can use it potentially for the next dragon of the game and just keep rolling forwards.
That would be so important. Picture in picture, they do secure the Atakan. Sejuani pulls away, having taken a lot of a HP to do so. And finally, RNG claim a turret of their own. The problem is they're now 5,500 gold behind. And it's not looking like it's getting any better anytime soon. A 2k lead in the jungle, a 2k lead in mid lane is going to lead to some very ugly backs in a moment or two.
I'm seeing some questions in chat. Yes, by the way, we do check.
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat. We do pay attention. We have 3 chats open because we're streaming on both my channels and Onivia as well, who we're streaming, restreaming too. It's been very cool to do that. But I was saying, where is the Milky Way that we knew and loved from the start of 2024? Realistically, folks, yes, fantastic player from spring 2024. I was already having questions in summer. I was saying, well, you know, he's not necessarily carrying the same way. In a carry jungle meta, you know, he was carrying in the spring, but then as soon as, you know, the AP junglers came through, it felt like he wasn't having that same impact. And the downswing has continued as he moved from FPX to RNG, recalled to the organization, which technically loaned him out on that contract. That he has struggled to be the playmaking difference that he was at the start of his career, which is such a shame because his introduction to the scene was one of my favorites I've ever seen.
And the thing is, I don't doubt the Milky Way can bounce back at some point. This just isn't a particular high point. And I think part of it as well is at the minute, he's feeling a little disconnected in the plays he's making. Like, he's going for big calls. He's trying to be that big playmaking jungler that we know and love him for. Hell, I don't hate seeing on things like the AP junglers, but I think part of it as well is that I'm not seeing Niket on a champion that can follow up.
Yes.
Tangyuan and him linking in a way I need to see them doing so. Xiaoshu, honestly, actually also being in a position to follow up particularly well. Your pairing tools haven't been fantastic or well synced this game.
No, that's definitely something which you should have mentioned before, actually. Yeah, no, I kind of missed that. No, Niket is an engaged player. This guy is a Leona, Rel, Nautilus guy.
At his best, yeah.
If you give him them, that is what he really shines on. If Milky Way has to lead this kind of engaged combo, normally it's fine to do that as a Vi, but it feels like now they're behind the game, there is no second option. And I'll give you a tip, folks. If you watch a pro League of Legends game and there's only one person that engage, expect it to fail, because the enemy team only has to watch that one engage piece. There is a very different thing between a Leona and a Rel, with the Vi, and this Karma with it, because it means that you only have to have eyes on the Vi. It makes it so much easier to dot your I's and cross your T's.
Oh, RNG. We'll see how it rolls out from here, but I think this is going to be a tricky game from this point. Your good plays from Tangyuan early as well. Felt a little bit isolated now from the mid game. Struggling, I think, to get true value at that point. The Atacama was taken, but I believe you're going to have the withdrawal buffs detiming anytime now. You also have the soul point that was secured by TT after all that. So now at a very, very strong point. You got a full Zhonya's ahead of this Aurora in mid lane. You've got an extra Thornmail in the jungle, plus an item completion, which in that unending despair, which Milky Way is miles off, matching with his own Black Cleaver. I suspect at this point, though, I wonder whether it should be a Starax, honestly. And yeah, this is just the way that things are at the minute, folks.
Just noticing as well, 3 level advantage in mid lane, despite the good start from Tonga and Setab having a much better day at the office. Has himself a Zhonya's. I say a good day at the office a lot. That's been my phrase of the week. And now I've told you that, you'll never be able to stop me hearing it. That's going to be time when caught out.
Did a fair amount of damage. That's the Mikhail's used, and Niket does at least have that tool for himself here. Problem is now you've got this Renekton that's also doing just fine. There's Ryze on another side, and who matches realistically in the 1-3-1 consistently?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Kind of is.
I feel like that's a rhetorical question, because
no one matches as Ryze.
I don't see no answer, and I don't see no Baron contest going particularly well for RNG here. They're going to spot it out with the Ezreal ultimate, goes across them, but the shields,
oh my god,
the shields from Seraphine really help.
Niket just had to heal from a single overload kill combo from Ryze. Did half of Niket's damage in 1 EQ. Hoya now stepping up forward. Goodbye. Karma level 9 is not enough stats to stay alive. 1xn flashes over. Redemption getting up. Finally goes down. But Xiaoshu had to flash to get a single kill. And they are aced in the Baron pit.
It starts up with an arrest of the Karma. TT are the Karma police. And they put RNG behind bars. Great combo coming through. Yes, 1xn goes down, but the CC combo from all of these members on Thunder Talk is so explosive that RNG don't have a way through it. They get locked up, and TT will take the fight and take the Baron.
Literally, watch Jachi and Niket's HP bars as they have to go on. They had to heal just before this because Niket got chunked so low. And then the arrow comes on through and it's over.
Oh, 1xn, a real Robin Hood there. Hits the apple off the head. And then Feather, this is one of the worries we saw about Seraphine. This is kind of your budget Renata. You go into the fight and the Encore just provides this line of complete team fight destruction. The Encore cutting apart the remaining combo of RNG.
Oh, flash away from Milky Way. Ceased assisting at the backline. I understand what the thought process is there from Tangyuan and Milky Way and Xiaoshu. Look, they've tried to jump on our AD carry. We have to full contact League of Legends this, and they get denied. I think compositionally, this comp has been answered very well from TT, especially from the game state, the Sejuani, the Seraphine, making life very difficult with the limited engage that RNG have, the very telegraphed engage that they have. We've had that conversation once or twice, and unfortunately, we keep having to bring it up because it keeps happening.
Look at the difference between these teams. Milky Way R's forward, TT just immediately just buy space and they just flash back from it. Very easy for them to play around. TT fire out skill shot. There are 4 other things randomly being thrown at you two. You have to have your head on a swivel. So difficult to play against all of the CC, not just one part of it. And now, yeah, TT, they will very likely here be leaving RNG alone at the bottom of the table. And importantly, having the 2-0 head-to-head over them. There wouldn't be a tiebreaker if they ended up on the same game score. If they somehow ended up being, I don't know, 2-4 at the end of the day, fighting off for a 3rd place spot, there wouldn't be a tiebreaker at that point because of their head-to-head.
Extra present just wide for once this game. does potentially give Tango the opportunity to go on forwards. We'll go across the Veil, milk your way into the backside, run what the other way. Here comes the Encore. One extend is deleted, but the turnaround comes on through so fast because Setup is the carry, not the Ashe. You can kill her as much as you want, but her damage is well and truly already done this game. I appreciate the full send. I appreciate the attempt, but there is nowhere near enough fuel in the tank to deal with Rise like this. Prove yourself and rise, folks.
TT had themselves some Rise in the cooker. There's a Crocodile swinging forward as well. Rocking out with the Croc out. RNG 0-2 against TT in the head-to-head and left at the bottom of the table.
Thunder Talk finally look like they've got a storm brewing once again. Walk the walk and take themselves to 2-2.
Well, we had some worries about TT from that first.
You don't have to decide, well, am I reflecting something from the sport or reflecting something from the Varus? You can just choose to wait on Varus abilities before you have to reflect them, and they'll go for the Rakan with it. That's already got some good follow-up. You can battle dance to 3 melee engagers who are going to be diving on in, so very easy to get into the backline.
First Mel bot lane, I believe, of the LPL's history. Not that much to reflect in general. I'm not going to say it's like Silas where you must have, you know, some people say with Silas you need to have a great ultimate to steal. That's not always the case with that champion, and neither is it the same with Mel, where you always have to have something to reflect. However, you can't reflect Sion, you can't reflect Poppy, you can't reflect grand majority of Aurora's kit as well. It's only really the Q which you can with that. Varus, similar, you've got, is like the one person you can reflect stuff from. It feels like Ultra Prime, they're going to have to prove with the DPS numbers that this Mel is worth picking.
Yeah, and again, it is an AP option. It does lane well in bot lane, regardless of without the reflect. And I was chatting with Caltis and MTES over for the G2 Hell, and they were saying, look, actually one of the things about Mel is the fact she is a flex. You can lane her bot lane. It feels pretty okay. So we'll see exactly how it works. Question here from myself. Can you reflect Aurora E on Mel?
No,
you can't. Okay.
It's not a skill shot. This comes out immediately from it.
That's good to know.
You can't, the ult you can't. As mentioned by Mabinogi in chat, though, a good casting friend of ours, can reflect the Poppy ultimate. So we will see if there's some.
Oh, that's hilarious.
See if there's some reflected punting going about. So, folks, welcome to. I'm going to steal this from chat. To the LP Mel. So we have our Mel bot lane for Ultra Prime cooking a little bit up in that kitchen. See if they can also upset anyone's legend in the way that RNG did in the first round robin.
There we go. And we are ready to roll. We'll let the crowds take it away from here, because I'm sure they have a few things to say. Okay. Gyro's completed for now. We've got ourselves a very cozy looking Alistair there in his pajamas. I think he needs a better size though. It's not quite the right size, is it? Look, he's been wearing that for a few years. He's been to the gym a lot. It doesn't fit properly anymore, mate. Just go buy a new set of pajamas.
Like, I say that as someone who, when I'm off camera, I kind of live in my Udi, which is basically a giant fluffy blanket hoodie thing. Kyle is actually in this tri-brush, which... Oh, no. It's Flandre, it's not Kyle. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That is a very unhappy Mel. Oh, dear. Well, there's a flash burn, but the Skir is in. And Wako is dead. Has got the teleport. Could theoretically just TP the lane here, but that's a sad start to the lane.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, you don't even blow that many summoners for it from anyone's legend. You blow the flash from Kyle, and that's it. The thing is, yeah, the Varus also has a teleport if he wants to go back early and get himself that first gold being spent, rather. Save a good level 1 trade at least. But Ultra Prime, we said, well, they might be cooking a little bit with the Mel. Didn't have the reflect, but even if you did have it, you can't stop the CC, which actually landed on her at that level 1, not projectiles.
No, it's not. And they do get a fair amount of work there. I'm trying to trade back some of those autos. Again, not the end of the world, didn't lose too much in terms of like minions or whatever, but it's not a great position to be in, as when this Varus first back will likely be picking up a fair amount of damage. Has gone towards the Comet, so will likely be a very early Dirk here for a poke Varus.
And this is the big thing, right? Normally first back for Varus is just a tier, and that tier is obviously, it's very potent later on in the game, as you constantly have access to your skills, but hang on, Shank's actually taking a good trade against Saber here. There's a chance he can keep, he just keeps auto-attacking him. The Q will probably come through from Saber after this point. Has to go back. Shanks bullying out. Probably got about 5-6 autos there as Saber tries to clear out the last bit of that wave. Not great laning there from the mid laner of Ultra Prime. Now we get ourselves into seeing where our junglers are going to be going after this. Got Poppy roaming through mid lane, Sidrani going on to Raptors. Tarzan maybe even looking to interfere in topside camps. Knows that this will be going down. Smite just came up from Jinhao, so be safe at claiming that one. But now he doesn't have Smite. For red buff on the top side, Tarzan doing what he does best and doing some early pathing shenanigans. Really cool to see this jungler playing like this. Jinhao getting really hard traded on.
Does get over the wall, but will have to give up his own red buff here. There's not a lot you get to do, really, as Sejuani. And actually, Tarzan just waiting to see whether the Sej had started up the Krugs. It's not. And so Tarzan will steal those away. And there's not a lot you get to do with Sejuani. He's just sort of give him up and go, well, that sucks.
Level 3 to level 2. Xiaosha needs to be pretty careful here. That's a big stun. Hope kills with a hail of arrows.
Nice work in the bot lane. Caught by the trample. And is forced to burn the flash to no avail. Ejang trying to trade out here on Flandre and doing a decent enough job of it. But just have to be a little bit wary, of course, because there was the Poppy behind him. But still managed to get the wave shoved. And Sejuani back out on the map. She just decided to roam straight towards this top side.
This is not a good sign for Ultra Prime. This Mel getting dunked on with the Rakan means that a lot of their damage will have to come from solo laners, which have to go into melee range, which is always very difficult against Poppy, Sion, Alistair. Tarzan, as you're saying, he is here. He's been everywhere up in John Howe's face recently. Not quite. Well, there is a smite for Tarzan and not for John Howe. So this is, if this crab goes low, Tarzan will have the advantage.
Feels that way. Gets the permafrost down. Getting bumped briefly there by the steadfast presence. Ejang can come and join a bit earlier though. So theoretically could go a bit more aggressive, but can't do it. So that's just two trades that have gone horribly for John Howe to no avail. Tarzan go roaming back into the jungle. John Howe needs to be really careful on his pathing here.
He's actually within one-shot range at this point. Tarzan would remove the last of that HP. EGN in topside has gone a little bit too far up. Flandre holding the wave nicely.
Doesn't necessarily go for anything there. And John Howe and Ejang get away with it. Could have been dangerous on both ends there, I think, if the Poppy had found a way on him to have the flash to burn as well, which always gives Poppy a very aggressive engage range. Bot side. Trying to clear out these walls, but it means Wacko has to back away and just not be in range of Hope's poke. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with here either, so not necessarily available for a W option.
He has the teleport. I just don't know how much gold he's got to back on, which is maybe why he hasn't gone for the teleport back into lane. Doesn't want to be falling behind combat stats. The thing is, when you have teleport versus teleport, you're resetting on the similar timings, and if you reset a little earlier, it means for the next stage of laning until your next teleport comes up, you're working on much less combat stats. Shank's really good early laning here against Saber. He's been doing this time and time again, getting lots of good extra auto attacks down, which of course in the early game mean an awful lot. It means that he's got himself a significant CS lead for 5 minutes into the game. He's denied a full wave already.
There's the Q3 available. Could have looked to Mortal Steel something here, but could be a bit worried. If it was Kyle and Tarzan roaming up as the grubs are about to spawn, if he went too aggressively here, Saber would find himself in some serious problems as, John Howe. Here comes the enemy bot jungle to mess you up in your own jungle. Might be looking to fight over these Krugs, actually, as Xiaoxia finds Kyle.
Kyle not going to pull any of his regular abilities, though. Could have pulverized and then got that into that trample stun. Chooses not to. John Howe on this top side has a teleport coming in from the Ambassador.
It's actually upper level here as John Howe as well. I wonder if he's stolen some lane CS here.
Well, I think actually at this point, basically Tarzan has a full quadrant ready for him.
Yes.
So if he goes into his top side, or goes in towards the grubs that are spawning now, he will catch up on that. But let's be honest, folks. This is what I mean by full build Poppy. Poppy hits level 3, has a red buff, and no longer gives a damn about anything else in the game. You have all the damage that you need to. You can slam people into the wall. Poppy has achieved everything she needs to in League of Legends at this point. She's full build. Tarzan just walks into enemy jungle and says, cool. This is my level 18. Welcome to my birthday party. And John Howe feels very, very bad about things. Sion screams and gets some farm on the bot side, as Tarzan will start to catch up a little bit in the XP he dropped with those grubs and clearing through his camps.
There's an engaging towards that mid lane. Knock up on Shanks, who went across the veil. Can't quite secure more than a decent chunk, though. But it is a chunk nonetheless. That's not a bad place to be in. The grubs were secured by anyone's legend, though. Again, using that priority in the roams that were accrued to get across there, as 2-0 is hope on this Varus right now. There's that dirt tier we were talking about. Wacko has finally managed to back and pick up that lost chapter, so that was probably the back they were waiting on, and I don't blame them. It is a very significant first back if you can make it happen on a mage.
One of the best things about Mel is her passive. Every time you auto attack or Q, kind of adds a execute threshold to minions. If you bring them below that with your damage, they kind of pop. It means that as a mage, you get better auto attack farming and CS farming. It means it's very hard for you to drop farm. Do you know how going forwards? Misses the ults.
Nice hop across the veil there from Shanks, means he doesn't get hit by the big icy prison. Get a get out of jail free card purely by dodging well. Nice little luck. It would have been Saber wanting to follow up after the Fate Sealed, I have no doubt about it. But still, Junhao, first ult, first whiff this game so far.
And Junhao, of course, was the star of their wins, really, in their first round robin. Had a very good Vi game and had a very good Nymaera game, of course, to bring them to 2-1. I believe it was those pick. I actually can't remember the second one is. I'm trying to remember if he actually had a very good Vi game, which ended up not being a win as well.
But the Nymaera was a win.
Nymaera, I know that one because that dog was off the chain. It's off the chain. That's the thing is that is a reference to what is it? Hot Fuzz? It's off the chain.
Probably.
But I feel like it's such a neat. It's such a Britishism reference. I'm not actually sure that many people get that. Like,
I didn't remember it was from Hot Fuzz. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was to say I shouldn't have remembered it, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I expect better from you.
Yeah,
maybe not from chat, but from you. You see that?
It's only the one reference, actually.
Which is another Hot Fuzz reference for those who are currently not on our same wavelength. Saber ults early. Has to ult early, though. It's Tarzan. Good entrance into mid lane.
Oh, well. Looking for a bit of a play, can't do that. It's for the greater good as he backs away. Looking for some engages.
If we get us, hang on a second, Tarzan might be going for a bigger play down here. They do have a reflect available to them on Mahako.
Goes to flash away himself. Flash is burned in a few different places there. Tarzan burns that. Won't quite lock down Wacko, but it means he's not at this tower and can't get towards it. They're going to need a bit of support. Junhao's roaming down, but it's 30 seconds away because he's over by wolves.
Yeah, he's not going to be down here for the wave crash, so the wave is going to be lost to tower. Ultra Prime, just bleeding out in this bot side. Ever since they lost that flash early on, they just haven't been able to lane in the same way.
Yeah, and again, really good from Flandre to be there, really good from anyone's legend to leverage it. A little bit rough from Xiaoxi in particular, died just in the laning phase. That's not particularly great news, but nice. Reflect on the arrow, that's what you can do.
Yeah, worth noting, until you get to late game, of course, the actual percentage of the reflected damage from Mel is fairly low. It's something like 40%, 30%, and it scales up with a bit of your AP, but your max rank is 70% plus some extras. So you never do this exactly the same damage as they reflect you, which I think is
fair.
Bad. I had the first time I played against Mel was actually on ARAM, and I played Kindred into it, and I got my my E when she was on low HP, and it just like completely one-shot me instead because it reflected the wolf's bite. So,
oh no,
it's pretty bad. Yeah, a lot of damage. Yeah, Mel can be very obnoxious. Worth noting, since release, Mel has had a couple of love tap nerfs. Her Q range was nerfed slightly because it was kind of like undodgeable.
Yeah.
It was kind of like better Xerath with also having better defensive tools, so that felt pretty bad. So she's in a more balanced spot now, which is why we haven't seen her at all at first stand, and we've only seen her one game here in the LPL.
There's the Glacier Prison coming on down. One of those grubs secured. Does mean you won't get the full 6 and denies the objective marker, but Junhao burns the ult, gets the smite, gets on out. Will not get more than just the one set, or well, one of those grubs.
I'm trying to think of a crossword clue for grubs. Like grub, small slimy thing.
Hag. 3 across.
Egen, now in a 1v3 topside Tarzan, probably going to end this man's career.
And do his very best to hop on forward to get that down. Narp goes under the tower. They won't quite get the kill on that one. And he gets away. He's a slasher of enemy health bars. He gets on out with this one.
Egen, really good escape there, getting a lot out of that. I thought that Tarzan would just easily wall slam him away. Not to be the case though, as Egen makes it out alive.
And does it that.
That was really good, by the way. Thank you. Man, I feel sad for people who are not Hot Fuzz enjoyers, because some really good references there. Every so often, I feel a little bit bored with my state of affairs on the Mortal Coil, and I have to reference...
C-Point! It gets knocked up. There we go. Takes a lot of damage.
Oh, I stood for that one. Do for this one. What do you mean, this one?
Who's back around here? Farmers. Who else? Farmers' mums.
Cornetto trilogy, truly one of the key central pillars to my my comedy stylings. That and probably a lot of the British sitcom, the panel shows like QR and Would I Lie to You? That's worked its way in there somehow.
When's your birthday? 28th of March. What year? Every year.
Yijian. Just gonna have this brush down here. See if Shanks says, nah, don't really want any piece of that one. It's Annual's Legend. Large control. It's not that big a gold lead, I suppose. Well, no, for the timestamp it is. I'll take that back. For the timestamp it is. It feels like it's later into the game than it is because, you know, bot laners are now kind of controlling over mid lane. That's a good ult, though.
Nice.
Really good combo.
And in comes Yijian trying to get some of those kills. I'll hop away from Shanks with the Between Worlds. Should buy some Mikhail. I don't think he's got any room. Watch for the knock away! No way!
Oh, Tarzan saves what should have been a wholly losing play. Great double engage coming through from Xiaoxia on top of that Glacial Prison. Ultra Prime still have the HP bar advantage. They should get themselves the second dragon.
Nice W. There's the Chains of Corruption. Xiaoxia just about alive. Turnaround not going to quite come on through as a Solar Snare has just shot Saiba, though. Now over here is Junhao down to 20% HP in the health bars. Immediately flipped around Tarzan with some beautiful sequences there.
Tarzan has just been masterminding this entire game. He has just been so good at that early pathing, making plays, objective-based gameplay as well. There is a reason we laud Tarzan so much here in the LPL.
Great stuff. Flandre gets a couple plates top, and the gold lead is seriously expanding at this point. 2k off this laning phase. Yes, a lot of it has gone towards Hope after that early start, but then you have to look elsewhere and see still plates coming on through gradually, and that's been really, really valuable to the side of Anyone's Legend. Matchups which you would expect to be a little bit more even just aren't right now.
And now you can see, well, there has to be a question about where the hell do you send Wacko on the map? He's got the Blackfire Torch. Yes, he'll be farming out okay, but it feels like if you're ever in the same lane as the Varus, that's a problem. But the current meta has been for a long time. You need to have bot laner versus bot laner, which is why it's so important to think about that matchup. I think in the past, AD carry individual matchup hasn't always been that important in draft. You think, okay, whatever, it's more about the support matchup because it wins lane. This is definitely the kind of situation where you're like, well, look, Mel has to be against this Varus because Varus is so obnoxious that you have to make sure that that champion is doing well and matching farm at least. But as you can see, when Varus turns up in the lane, Mel has to stand so far back. There's actually a pretty good ward just down here. Actually, to know it's there. I say I'm not pointing to the minute. This one here, that one's actually kind of important because Wacko only has one reflect. If you use that on a Varus arrow or something, you can't stop a Varus ult, which combos up a little bit stronger later.
It's a 30-second odd cooldown as well for Mel. It's a very long cooldown if you use it. That tends to be the way you play around the Mel, is if you can burn her reflect on something, you just go again 30 seconds later. Of course, you have got the Yone, you have got the Ambessa, two very potent champions in the side lanes, and eventually, particularly say things like this, Yone will have a pretty good matchup into the Scions, because he does tend to build things like that Blade of the Ruin King, which can be pretty good into your HP stackers.
Completes that as we talk about it, and now we kind of get a taste of the Yone full build. We talked about Poppy hitting level 3, and then, you know, you have achieved what you wanted. Well, you didn't have vision of it, Sam.
He thought it might be there, walked out of it, and then walked back in, and just got caught by the edge of it. It was quite silly.
I'm not going to blame someone for getting hit by an invisible skill shot.
Should have read it, should have known, should have known.
The one time someone will ever say, should have read it. Down with the Satan's sight. I say that.
Let's be illiterate here, as they find a face sealed. It may turn into one of those motionless statue folks, what it was.
Good pick off by Ultra Prime on the top side. Flandre tanky enough to not worry about that. Well, I say that. He's on the weak side of the map. He's still a Scion, though. Yeah, Blade the Ring King built up by Saber. I think there's a lot of power into Flandre now that Mel is behind the game. Because typically, Mel would be your tank killer. It's very dangerous playing tanks into Mel because you can sometimes misjudge exactly how much execute damage Mel has. In fact, so folks, for those of you who hear me yap on cast quite a lot, you'll know that I'm an arena player. I've been playing some Mel in arena, just random rolling and stuff like that. Mel versus like the 20,000 HP tanks is absurdly funny because sometimes they'll pop from about 5,000 HP just from passive. They just don't understand that actually, yes, they are mortal too. Now, if that can happen with that amount of HP, imagine what happens when you have reasonable Summoner's Rift HP instead. If you get sat getting burned by the Black Fire and the passive getting continually racked up and stuff in a proper front-to-back 5v5, you can get caught out by that.
Look, I think we've probably got a minute or so until next big things happen, so it might be worth having this conversation, because we've not seen that much, Mel, about exactly how Mel's passive works, because it is like a really core part of her kick. So basically, it's how her execute functions, as I understand it, correct?
Yeah, so basically every time she hits you with an ability or an auto attack, she adds just a little bit of a, like a little bit of a bar on the bottom of your HP bar. Kind of like, you know, how when Shoga, when he has that indicator on your HP bar, Mel has that too, and it keeps building up the more projectiles she hits you with. She casts some abilities, and she auto attacks after. Her next auto attacks also get more projectiles added to them, and each of that will add a slight amount to it. As long as you stay in combat with someone, that bar will keep going up and up and up, and then if it goes up beyond your max, beyond your current HP, you pop and you go down. It's why she can execute minions so well, because it does apply to them as well, but it can really hurt over time. She continually keeps in combat with you, burning you down.
Yeah, that key there, as it's been said a couple times, is staying in combat. It will disappear if you back away for long enough, so for those who've not played into Mel enough, there's a key to backing off every now and then.
And also importantly too, per stack of that added on to you, it also increases the damage of her ultimate. Yes. So her ultimate comes technically infinitely scaling. There are some fun practice mode things you can do where you just kind of keep infinitely spamming your abilities on someone and seeing how much damage you can get out of Mel ult. Turns out, quite a lot. It's a lot. The problem is in this game, 1.5k behind him. Yes, Mel, strong champion when she actually gets to continually roll through ability rotations onto you. She'll need a while to get things ticking up though in this kind of competition, particularly when you need to be a composition rather in this kind of game state, when you have to be so wary of that Aurora bursting you out of nowhere.
Does feel like that. Yone in a pretty good spot now, and it does feel like Ultra Prime have stabilized somewhat from that early game going so wrong.
And now they've got 20 seconds till the dragon comes up. They have the first dragon of the game.
Turret too.
They have the first turret, yes. That one's okay for them. They need to be careful about this dragon setup. This could be where they look to mount a bit of a revival in this game. The gold lead's not completely out of touch, but for this timestamp, very worrying.
About 1.5 to 2,000 gold. I think if this fight goes well, you're in an okay spot. But if this one goes wrong, suddenly that gold lead is going to really balloon here in very short order. Yeah. There's the Herald drop mid.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Flandre was going to stick in that topside river to give himself a bit of a run up for his ultimate. Herald's going to go in there. Good nice double root. Yeah, that's a really nice soul snare, as you were saying. Wacko, good damage, but it does mean that Anyone's Legends say, okay, we gave ourselves options. We can go for mid lane instead of that dragon. It's only the second one of the game. Let's get ourselves some turrets.
Get that one down. They've got 5 grubs, so the mites come spawning on through. Glacial Prison lands onto Flandre to not really all that much of a plus. Flandre blocking that pathway a little, I guess, but they're still going to claim the tier 2, so second dragon for 2 turrets. Not a fantastic trade, all things said and done.
No, not for Ultra Prime. They are not happy with that. Shenhao realized they were getting cut off from that mid lane. 5 grubs from Anyone's Legend, and the ability to kind of hold that Scion Q in that corridor really scared Ultra Prime. And threw at that Sidorani ult to try and get to that. There is an Atkan obviously up and available. Do they want to go to fly? I don't think that's a target you can realistically kill, is it?
They're forcing ultimate there, so
yeah, but that's why you can't.
Value.
They get something out of it, but yeah.
He's not going to be towards bot lane straight away as this wave comes on in, so might drop a minion or 2. Saber picks that up. We'll be able to nab a Rose here as well. One of those blood petals. Kyle's around. Sweeper allows him to spot that out. It's one of the better ways to use a sweeper is use it to just do a little bit of sweeping and use it as a radar to see if there is in fact someone in a bush.
Yes. Okay, Ultra Prime, what's their plan now? They have good side laners, you know, Ambessa and the Yone. My worry is I don't think you can ever displace Scion from a lane. Sunfire Cape is, you know, fine for your wave clear. One of the reasons why we saw kind of a drop-off of Sunfire Cape, just in general as an item, by the way, is it's very similar to Hollow Radiance as an item. Hollow Radiance is the magic resist version of it, but there's a bigger difference. One, you have the ability to, if you kill a unit, it has this extra burst around it, which means your wave clear can condition would be much better. And also, the max HP scaling with the bonus HP scaling, I think it's only 1% on Sunfire Cape, whereas on Hollow Radiance, I think it's 4%.
It's significant.
Your HP scaling on Sunfire Cape is much, much less. The item feels quite outdated compared to that, which meant that a lot of people just go for the Hollow Radiance for the burn damage over anything. But I think with the prevalence of physical solo laners, when you have Yone compositions and stuff like that, stuff like the Ambassador, we've seen even Galio going towards the Sunfire Cape now to make the use of that armor stacking. So I'm happy with this item now.
That he is, an Ending Despair second as well for that extended combat amp. Very, very strong. Of course, later on when you get towards things like the Jack Show, the 2 items do tend to be pretty silly together. Shawsha went looking forwards, couldn't really find all that much there though.
Someone's talking in chat about the Owner documentary and talking about how Owner is a black belt in Taekwondo. Worth noting, folks, Sam here, one of your co-casts, one of my guests, is a black belt in karate.
I am.
Legitimately, Sam is a black belt in karate. So,
I'm out of practice, but yes, I am.
Yeah, Sam.
I'm now only mildly threatening.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's just with a microphone. Imagine what he could, imagine what he could do. Imagine what he could do with his fists. But yeah, Sam is actually a black belt in karate. Fun fact for you guys. And funnily enough, I also did Taekwondo. I never reached black belt in that because I gave up after a while, but I reached black tag, I think it was.
You went quite a way.
And then what I ended up doing was picking up fencing. So
you were a very good fencer.
And I was actually very good at fencing. I reached the British Youth Nationals 3 years on the trot. So if you give me a sword, I mean, most people are pretty threatening with the sword, but I'm pretty good with the sword. Anyway, Atakan's up. It's been a bit of a slower game, so we can dive into personal anecdotes. So Ultra Prime,
it has been a slow game.
It has been. Into the Barrasol, probably leads to an easy kill. Final mid lane potentially.
TP coming on through. There'd be Dragon at the spawn, be soul point for Ultra Prime, and theoretically quite valuable here. You do want to have those kind of win conditions, even if Chem Soul is often considered a little bit lower tier or a little bit more compositionally dependent. As for value,
yeah, Dragon, of course, would be any kind of soul helps. It's going to start getting some damage onto the Scion. Not that much coming through from Wacko just yet. Has the Blackfire. Didn't see if he's ended completing something like Leandri's next. High splash over from Kyle to stop with the blast gun. Shasha not really had that much impact this game. Been cut off in that last play quite heavily.
There's just no control in this river at all. They cannot see a damn thing, Ultra Prime.
Well, they're trying to get through this now. Junhao can really help them walk forwards. Flandre on one side can potentially go for his ult.
Because that means Shanks had to back away. He used his ult defensively. Now he's in danger. He's trying to get to the backside. Shanks has to flash on out. Look at Hope on the other side, though, finding some good angles. But Wacko, similarly in a fantastic position. The problem is Atakan is shredding all the damn resists of everyone. And that gives Hope free opportunity to pick up a couple kills. Wacko will reflect something. He's trying to get some value. But again, he's still stuck in the Atakan roots. Tess takes all of that damage. Wacko tries to get a golden eclipse and Hope picks up a quadra.
Hope on the Varus is free hitting. Yeah, it's a poke Varus, but it doesn't matter. He just keeps to go through every single rotation of abilities, and Ultra Prime can't shut him down. Anyone's Legend finally break open the dam in this game. They'll get themselves so many kills. They'll get themselves Dragon. They'll get themselves Atakan, which can get them a really good setup towards the Baron on the top side of the map. Anyone's Legend pull ahead in the game so heavily now.
I thought this looked playable for Ultra Prime to begin with, especially after Shanks burns like absolutely everything to escape a glacial prison, but Atakan does so much resist shredding, I swear to God.
It does, but you know, technically that's applying to anyone's Legends too. The big thing is just look how much work that the Hook gets. This is huge too. The healing aura shredding 3 of them at the same time. Yeah, Atakan honestly did more damage in this fight than some champions did. Incredible work by the neutral objective to turn things around. And one of many such reminders that fighting around Atakan is not like fighting around Dragon or Baron. You need to be aware that it's a raid boss as well as an objective.
That'll be a pretty rough start there for Ultra Prime. It feels like a start because it's taken that long for a proper fight to commence. Kyle now potentially in danger here, but of course has the withdrawals available. Trying to kill off this Alistair, can't quite do it. Finally pops the Unbreakable Will. Pulled out of his battle down. Shaosha not having a fun time on this Rakan at all.
Yeah, anyone's legend. They've put on the afterburners now. It took a little while to break things open and to find the angle. They've done so now, and I think now their front line's unkillable. I think their damage is too far ahead. And Ultra Prime, I don't think they can even really defend their towers that well.
It's going to be pretty challenging. Hope especially. He was on 3 items before he backed. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on at least 3.5, having picked up a quadra kill. And now the gold lead pretty much unmatchable. They're up nearly 8,500 gold, something like that. My maths on command a little limited. I do apologize, folks, but there we go. Towards the Baron they go. 7-0-2 on this Varus. Whoever he hits will die a horrible death. Junhao knocked around the place. Won't necessarily die as yet, but now steps on forwards, looking for at least something here. The Baron been started. Yichang gets onto the back line there. Big chunk on his Shanks, who then just goes across the veil. Golden Eclipse won't get the execute again. Wacko not timing those very well. And that means anyone's legend just fine. Trying to Saber to find a Fate Seal. Doesn't really land onto anyone. Junhao trading out with this Scion, who is in a 1v3 and doesn't care. Shanks unbinds us. Oh, we'll get that withdrawal, but there's still 2 members waiting. Slow for the hail of arrows. And that means Hope just takes out the Yone.
Hope basically just 1v1 to Yone as a Varus. Yeah, you're so fed, but that is how bad it gets. The Yone can't win individual duels. What does Yone do after that? Hope, incredible game from him. I think that a lot of people regained a lot of respect for Hope. You know, he made his first final since 2022, last split, as one of the 2 oldest AD carries in the LPL. It's him and Jackalope. They are the 2 oldest AD carries within the LPL, and I think Hope showed that, you know, age doesn't have to be an impact on your mechanical ability. Hope has been one of our most mechanically proficient and most wise AD carries in terms of his positioning, his macro, his gameplay sense. He is on great form right now. It's been great to see Hope reach that upper echelon of LPL AD carries again.
9-0-2, 100% kill participation, 4.1k ahead. This is the AD carry Varus dream right here. I think if anyone else gets MVP this game, I will be well surprised.
Look, okay, quick shout out to Tarzan. He really set up this game well with his early pathing and a lot of that. But honestly, what he did was set up for Hope. So there's like, I would put 1 vote in there. But yes, it is a solid second to Hope, just raining down hell on Ultra Prime time after time. And anyone's legend, they starve out the vision just like they've done around the other objectives and keep wailing down on that Baron. There is no approach. Ultra Prime don't even get close to contesting.
And, you know, you look at this photo, it feels like Ultra Prime just not being able to find a cohesive engagement without Tarzan disengaging or the HP bars being way too high. That is a level 17 Scion.
Yeah, and he doesn't die. Shaosha doesn't even cancel out that Q. Hope walks back.
Oh, God.
Steps it out. And Hope, just confirmation check, is the oldest AD carry within the LPL. For all of the conversation, particularly around LCK and LPL, like, oh, well, once you hit a certain age, you just don't get certain chances anymore. Hope says, screw that. Honestly, it's such a big thing culturally, I think, for that, as Flandre tries to stop some backs with his ultimate, doesn't quite manage to do so. Anyone's legend pushing in across the board.
Hope now. 4th item complete. Baron on top, of course, means this inhibitor disappears the moment. Shanks all while was claiming that tier 2 and sieging onto the tier 3 top side. Engage happens again. Wacko is dead, doesn't get to flash. Kyle goes in for a headbutt pulverize. At Ultra Prime, there is no bang. It has been whimpers from minute 1, unfortunately for them. Right, much prime to go with this Ultra.
Yep, they've just been dunked on time after time. Anyone's legend never really fell apart in this game in any of their situations. Anyone's legend dominating across the rift.
They will delete Ultra Prime from the server as Shanks does just that. It's not really been about him this game. Finally has a moment to shine here. 10-0-4. Still at 100% KP here on the Varus. A remarkable game. There's an 11th for everything else. Ooh, just about misses the piercing arrow to add a cherry on top. Anyone's legend, 3-1. And you be humble. Can also be quite nasty in things like the Kai'Sa and the Fury, who often rely on their mobility to stay alive, and if you lock them in the cage, they don't get to use that mobility quite so freely.
Yeah, I wonder whether Poppy is really good for Kyle here. He's a very good Poppy support player, and now with the Camille and the Alistair locked in, there's multiple dashes. But no, goes towards the tried and tested #1 pairing with Kai'Sa over her history, the Nautilus. Decent into the Alistair. This is why I was suggesting, well, maybe you do go towards something like a Poppy for Feather instead, just to be very good against that Nautilus. Could have gone for the Braum too, I suppose, to deny any sort of melee support. Hope and Kyle. Good 2v2 for them, despite the bans against them.
And it is, of course, on the other side, Misfortune, no slouch in lane. Should theoretically be able to bully out the Kai'Sa with the range, at least a little bit. Those double-up autos pretty nasty. We saw the other day a double-up or two killing people from like 30% HP because they got that auto crit off the initial kill. It can be pretty nasty stuff.
So we'll get ourselves into, again, for the third best of one of the day, almost halfway through things. As, yeah, Anyone's Legend did drop a surprise game in the first round robin. TT ended up going 1 and 2 because they dropped against Ultra Prime, which a lot of people seem to be a weaker team. Means that this group is a bit in disarray. This, the thing about best of ones, a single game can throw things for a loop, and we're in flux now. We're in limbo, trying to figure out whether we'll have tiebreakers later into the day. Thundertalk, Ultra Prime, RNG, all potentially, well, and Anyone's Legend, I suppose, but then pulling ahead of the group, less likely now. But feels like there's a lot of chance for tiebreaks for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Well, another game here in Suzhou. LNG's home court. They went 0-6 here the other day. Oof. And we have the other games being played in it. Let's hear how the crowd feels today.
A lot of those gyros coming on through. Neferi, I think, what is it, 3-1 currently in the LPL. We've seen one loss. And the others being wins. Actually, it might be 4-1 now I'm thinking about it. Can't quite remember the entirety of the number of games. Been a few at this point, basically, guys, is what we're getting at. That is a very heavy start side focus to AL there. 56% favoured at points in the game. Not seen a statistical analysis like that in a little while, but I can sort of see where it's coming from. In the sense of some great scaling and some good mid-game spikes. The Neferi in particular has been pretty potent right now, so I wonder whether the stats have just been a little bit skewed by the win rates there. Worth keeping an eye on that, because I still think TT come mid-game got some really nasty combos themselves, and I hadn't expected such a statistical discrepancy, at least on paper to my mind.
Yeah. We were asking about the Neferi winner. 5-3. 5-3.
Okay.
So is the score right now. It was Climate that lost 2 games the other day, so it ended up dropping it. And Monkey, of course, lost his 1 game on that as well. But it's still looking very, very strong. I think that Climate and Monkey not on the strongest team, so I think that stat, particularly with the low sample size, worth keeping that in mind. So Tarzan, who's arguably our best jungler in the LPL, it's him or Kanavi. We'll see exactly who kind of gets to hold that crown next time they kind of face up in playouts and stuff like that. Whether he can make use of this champion and the amount of brawling it can bring to the team.
Yes, that is definitely one way of putting it. Flandre had a very good Sion game earlier as well, Hope. Just coming off a very impressive MVP performance on the Varus too.
Hope is, yeah, he's had a real renaissance here in his career. Onyx and Feather, of course, 2 of our younger players in those roles in the LPL. Hope, our oldest AD carry. Again, proving that it doesn't actually matter that age. It's been a conversation for a while, particularly in the LPL. You know, Uzi said, "Well, I didn't get a chance. Like at the end of 2023, he wanted to maybe come back, but they basically practice schedules were too rough for him, and basically people would rather play with a younger AD carry on the whole because of the preconceived notions that AD carry is about those just hands diff. For Hope, really showing that that's not always the case due to age."
Absolutely, but on the other side of it, we've still got 1xN as one of our younger AD carries in the league, who's come up as a bit of a rookie. He's been given a little bit of a license to continue to play. Didn't have the easiest debut, did he? way back when, having to play against all odds and do as well as he could.
Apparently there was a stray Flandre Gyro thrown in from the crowd as well, which Thousand Kite picks up on as well. That was good to hear. I like our Gyro culture here in the LPL.
Always fun. Again, obviously, LCK has fighting. We have Gyros.
Yes. And yeah, the fan culture around the world, that's a fun thing to talk about eventually, because, you know, there's a bit of a fight down here. Knarby getting wall stunned.
Not for that much avail, of course. Feather's coming on over now as well. Everyone's coming on over.
Oh!
From Feather, going to be immune by a wonderful call of the back, and those base run out to dry, surely. Does so. First blood goes the way of Tarzan. However, 1xN gets another. Feather now in danger. Not back, though. Ensures it being a 2-for-2 as it stands. Hope trying to run at 1xN. Does have the barrier. Pops it. They're going to try and get one into Shanks. Flash away. Still gets the auto. Ends up being a 3-for-3 as Setup needs to run away. We'll surely have the seismic shove available on a good flash out. That is a very aggressive early start. But TT do get the Martial Mastery mark because they got the 3 kills first.
Okay, important to note. Flash away. Just leave. Setup could have ended up dying there if the W had hit from Hope. Hope went for the W flash. Would have activated that passive and got the W damage down. Setup lucky to get away with his life.
And we're going to see, of course, the big back there from 1xN with the Bayab Sword. But we're going to start right back at things. Tarzan jumps Phage 1, trying to pounce on him as the Skull Crab has started. And all the while, Setup and Shanks fighting on one side, Kyle and Feather looking on the other. It's a really good W from Tarzan to deny the initial flash play from Feather, but 1xN gets so much value at the back end of the play.
He does, but also he's playing against the Kai'Sa, which has the lethal tempo. I think Tarzan makes a big mistake here. Knows that Setup's coming over, just uses flash. You didn't have to go that close. You have the Kai'Sa who has the lethal tempo up already. Shanks also makes a mistake here because he has no mana. Flashes while the auto attack's already in flight. So mistakes from mid-jungle from anyone's Legend. Hope picking up the pieces very, very close. If that W hits, that's passive and the W damage, that would be a dead Setup.
Doesn't quite happen. And we end up in a game state that's dead even. Slight gold lead to the MF, who's actually gotten a bit of a farm lead. Hope dropped quite a lot of CS to come over and make that fight happen. There's a cull picked up from 1xN now as well. So honestly, in the grand scheme of things, right now, better stats on the board for 1xN.
On the other side, Hope. 400 games in the LPL.
Oh, wow.
Feels like just yesterday that he was picking up that 2022 summer title against top esports while he was on JDG in an AD carry-centric meta, beating out Jaculov in the battle of Zeri versus Civ, 10,000 damage team fights. Hoya losing out in XP, and he's going to get all in by Flandre. Tarzan's coming down.
Backstep required. Does have the flash. Maybe has to pop it. Does just hook shot away, but the Dark and Dagger is well read, and it's a nice pickup from the side of Tarzan. Just burned the TP as well, by the way. So we're going to be a really rough laning stage. Just picked up that Sheen. Had looked to TP back into lane, pick up the wave. Now that CS discrepancy is going to stick is the big thing.
Tarzan is so fed on this Neferia now as well. Of course, that first Adam Eclipse going to be probably finished down with this amount of gold before 10 minutes. Tarzan going to be a big problem. And Hoya on the Camille. This is more what I knew from him from last year and before, and his, I guess, history before the last split. His Camille, yes, against BLG, something that we remember very fondly for, you know, solo killing Bin in Game 5, blah, blah, blah. He would sometimes make these individual, avoidable mistakes which throw him out of the game. He's losing a triple stacked wave here. Setup has to come down to protect him. He's gonna die because Hoya is being separated from his wave.
Good shove back. Will probably give him just enough speed to get out with the phase rush. Over's come Feather as well. Still to play this. Hoya backs away, but that's just leaving Feather out to dry. And now Hoya gets to the wave. Sure, we'll clear that up. But I think there's still threat of being dived here.
He is. The Rummel's going to come in. He has to head under the turret now. The minion's going to come through and tank up the tower. Hoya has 6. Maybe that'll save him.
Yeah, they will turn away from that. They get the Herald down. There's that ward in the middle of the lane there, spawning the reset from Setup. And it's a pretty good sequence of plays there from anyone's Legend. This Neferi is so strong now. And
this Camille is so weak. Hoya drags his team to rescue his wave state, and he almost gets all of them killed. I think Setup very lucky to live. Well, obviously they did lose a kill in the midst of that as well. That's all because Hoya gets completely frozen out of the lane by Flandre, uses the XP advantage on the Scion versus the Camille to get all in. Scion has double the CS of Camille. Double, 70 to 32.
That is 3 switch lanes in a row where Hoya has been late to the play and dropped the wave for it. I mean, obviously we saw that TP play towards the bot really get punished, and that's rough to begin with. But honestly, for me, that's really good macro moves from AL, basically denying Hoya huge amounts of CS because TT have been slow on the punch to switch lanes.
AL, one of the biggest things that they bring to the table is that strategic masterclass. Tabe Tarzan is the duo which I've really been shouting about for split one. When Tabe entered the team, I thought, okay, right, not only do you have Tabe, but you have Tarzan, who's a great pipeline from coach to Rift, because he's such a strategic, big brain player himself. Anyone's Legend, that's one of the reasons they reached finals, because they could do that in lane swaps, that constant resetting, adjusting the map. Now, lane swaps don't allow them to do that anymore, because that's been removed, but if they have ways to get good lane assignment and punish someone like that, AL is the team in the LPL I would trust to pull that off.
The other thing I think that this has done is it saved the Kai'Sa from a really rough state in the lane as Hoya backs away from Flandre ulting on in. Again, takes a big chunk though nonetheless. This poor Camille having a rough time of it. Of course, will eventually scale into the game, but it shouldn't have been this hard. And a lot of that is team play from AL. A lot of that is Hoya not being quite on it when it comes to being in the right places at the right time.
Thank you very much for the cheered bits there, Joker Peanut, by the way.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it a lot. Look, there's harsh competitions, that means even more to us, and thank you for stopping by. And of course, for anyone who's on Onivia, on the restream over there, or on our own channels here on over on my channel on Nymaera as well, means an awful lot to us. So you to stop in and see a little bit of LPL history. Shanks does have flash, should be safe. Oh, maybe he's not.
Not going to burn the ult quite yet. It's getting a big chunk down. Forces the flash now, but he means he's not flushed under the turret, and he's got nowhere to go. He's dead. What was that flash?
He had to flash out of the Skarner ultimate, but he couldn't go under turret. Great positioning of the ult by Beitron. I don't think Shanks respected the Skarner damage with just 2 giant spells enough. You forget that Skarner has HP scalings. And Shanks goes down and blows the summoner. Good moment here from TT to pull ahead in the mid lane matchup.
He not flashed into the Raptor pit?
That's a great question, Sam. That's a great question. The thing is, I think as soon as he flashes, Setup follows with the ult.
True. No, that's fair.
The thing is, I think Shanks needed to flash under turret to live, but he couldn't do so because of the positioning of the ult. Beitron knew he had enough damage with the Skarner passive, those tremors, doing enough damage to threaten afterwards because, you know, Shanks didn't have phase rush after that first bit of the turret. He would be sticking around into the damage over time, but that Skarner has a lot of hidden damage.
Yeah.
Hits you with 3 different abilities or auto attacks, and you start burning down for HP, which is nasty as hell. So, setup 2-0 and 1, 1,000 gold ahead. That might be something TT can play around.
Nice little roar of the Slayer there to get a slow onto Hoya as the adaptive defenses fall off. But over we go. Second set of grubs is up. Hook lands. 1xN going to get depth charge. Tarzan now looking for a potential angle on him here. 1xN walks on forwards. Needs to be a bit aware as the dogs come flying on forwards. Does a decent job of staying alive. Now Tarzan's very deep. Beitron gets a big chunk of the Kyle, and now setup's roamed on down. Tarzan has to flash as Hoya goes looking on in. Lands a tactical sweep into the backline. As Shanks, remember, with no flash in danger. They do still turn it around as Kyle flashing away into the backline goes. Hope he's got no mana. Can he get enough damage done with the passive? Does so. And anyone's legend get all the value in the world. Hope goes too deep, cannot find... Sorry, Hope. Hoya goes too deep, trying to get an angle, can't do so. It's finally a decent unraveled earth to stop Tarzan, but oh dear. TT look for the fight and fumble it.
Flandre is tanky enough to get under turret. Setup will also be added to the kill count of the disaster. Disastrous dive from TT. The start of the play was fine, but jumping forward with the 2,000 gold down Camille and the Alistair with no follow-up in range leads them to their deaths. TT fumble the fight from a good start.
Beitron's still over here, and they've actually got resets. They're going to potentially get the grubs here regardless, which is kind of crazy. So, can look to get those out. Takes that one, and now Tarzan not really in position to play there. So, yes, it's still a brutal cost, but they do get the grubs.
Oh, they do. Okay, that's quite good. They get that because they stick around for the kill on top side. Kyle goes in early, 1xM. Force folks down by the ultimate. You'll notice that 1xM doesn't actually get a bullet time out in this fight because he's too afraid of people diving forwards. Now, Tarzan forced to dive, forced to retreat from the dive because he's a little bit afraid of Alistair doing unspeakable things, and Setup comes into play. This is the point where it goes wrong. Hoya, you are not strong enough to make this play. Feather, you are not strong enough to make this play. 1xM can't get himself an ultimate in there either.
Great, Kyle.
Just Setup and 1xM have to overextend so far following this really bad engage, the dive. And now we've got Setup under turrets.
Gets away, doesn't get autoed off the wall. You wonder whether that might be a threat, and a good escape there. And also for that last play as well. Kyle hooks 1xn to put him doing any damage as Feather goes forward onto Shanks and Hope. Could have been really nice to turn around. It just doesn't get a chance to do anything there. So, you know, also, for all it was an overextension, credit to Kyle for actually playing some really heads-up defense there as well.
Absolutely. Hope 5-0. God, Hope has been so
Very
good
strong.
today. Only seen 2 games of him. First game, he was 100% kill participation and got an MVP for that one. This time, 5-0-1. Flandre, Leonard, sorry, could be dead. Doesn't have flash and ult, though.
Be relatively strong. The CC chain is good. He flashes, but then he gets interrupted before he can get a Q off. So we'll just die here, I think. Does so. I'll try and make sure this zombie can't clear the whole wave super freely. A setup. Wait. Oh my days, that got close.
So I got baited a little bit by the cooldown indicators. He didn't have ultimate, and that's why he couldn't make it out of that. But still, clears out the wave. And now, even though TT have 6 grubs, the wave is gone because of Scion passive. And the first tower likely going over towards anyone's legend. What's happening on the top side has 2 plays. First turret will be going over to anyone's legend in either mid or bot lane. Pushing in 2 lanes while TT can only push in the 1. AL get the kill, they get some more plates. But AL, with more damage on more turrets, I think went out on the strategy on the map.
They do, but they finally get the shutdown on the Scion, which is nice, and Scion just TPs all the way back topside, and the reset comes on through for 1xn. Take what you can get at this point.
Shout out to Mabinogi in chat who brings up a good point. The Swifties on Flandre really helpful for him to roam around the map and to get good value of map presence. You combine that with his ultimate and the fact that he's tanky enough now for it to just take a lot of resources to kill him. He can just walk to lanes very, very quickly with the Swifties, clear out the wave. Yes, he might, you know, he's only died the once there, but he can just die for a wave to balance out the map if he wants to. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 if he needs to.
Hope eating a bit of an ugly chunk there. Again, despite getting the kills, is still 100 gold behind this Misfortune. Setup's been jumped on, doesn't have the flash, and just dies. Great Realm Warp gank from Shanks.
And that is the strongest player on TT. Set behind. He was 1,000 gold ahead, now slightly behind towards Shanks, who, of course, gets some value out of that. Kill goes over to Flandre, that Scion, who's getting much harder to deal with. I felt like round 1 was the Gwengal from Flandre, just kind of picking that all times, and Champion's super broken. The Scion, I wouldn't say it's first pick ban priority, but Flandre making it look very, very effective, as is one trick for the second round robin.
TP's now towards the bot side. Flandre, no flash, no ult, no teleport. Might well suffer here. We're going to try and dive him again. He's worthy of taking down here. Can they just blow him up and then take the turret? I think they can. They've got enough damage. Nicely done from TT. But again, Flandre will clear out the wave in shorter because zombie is zombies do. And it's going to be mid lane in danger. Setup in danger as the death charge comes on through. Hope ults on forwards with the killer instinct. Setup gets a Seraph shield, but just can't run away.
Once again, Flandre is happy to die. It is a bout. It is a good death. He takes 4 people down. 4 people to kill him. Yes, he does die, but he clears out the wave. Takes a long time for Hoya to return towards that turret. And while that's happening, AL are pushing elsewhere on the map. TT are playing on 1 lane at a time. Anyone's Legend are playing across all of them. Wave clearing with the Scion, pushing with the other 2 lanes. And they are happy to get more value out of the entire map, not just one part of it.
They do. Herald charges forwards, gets a bit of damage down. Not really, what am I talking about? Herald's just started up and taken very swiftly by the doesn't do any damage. It's just a stock phrase I threw out there for no necessary reason. Here we are. Good wards him from anyone's legend. They've got control walls all over the place right now. Feather will spot one of them and take it out. 2 minutes until the next dragon. Worth noting as well, because they picked up that objective marker as well, they now have the feats of strength. TT not able to claim those ones. Misfortune at least had 2 items, cashed in the cull as well, so still matching Hope mostly in the gold and the items, so that's decent news.
Yeah, but also, my problem is you're going to need 4 items to kill the Scion. MF is not always bad against tanks. You just need to get your ultimate channeled on them for like almost the full duration. You don't have a Leandries onto Talia, and this Camille is not going to be helping you in terms of damage. So Flandre is Flandre is the strongest person on the map because TT do not have good answers into it. Harold's going to go bot side, and that'll be another push in from AL.
Second dive just complete for Tarzan as well. This Neferi is very, very scary. And now, but TT want to think about coming to fight this. H1 and Feather going on forward onto Kyle. He gets bounced around before he gets an aftershock up. So I think that's just a dead Nautilus. Nice combo. Into the backline goes Flandre onto 1xn, who Barry is. But now Flandre's pretty deep here. Needs to be a bit wary, but the Swifties...
He is Scion.
Yeah. They're going to headbutt Pulve, get some damage back. Now in they go into the backside, and goodbye Feather. Can just go back over the wall. Good start on the wall though from to Flandre. H1 gets onto the backside. They go forward to the Hound's pursuit. Flandre dies. Big pull into the bullet time. Tarzan just about alive. Gets the jump over the wall. Baitron trying to get the kills. Hoya now coming on over as well. The Eclipse shields! Unreal! And the call of the pack keeps him healed up.
So, TT do get a kill onto the Siren, but it takes so goddamn long again. And anyone's legend, making sure that TT can't use their 6 grubs they gain, making sure that they can't really get anything on the map. AL are pushing in towards like almost their base gates. At this timestamp in the game, anyone's legend are firmly in control of things here. 5,000, well, a little less than that, but you know, a significant gold lead coming through. And it starts off, you know, with anyone's legend just finding random hooks, random CC, and yes, damage it comes down onto Kyle. You do get the kill there, so it was the 2 kills, but look how disruptive Flandre is. He can literally hold the backline and say, I'm going to hold you back 1 versus 4. I'm tanky enough to do that. We were saying before, the Misfortune probably does need 3, 4 items to deal with that Siren, and they're just not there yet.
It looked like a potentially really good moment here as Baitron gets a help, really good combo as Hoya goes on in.
Very funny that he's midway through the wall there, but that's just very funny. I am Sion, and I am in your walls.
Yeah, Tarzan just about surviving the back end. On 10% HP and Baitron on 2/3 and still died. That's a very dead-looking Hoya who does not have anything to say about that. The Hound's Pursuit comes on through, and this poor Camille suffered from the resets on lane, suffered from a bad TP, is now just not a factor in this game.
Yeah, I think sadly this is something that we've come to know, fear a little bit. I think that Hoya had a good split 1. But if you look back at his years of play before this, there definitely were times where individual mistakes would lead to him completely becoming a black hole of pressure. And sadly, that's been the case here. Flandre massively outvalued him in terms of wave control. There's a flash over from Kyle to
And a Realm Warp.
And a Realm Warp to just punish him even more. No way out of that one.
And in fairness, I don't know what you do there. It's basically aside from not be this far behind, basically. Because at this point, when you are getting a Hex flashing Nautilus coming on over, a Realm Warp from Shanks, a Teleport coming on in. It's not really all that you get to roll with at that point. Okay, not the Teleport, it was just the Hound's Pursuit.
Hang on, that's not 1,000 games from Tarzan, I don't think. That might be 1,000 kills for Tarzan in the LPL.
Oh, wow.
Now, as a jungler, sometimes they can be a little bit hard to get hold of, but you're playing something like a Neferi.
Oh my god.
They'll start to rack up. Ruinous Atakan has spawn, is available, would buff up the Dragons JL have. Of course, they don't have grubs to buff up, but they'd be happy to get that extra stats, and of course the feathers, not the feathers, the petals that come with them, the extra XP and the damage.
Soul point also secured by anyone's legend. 3.5 minutes till they get that. Pretty difficult stuff. Still no second items completed for the majority of the team.
I have a mini game I want to play, Sam. We should play this at some point. We should do Sion Says instead of Simon Says.
Cowards! That's what he tends to say.
Simon says, cowards, let's fight!
Feather in danger, throws down the Unbreakable Will, but the teleports come flying on through, and Feather is a dead man. Tarzan goes rolling over the wall with the Eviscerate. Now they're going to try and run away, but it's interrupting setup. Oh dear. Hoya's TP'd in. Why? Why are you here? Setup will die as the Decimating Smash comes on through. 1xN hangs over the wall, trying to find a decent bullet time angle should there be a hook or a impale from Baitron, and instead Hoya now sort of has to run away and maybe Hexcape back, but look where everyone else is in the jungle. This is awful.
Yeah, that's going to be Hoya caught out completely. What does he do? He can maybe look for a recall. Not spotted there, but he's already used his teleport, as he said. And once again, Hoya leaves the side of the map, drops waves to look for a play. He's done that so much over the time this game that he's lost so much value. 2.5k down individually. Atakan going to be started up and finished by anyone's legend with no contest available from TT after losing that fight previously. That will give them all that petal meta really spawning out here. Anyone's legend firmly in control once again.
Hello, Mufadwa. Good to see you too. Welcome to the chat. As you're witnessing, anyone's legend make Thunder Talk look a little silly here currently. There's not really all that much they can do anymore. Who kills the Neferi? No one. You've got the Misfortune who's trying maybe a mega bullet time at 3 items. That feels like it.
And the thing is that bullet time is not actually easy to pin onto the champions for JHL, because Flandre can just walk at any angle and ult him. You've got Tarzan who can jump beyond that bullet time as well, play on a different angle. You have Realm Warp which can help out too, and Hope can ult. So there's no way you can really pin people and funnel them in to the bullet time. It's one of the reasons why I was not as fond of the MF picked early. It was picked on 3 and they banned out 80 carries for lane dominance. Well, the lane dominance didn't really work. Hope and Kyle really just exploding into the game. Why didn't they have a think about counter-picking bot lane on 4-5? That was a big question for me. They could have given the Jace over to Hoya as well. Camille, it's obviously not worked out for them. TT maybe have to go back to the draft leaderboard, the drawing board rather, because this one clearly hasn't worked for them.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not even sure how much of it is about the draft and how much of it is about things like, well, shit, those double lane swaps really screwed us over. Hope's actually now potentially endangered. So many shoots. Oh, that's a great combo. That's exactly what they need. Bot lane is down. Massive damage onto one extent, though, as Shanks tries to run away. They did get what they needed to there. 35 seconds on the Hextech. As in comes Flandre, ulting on in. And they're going to try and interrupt him on the Decimation Smash and does so. Tarzan needs to be a bit wary, pretty low here. Gets driven into a wall. We asked for the bullet time of the gods. That'll do it.
And the Skarner, really the key part of that. Tarzan trying to get some damage back, but the bot lane of Anyone's Legend caught out in AL, caught napping. That should never happen to them in that situation from that gold lead. TT strike back, and it could not have happened at a better moment. They will do that to stop the Hextech Soul going over to Anyone's Legend. I hadn't even talked about that because I didn't think it was going to be fought over.
I mentioned it, but yeah.
But I didn't mention it myself because I thought it wasn't going to be fought over. I thought it was just going to be a blowout game. TT, big fight, deny themselves. Deny that objective and get 2 objective bounties on top of the shutdowns.
And suddenly this misfortune right back in. It's 1,600 gold, 7-2 and 2. It's a big lead suddenly. What can you convert that into? Get steel caps and a pickaxe. Okay. Setup still in danger here as the turnaround could potentially come on through. Teleporting out just about in time.
Yeah, Kyle hooks the wall down. I think it would have reached there in time anyway. Setup good timing on it. A lot of bounties going over, as you're saying, both in kill and objectives. TT clawing back some gold, and at this time, still significant gold lead to Anyone's Legend. They're still in control of the map, but you see how quickly, after a 1 fight, the 6 grubs allow them to capitalize. What happened here? Hoya flew in, gets right onto Hope. No way they can play around that. Talia comes in, Skarner ult drags him into the bullet time. Really well played, Hoya, considering how poor a game he's had.
Nice
crucial moment there. We'll give him the praise for that one.
Suddenly has a Sterax done, so this Camille not quite as poppable as she might once have been. Level 14, so actually higher level than Setup suddenly. So there is that. You are starting to get there, and the scaling is still solid here. The issue is, of course, you've got to do that 2, 3 more times without the response coming on through. That was without Tarzan, without Flandre.
Tarzan on the flank, jumping in. Might get CC, dodges out on the Q.
Throw the dogs on forwards, hook now onto Feather. Flandre on the other side, gets from the backside, Setup, flashes out the decimated flash, but that does leave Feather out to try the bullet time. Not really fantastic. Zones out Anyone's Legend for a second or two, but it's not going to get any kills. And now Tarzan can look to get onto the back of Setup. They do actually get a pretty good combo there, but wait! Just about survive for a second or two more with the call of the pack, but they won't get anything more. 2 kills back are solid, but Hope flashing away, still going to get pulled out by the turret shots. Golden goes Setup, sorry, Shanks. Setup trying to clear out the wave, and they do so.
3 for 3, all things said and done. Not the best bullet time this time, so the damage was a little lacking. Luckily, Skarner is there to help. Wonderful team fight from Baytran, drags multiple people into the right place, and even drags Tarzan under turret to help them get more damage onto that dog. Anyone's Legend, not really sure how these team fights are going so poorly for them when they're the ones who are choosing them. Tarzan jumps onto the front line first. That's maybe not the best option. Maybe it is a problem with Anyone's Legend. We saw this against RNG, where they dive onto the front line, not the back line. They're not actually hitting the carries that well. 1xN Setup, no, not the best ult from 1xN, but still getting good value down here. It feels like Anyone's Legend a little bit disjointed in terms of how they're actually approaching the backline dive.
I'll just say, Baytran getting to pick off Tarzan so he doesn't get that reset. It's a big, big deal in terms of denying the threat. And then, unfortunately, I think it's just disrespect of the turret shots. Hope going 1 for 1 there is not what you need. Burns his flash too.
Yeah, maybe thought he could get some lifesteal or just avoid the last bit of damage. Not to be the case. And Hope, huge lead he did have. That was 2,000 gold down because 1xN got so many of those shutdowns earlier. This MF about to hit towards Infinity Edge. If he gets that before the next big fight, maybe that could be the bullet time that they need.
I mean, the crazy thing is, you say the first you got ahead this game was 200 gold. That was it, because of, Cull and everything else coming on in was pretty valuable. And once those kills came on down, it suddenly switched to being really significant. Baytran's going to get knocked up. Setup is going to be turned around. 1xN in a 1v1 with Flandre. Not enjoying, but the turnaround comes on through as Hoya is there. They get the kill. Interesting on the Kyle. Baytran does die, though. Now the resets come on through as the locket is too late and split away from Hoya. is the rest of the team. Nice call of the pack, and they will end up getting a 2-for-1 pick-off, including the jungle. That should be Baron.
There was, again, not really the best bullet time. Got to call it out from 1xN. This happened in Split 1 playoffs too. They are single-person bullet times onto tanky frontliners of anyone's legend. It's not really doing the damage that TT need to clear through the fight. Now, you don't have a smite. You don't really have a way to contest this. You might have to, though. Don't really think you can give over a Baron and live.
Throw down the make it. Rainbow Leafy Shanks gets a bit of a speed up. They go on in. Headbutt down. They're going to try and play this regardless. Damage comes back on down to 1xN with the Rune Press going on through. Flash for the Abyss. Rainbow Tonight. Unraveled Earth does not save the life of Misfortune, as Shanks gets to overload and spell flux through the whole of the team.
Insane damage from Shanks. Great damage around most of these last team fights from the Rise if you can actually start to hit them. And you can see that anyone's legend very, very happy now to walk in. Baytron has flown into the jungle and might be feeling a bit bad about that one. Right through the wall. Luckily he's safe on that, but anyone's legend trying to take down as many turrets as possible.
24 seconds on the spawn of 1xN. Bat Dragon spawns just after that, but I think the game might be over before all of that to boot. They're going to have an inhibitor come on down. They're going to keep on playing for 13 seconds. Get a hook now onto Baytron, who flashes away, but the Hound's Pursuit is just ridiculous at this point, isn't it? So much damage. Tarzan just about surviving. Hoya does too. Now actually doesn't get the headbutted into the turret. Can try and trade this one out. Call the pack. Keeps Tarzan alive. Turning it around. Death charge onto 1xN. Flashes back onto the fountain. Does not stay alive. Hoya gets onto Hope though. Blondre's just autoing the Nexus though. Shanks dies. Blondre doesn't care. He's just going to work. They need to stop Flondre from killing the Nexus because he's still got a zombie to work with.
Go, Sion, go! Go, Sion!
He's going to keep going on all the time. They're trying to knock him away. The CC's there. They're walling him away. They're walling him away. That is ridiculous. He's still got a zombie. The Nexus just about... He can't die. Where is his healing coming from? Unending Despair is a silly item.
He has lots of show. He's going further! No. Hitting the Nexus, so many headbutts!
Stop it! No! No! He needs to die! What? He's still got a zombie! He can end the game! Keep him away from the Nexus, time to talk gaming! You've got to not let this zombie do his work. He finally falls!
Flondre can't end the game! Not with the passive, not with the insane healing! Flondre 1v4s at the Nexus, but can't quite end it.
The thing is, there's Hex Soul up, and TT can't go and contest this. It's just going to be Hex Soul now.
TT spends so much time on the Nexus that they can't defend this, so it will be a death by 1,000 cuts. Anyone's legend, yeah. I guess they could just run Sion. Wait, folks. Sion could actually just ult the Nexus and hit it a couple of times now. He is unstoppable while that happens. There is every chance that Flondre could just run straight at the Nexus and do a bounce.
So, this game is still going on, strictly. They're waiting on these turret respawns. Not going to be absolutely ages, actually. It'll be keeping on a minute on both, basically, to respawn, and that will be a key break point here. I want to know how much damage Flondre tanked up this game. He's 100 CS up on a Camille. He's Flame Horizon Camille.
Here he goes. Here's the ult.
Here he goes. Roll up. 1xN Danger gets knocked up by the depth towards Dredge line. Taken out. Game is over. As the ults fly through, anyone's legend end it in exciting style. Oh my days. I mean, what do you say to a game like that?
A win's a win, is what you say. Not clean. That was a Nexus take of all time. But anyone's legend will see themselves now to 4-1 and seal themselves into, I believe, Group Ascend. They cannot drop below the top 2 now.
That is a hell of a moment there. Thundertalk Gaming, credit to them for fighting some fights in the mid-game that I thought were going to be beyond them. But that was all it was in the end. Some unfortunate lane assignment issues. Hoya in particular ended up falling so far behind the curve of the game. And despite some fumbled team fights, I think anyone's legend will be relatively pleased with that game on the whole.
Not really sure what to say to a game like that all the time, you know. As you were saying earlier, well, that's one way to react to it. Win is a win. Anyone's legend will be through into Group Ascend. I would not say that was particularly clean. We've had some worries about anyone's legend and their cleanliness of team fights as well. The fact that they did end up getting shut down by that big combo into the bot lane just before that end of the game was a bit of a problem. But hey, you might be wondering who we are. If you've not stuck around for a little while, we're happy to introduce ourselves. My name is Nymaera, this is Initialise.
Hello.
We are brothers and we are professional casters. You might have seen us on LPL, LEC, NLC, and a bunch of other regions in and around the place. So if you recognize our voices as being particularly British,
that's why, yeah.
We've been casting together for a number of years now, and with the LPL not having a central English broadcast anymore, no one's getting paid to broadcast this region like it has been for the many years of its existence before this point. We're trying to rebuild a bit of the LPL community and keep up LPL coverage, to archive teams like this, moments like that, and give yourselves an LPL broadcast experience, which you might have seen more on the LPL English. There are other broadcasts doing the similar thing as well, and we wish the best of luck to them. But we thought we'd do it because we enjoy doing this, and games like that, well, I wouldn't want to miss them because, hell, they're just funny as hell. That's going to be half of our games done today. We have 6 best of ones. We've done 3 of them. And,
it's going to be more like that. I'm not sure I'm going to survive.
Yeah, that's one way to win a game of League of Legends.
So, with that in mind, guys, if you can throw a follow, a like, a subscribe, all those things, it makes a huge deal. Because again, it's basically starving artists times here in esports, and sometimes if you do get that ability to just like throw a like out there, makes a massive deal on the YouTube. Subscribe, chat, make sure you're saying something in chat, help with the algorithms, all those kinds of things. So any clippers in chat, exactly EDG Wink. Those clips make a massive difference. If you can share them too, you see cool things, post them on Reddit, post them on Twitter. Those matter as well, just in terms of getting some joy and some community building out here for the LPL. Quite limited. And again, we've had a lot of support here again for all the subs and stuff on Twitch as well. Much love to that. And again, I'm also in the title. I also stream. I think I might actually even be streaming out after this. I want to like TT so bad. I do love this team, against my better judgment. Oh, there's the damage. Yeah. That's quite something, isn't it? Actually, the damage numbers end up being relatively even. It's just the fact Flaunt rated so much. When your Sion is out damaging your Camille by 5k, that's a hell of a moment. Also, that one. Baby No casting here. Yeah, I do look quite similar. It's true. I missed out on the Baby No money cosplay competition because I wanted to grow my beard out because I just shaved it as I saw the competition came in, so I didn't get a chance. But I didn't know who the guy was until I got a lot of friends going, yo, you know you look like this guy called Baby Nos. I was like, who the fuck is Baby Nos? And I looked him up, he's like, oh, it's Baby No Money, that's how you pronounce that. And I was like, oh, actually, yeah, I do look very similar. It's because I've got these clear glasses on as well. I used to wear black frames, but clear glasses look a bit more like. But yeah, additional note, I think Kai'Sa as well would be probably the more standard option here to join in the dive.
And Jadchi was really good on that the other day.
Yeah,
very
was
good.
it 12 kills or something deep on that champion. Certainly had a very good showing. So I think that's probably the more realistic option. Just wanted to shout out, there were a few other bits in his wheelhouse that could have been a consideration.
Yeah, they could have gone towards heavier laning combos with the Draven again, being very good against this kind of duo of the Zyra Khan. But Jadchi, yeah, they beat anyone's legend largely through Jadchi on that Kai'Sa doing the gods, doing the Lord's work in that game. Yeah, as you were saying, so 12 kills on that Kai'Sa in that game. So, very different draft. No Skarner, no Jace. A lot of our 100% pick ban or nearabouts champions passed through on this one. RNG, lock in and engage support for Naket, Jadchi's best champion, one of Tongyue's best champions, and a top side with filled with power. But Ultra Prime still get Gwen, they still get Vi, they get a Xayah in a good position for them in the draft. This is going to be explosive. As soon as your ultimates are online, expect fireworks to soon follow after. And Ultra Prime, in a game which would see them into top 3, find themselves in a pressure scenario. Ultra Prime typically do not thrive in pressure scenarios. Let's see if the new roster and a new split for them can change that.
Would RNG drop this game? I think they're all but guaranteed to be last place. Be pretty scary. Ultra Prime win this, and puts a bit more pressure onto TT. We'll be guaranteeing at least 3rd. Lots and lots on the line here. Another game though today where Skarner unpicked, unbanned. How unusual is that in the LPL?
Into our second half of games today. It's a tight one, this group, because no one went undefeated. 2-1s and 1-2s to start the day. Ultra Prime did find themselves, unexpectedly to many, to myself included, at that 2-1, despite their roster being one of the weaker ones on paper. RNG and Ultra Prime now fighting very closely against each other to see how close this group really goes.
Well, there's our skin selections for the day. You don't get to see that in most of the other leagues anymore. It used to be a thing as you get this little loading screen, but to the riff we go. The drum beat ends. The crowds yell just a touch. Shout out to you, man, close to the microphone in my left ear. Nice to see Niket getting his own little poster there on the Rel as well, of course, which he is playing. So they all know that he is a big Rel player.
Yeah, his engaged champions have been really, really slick, and I think big criticism I had earlier in the day was get Niket on engage. One of the big things we were talking about was Milky Way looked very mortal being the sole engage. Big conversation to be had about. If you are facing one engaged tool, all you have to do is have eyes on that one person. If it was Milky Way on Vi. If it's suddenly now with Sejuani and you have the Yone and you have the Rel, Ultra Prime have to have the head on a swivel. You need to be very, very wary if you are Junha caught out of position. Wako without ultimate or even with it. You need to be very, very careful. RNG have plenty of tools to start fights.
To have a lot of those tools. Of course, Ultra Prime, not without their own skirmishes tools, lots of kind of outplay ability here on things like the Gwen, the Akali. You can definitely look to style on people if you get the choice, but it does mean I fear that if one side gets ahead, they may well likely stay ahead. The Gwen scaling can be a little tricky to match, of course, and I do think, obviously, things like Desire into a lot of dive has a lot of value innately. Of course, a bit of a Season 8 bot lane matchup. I remember seeing a lot of this down in the bot lanes. Season 9 as well, a lot of Xayah Kai'Sa. Pretty much since they've been released, honestly. They've been very rarely out of meta for long.
It really depends on how lane-dominant champions are. Because if you have, like, Caitlyn, Varus, and we saw this with the Aphelios Jinx as well, you get outranged and you can't really lane. That was when we saw it fall out for, like, 2022. Particularly,
yeah.
that's when they really fell off because they just couldn't lane. With lane swaps coming back, of course, we saw both of them because they didn't have to worry about that laning. And I was a little worried that we wouldn't see them now standard lanes are back. But once you go later into draft, with so many champions taken out, they find angles yet again, especially when they're so functional into heavy dive top sides the way that we're seeing them in the LPL. So top lane, let's focus on that. EGN, Ultra Prime's top laner, going for the exhaust on the Gwen instead of going towards something like the Ghost. We've seen some different tech coming out from the Gwen, but this guy is a duelist specialist. Going towards that exhaust can be very important. Of course, Xiaoxu on the other side, typical from what we've seen in the Rumble, going towards the Ignite, and we see an early invade.
Milky Way's going to pull off his red buff, head towards his Krugs instead. Junha will see this happening. Yijang taking an opportunity to step forward as well. There's a ward over in the Krugs. And so they know this is happening. Milky Way wants to try and fight for this with the smite. Throws down an additional ward of his own. Xiaoxu coming on down has got the Ignite, but might well get jumped on here. The exhaust on forward. Flash away from the Vault Breaker. Turnaround now with the Ignite itself. Milky Way flash after the Q. Junha has to flash out and trade. What about the turnaround as the Ignite is in? Damage back with the Permafrost. Big damage onto Milky Way though. Vault Breaker just shy. Pushed back. So Ijang doesn't quite fall. Trying to get the last order. The snip does not connect onto Xiaoxu, but the Electro Harpoons are there. Gets a Scrap Shield. Trying to trade this one back as they do get the Denting Blows. It ends up being a 2-for-1. One each for the Gwen and the Vi.
EGen outplays in the top side. RNG thought they could play around the Sejuani early damage, but Milky Way only gets one passive, not the two, onto the Vi and the Gwen. So close with that W to get the 4 stacks onto both of them. That could have been the difference. An Ultra Prime pull ahead in the top side of the map. Even though Junhao's initial invade doesn't work out that well. He doesn't get the camps which he came for. Does get the kill participation, and he'll leave happy knowing that his Gwen is ahead.
That ward in the bush is going to stop up what would have been a really cool lane gank from Milky Way. You see that there. He is spotted. Ejang backs away immediately. I don't know. The Junhao still got a whole quadrant to clear. Is not roaming after this yet, but they know what's going on. Jachi now in danger. Of course, they know that the jungler's not around. Barrier comes on down, survives, but the dive comes on through. Niket now coming back to lane. Lady carries in a spot of danger down there.
So, with that all out of the way, what next? Of course, Grub's going to come up at some point. We go back to the replay of what actually happened here. Junhao came for camp steals, left with kills. Xiaoshu flashed out of that initial Q, and Milky Way thought, okay, now's the time to go towards that passive. This W coming up, this one here, very nearly gets the passive onto both of them, but can't get it on both of them, which means that Junhao gets to walk away not getting Sejuani passive, which is a lot of damage down. Then he realizes, actually, you know, I've got Conqueror stacked. I have another Scrap Shield coming up, or rather, the Blast Shield from Vice. Scrap Shield belongs to Rumble. Dies, but at least body blocks long enough for Ejang to get the extra damage down.
And the knockback on the Vault Breaker kept Ejang just out of range of the last tick or so of the Flame Spitter. Milky Way still here, looking to play around this top side and really put the pressure on, especially because remember, Xiaoshu, no teleport, has gone for the Ignite, is going to need some help, I think, making sure these waves are in good spots.
Well, right there you can see that it is kind of frozen out. And Etienne does a really good job of just mastering that early advantage and freezing out that wave. When you have that Ignite, you don't get to fix that wave nearly as easily, just as you're saying. And this young prodigy coming over from Frank Esports in the last year, known Riven one trick, doing very well, taking advantage and hopefully running with it.
It's a good start to the game for him. Pretty good spot for about 1,000 gold are Ultra Prime right now. Seems a little tricky here, especially his bot side. We can see the reset from Jachi means he's going to be dropping a bit here as well. Chiwako and Xiaoshu up about 10 CS here. Of course, may well be evened up a little after the reset to come on through, but I think a fair amount of that wave was lost. And Jachi, remember, we saw him get chunked out earlier under the turret in the 1v2.
And you can see that the waves are even in bot side right now, so there's no extra crashed wave coming in. This is straight laning advantage. Chiwako, of course, coming over from PCS as well from last year, before the formation of the LCP League. So Wako and Wako, Junhao, Ejin all doing really well, kind of slotting in as best they can. I think Ultra Prime in this group they've done well. This isn't a strong pipe rate roster on paper. I think a lot of people were looking at this team saying, well, okay, it's quite budget, maybe it's a development roster, but in this group at least, they managed to pull off a little more than I expected.
Question from somehow Bo and Jetful, was that Demolish Room on Xiaoshu? We have seen a little bit on that of that on Rakan's actually, especially if they feel like they can use lane to try and get an extra order or two down for play for some of those plates.
Yeah, because, I mean, you don't really get to use... You want Guardian. You don't get to use Shield Bash that much besides when your passive comes up, unless you're building Locket, and that one's a bit more situational anyway.
Passive, actually. I don't remember that one.
Gives you the shield, which regens over time. It's the, the Cloak of blah, blah, blah.
Yes,
whatever
yes, I remember that.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, of course, Font of Life, which is okay, but of course you need to hit the W for that, and that's only when you're all-inning, really. Normally you get that on champions, which consistently apply slows. So if you're already winning lane anyway, and Rakan is very, very dominant at it, you may as well go towards the Aftershock instead, which allows you to push and use that winning lane state and get something out of it. Typically, it's a bit of a hangover from the lane swap meta, which, of course, was very, very powerful to use that when you're on the 2v0 lanes.
So, we're now in a position where Ultra Prime, from taking that early advantage, have turned into a fairly good state in terms of the early objectives. Junhao now on the invade again. And honestly, part of the problem for Milky Way is he's just got no prio. His lanes are all shoved in every lane, especially after Xiaoshu ended up burning up quite a lot topside. It means that Junhao's getting to invade onto this Sejuani a lot early on. There's not really a lot that Milky Way can do about it aside from back away.
It's worth noting about Junhao here, because obviously he brought over the early skirmish too. Junhao, bad split one.
Yes.
A lot of people were criticizing him on an individual level from Ultra Prime, saying, okay, well, this guy's throwing games, he's not playing well, what do you do about this? He's had a good first round robin. His Neferi was good, his Vi had 7 kills in one of the games that they had as well. And, you know, there are definitely criticisms there. It's good to see him have a better level of form. You know, I'm never a fan of seeing players performing badly and then staying bad. I like to see that improvement. It's nice to track that and to see the work these players are obviously putting in, and Junhao, I think, deserves to be credited for that.
And there you go. That is a pretty sad set of gold. Ultra Prime, all 4 resource-earning players ahead of their counterparts. And then there's a set of 4 for RNG, and then it's just the supports battling it out for 9th and 10th spot on the gold graph, but that's quite telling, really.
RNG, if they lose this reminder, I think they're locked in 4th place.
They are,
because they have a 0-2. They would have a 0-2 head-to-head versus Ultra Prime and versus Thunderfork. So they wouldn't be able to, even with a win in their last game of the day, be able to draw even in terms of game score and also in terms of head-to-head team.
Imagine if RNG get 2 wins against anyone's legend and still go down into the Nirvana
That
group.
would be peak LPL.
Because they just don't have the head-to-heads against everyone else.
We don't get to see this anymore. Not really, because of the introduction of the Ascend Nirvana and stuff like that. When we had, you know, the 9-week regular season double best of 3 round robin, at the last week, you could almost guarantee a team that is mathematically locked out of playoffs would beat one of our top 2 teams. Almost always happened. We had BLG lose to LNG in really weird fashion at points. We had Ultra Prime beat Weibo a couple of times in the groups, I suppose, as well. That was a little bit different because that was in the new groups format and stuff. But it is a bit of an LPL classic where top teams they slip up in one series, particularly when the slog starts to get real.
I think Milky Way has lost more buffs than he's taken now, and that's also because of the reset left. Xiaoshu out to drive 4 members around. This going to need to be a good equalizer. Clears out the way, but he has nowhere to go.
There is no escape from that. Vile pins him down, doesn't get the flash. Would not have mattered if he flashed before and couldn't afterwards. RNG falling apart on the top side of the map, and the bot side isn't looking that great either. Where does RNG look towards inspiration now? Where do they look towards a carry of some kind? Because it's not coming easily. Xiaoshu so far behind this Rumble, which has been so high priority. Not going to be your carry right now. 1,000 gold down at the jungle. Mid lane's even, but I don't think Yone can 1v9 this game. Not into the Gwen W, not into the... Hang on.
Gone for the 1v1, gonna try and ult the other side to get beyond the feathers. There's the barrier for barrier. The ult comes up from Wacko, needs to think about looking for the flash! Flash for flash! And Wacko wins it!
Wacko flashes with the mind games. Incredible 1v1. The Kaiser Zaya alive and well here in the LPL. Outplaying like it's 2018.
I'm just going to point this out. Wacko is up individually. 20 CS. Has just picked up his 4th plate bot and then breaks the ankle as Jack says, well, enough of this. I've got to try and break the pressure somehow, and goes for the all-in.
Dude.
It's gorgeous.
These new players coming in from the PCS, the APAC region, doing so goddamn well in this split. Struggle to find their feet in split 1. Wacko using the barrier, holding on to the E, knowing actually I can do better than this. Flash in, and gets it with the last 2. Doesn't get the majority of feathers, but gets just enough to make him cut.
The range on those last 2 feathers, because actually, Jachi did the right flash. He flashed the Featherstorm feathers, but just not the ones coming from the turret. That's mental.
But it's really well played from Wacko realizing, look, I have feathers either side of you. All I need to do is flash close to you. If I get melee either side of you, it'll kill with the feathers. And it ends up working out. Wacko, really well played there.
And now Ultra Prime claim first turret. It's in the bot side. They've got 4 kills to 1. They've got 2 to early dragons. RNG at least got some grubs, but they are down 4,000 gold pre-turret plates falling. It can go worse yet. There's more gold on the map to claim.
Goes from worst to worst for RNG, doesn't it? At least he's 3 grubs. You haven't given 6 grubs over. Egen might get a bit Sejuani. He finds out Xiaoshu. Has he got a W? Doesn't use it.
Okay, that's looking pretty good for a second, but the season design comes on through, but a little late. That's actually leaving. Jun now out in a pretty tricky position as the teleports come flying on through, but Saber's here. So is Wacko. It's suddenly a 4v4 in this top side. Tanguin taken low. It ends up just being the kill onto Ejang, not too much more.
damage on her auto attacks, which scales with her total auto attack damage. If she hits an enemy champion, she gets the move speed. Rakan also gets this. However, you don't get the move speed until you hit an enemy champion. Rakan can W forwards and auto attack to get the buff for both of them, which means that they get to chase down very, very effectively and allows Zyra some more ability to walk forwards. There's the W there. Allows both of them to get the extra attack speed and the damage on top. And they'll take down the mid lane turret. Good strategic victory for them to take that tower.
Beautiful plumage.
They're pining for Ionia, Sam. Pining for Ionia. Saber clearing out on this top side. Leads in every role. Yeah, the solo lanes are getting a little closer, but very worried about what happens with the Xayah. I suppose RNG have the tools to deal with the Xayah. I mean, yes, you can throw down that ultimate from the Sejuani. You're looking to force the ult from Wako easily. Doesn't have cleanse.
Hangs ult. Nice turnaround, but Saber's still going to have a lot of his tools available. Magically goes away, flash for flash. Saber burns that extra summoner, but they can't secure the kill, and RNG are going to need more than just summoners at this point to turn the game around. But hey, at least you are getting something here.
You're getting something, but also you're getting pushed in on 2 lanes with 30 seconds till dragon spawns, and there's 2 dragons already on the side of Ultra Prime. So RNG have given up a setup on the dragon, which will put Ultra Prime to 3. That's dangerous. It's a Hextech Rift. You're setting up Ultra Prime to be holding a very early soul over you when they've already got the gold advantage. You're not likely to win that kind of fight around the 4th dragon unless you find something else in your favor. Herald taken by Ultra Prime. So I suppose Ultra Prime not even like gunning too hard towards the Herald. They let's take that one down. Maybe I don't really know why that's so valuable. I suppose it denies it from RNG if they wanted to open up one of their towers in the map, because they've currently got all their structures standing.
Herald's now dropped. This will be the final remaining outer turret. Junhao and Saber here looking to pick it up.
Yes, I know that pining for the Freljords was right there, but they're not from the Freljord. It felt wrong saying it, Maddie.
Yeah, okay, it's true. I have actually made that reference on cast before. When I first debuted on LEC, I cast X Matty, and I called him that as an X, and I called that an X Matty, which I was quite pleased with.
Herald on top side. Dragon being taken by RNG, but Ultra Prime saying, alright, no, we'll trade the map, take the tower, give up the dragon. Could have gone for the early soul point, but instead saying, no, we want that extra gold. They're killing towers very quickly.
Try and flash up the wall here. You don't need to be a little bit aware as the Magnetorm comes on in. Kajachi now quite close, won't go too much further. The Equalizer comes on down, and so will be followed with the Needlework. So they hold on to the tier 2, burn a few ultimates to do it though. And Yijang just get to walk away even without flash.
Yeah, so RNG at least escaped not giving over the soul point, which I was worried about. I felt like maybe Ultra Prime should have gone towards that, but I guess by taking in that top lane turret and chunking out mid lane, it's not like they've got nothing for it. I just wonder whether Ultra Prime could have played more towards the Soul Wing con.
Those towers probably would have been remaining there afterwards. But hey, they made that choice. Don't necessarily hate it with the Herald shove, is what it is. You take that dragon where you can get it, break some time down there as well. Early Hex Drink in for Tang Yuan as well. Again, when you're into the Akali and the Gwen, I can see where that value comes on forwards. And your Rumble, at least for Xiaoshu, is 2 kills in, matching the CS now. Better than it once was. You have still got a good combo. You have still got a good team fight. The Sejuani, for example, can still be a relatively good low economy option. You do need to stop giving away these structures as Ultra Prime just walk up to it and bold as brass.
I mean, Gwen, really good at killing towers. Gets a good chunk out there. Much like the passive, you can just die by 1,000 custom quick and get chunked. Is that your prime target?
Season just afterwards flashes away. Can potentially look to turn this around. Glacial Prism does land onto Saber. Zhang, though, remember, no flash, we've said a few times, does have to skip and slash away, so still have that up in a bit.
Yeah, manages to escape that one fine, but you can see, not great to engage onto the tankiest member of the enemy team. Still gets the flash out, and that'll help them. No objectives off on the table yet. Gonna be the GA Atacant, Voracious. Ultra Prime returning back to their lanes. Done some decent chip damage to the remaining 2 inner turrets, and of course they don't regen in the way that Inhibitor and Nexus turrets do. So, Wako, farming up here just fine. He has himself, of course, his 2 items. Very, very powerful side. It's not really had much chance to take over the game just yet. He'll be building up to what I presume to be a Mortal, either a Mortal Reminder or a Lord Dominance Regard. It'll be a Lord Dominance Regard, so there's less here on the side of RNG in this game. Similarly, Junhao going towards Black Cleaver second will be very, very powerful when that happens. Because suddenly if you have, if you take that fight that they tried to on Milky Way there, at the 2 item mark for the Vi and then the 3 for the Xayah, you get the Black Cleaver Shred, and then also whatever last Swifter item Shred from the Xayah as well, and suddenly the Sejuani actually does get one shot.
Especially if she's caught up first item with no Heartsteel procs. You're not exactly building up lots and lots of HP here on the Sejuani, that's for sure. going towards a Shadow Flame by the looks of it on Showers. You can understand, still a very squishy comp from Ultra Prime on the whole. Your tankiest member is going to be that fight.
Saber, hang on a second. There's a lot of people up here. Safe for now. Question in chat. Why are Rumble suddenly taking Ignite instead of TP? It's all for the 1v1. We see the pick, much in the case that Gwen does this too, occasionally taking Ghost or Flash or Ignite into the Jax as well. See that the Rumble does this for the Gwen, purely for 1v1. Atacant started up. RNG would have to bring a teleport from Yone, and Kai'Sa has to roam up to the plate. Going down though, there's a chance that the Kai'Sa doesn't get here in time.
Go down to 4k HP. Niket trading with Saber. They're going to try and turn off. It's still kept at 3,500 HP. Jachi now around as well.
Milky Way, smite.
Looking out for that smite. They've still got some damage. They've killed off the Xayah, and they're getting 2. Oh my days, they've got the Atacant too. Withdrawals in. Ultra Prime, you've thrown it all away.
Ultra Prime in a game so important to them pull out the Ultra Prime Classic. It's the Ultra Crime in topside as they let the Atacant completely ruin them.
Plus Ultra Prime, that is going above and beyond. Never say die. RNG.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is such an important game. This would lock RNG into 4th place. It would lock Ultra Prime into at least an ability to fight for their lives for Ascension and Nirvana, and that in such an avoidable play, they throw it all away. We'll go back into the replay. Kai'Sa took a long time to get here, but still gets it. The Shred has really stacked up from the Atacant. Look how much damage they do because of the Shred. No, Shasha goes down. You don't have Gwen here early enough, and the Smite goes down pretty much on the dot. 1250. I think it regen midway through combat. It has some slight regen because it was in the healing aura. It's a thing it can do. When that circle appears, it regens based on the amount of champions near it. Egen can't do anything there. And RNG, they pull much more close back to even, and they have GA to work with.
And they got Hex Gates as well, so playing around this next dragon going to be potentially quite tricky. Still a big win con by the looks of it for Ultra Prime, who are up a decent amount of gold. They're still in a good spot this game, but what looked unassailable looks saleable.
Dragon spawning now. RNG can get themselves second on the table. Ultra Prime, do they have a wave to walk with? Because they can do that. They can trade Dragon for the inner turret. They don't really want to fight RNG with the GA. Of course, that's something that they gain from that Atacant. No wave for them, though. Now they're in enemy territory. Right, okay. Dragon taken.
Niket doesn't have, worth noting, the withdrawal available. Died. Lost that one over the wall. Junhao looking for potential angle. Does get on the backside. Jack, you get over the wall. Nice turn around! Gorgeous turn in. They get a hold of the Rakan. One of the withdrawals comes on down, but I think that's kind of fine. The damage already kind of done. Xiaoxi doing his best to stay alive as long as he can. Ejang, though, does get to snip, and all of those withdrawals come on through. And despite the heroics, they do burn the withdrawals.
So, Niket, great combo to clump up Ultra Prime. But they do manage to get onto the carries and get the withdrawals. Reminder, folks, that you still get a good amount of gold from doing this, which is why the gold lead opens up again for Ultra Prime. They give up the Dragon. Wondering whether they wouldn't wouldn't fight into the Atacant, but they find an angle, lose one actual death, but take all of the withdrawals that they can, and they're very happy with that. Milky Way misses his ultimate. Not the best game from him so far. And Junhao gets himself onto the Kai'Sa and forces them to play defensively. Suddenly, Jachi can't play for the back lane dive. I thought this was going to be like the combo to end all combos. Doesn't quite work out that way. Tongyuan displaced from the rest of his team.
Yeah, and Junhao and Saber just escaped the Fate Seal. They get over the wall after Jachi. I think if they've both been hit by that, I think it's very different. But it is half a second, if that, in it. It ends up being a decent fight there for Ultra Prime. Still, though, second Dragon secured. They did get a hold of the Atacant. They are in the game now in a way they just weren't before. A lot of turrets to pick up on the map as well if they can do so.
So, how are we feeling, folks? Ultra Prime threw around Atacant, but RNG haven't been able to capitalize it on that well. Get the 2 dragons. It's not that crazy. When's the next dragon spawning? 3 minutes, so a little while until that comes up. Baron, of course, spawning on the 25-minute mark. Rumble ahead. Vigen, who, of course, is going to be strong going into the late game, but should really have been much further ahead, or even just ahead at all, given the amount of laning priority that they ended up getting early on into the game. Junhao still ahead. Wakao still ahead. Very, very powerful of RNG. Let them fight optimal.
As you said, though, this Rumble could well be a win con. It's got a lot of stacks in the Dark Seal as well as that second item, so in a pretty good spot to blow up a very squishy composition from Ultra Prime. That Shadow Flame in particular gonna hurt against a distinct lack of magic resist. I'm seeing one pair of Chain Lace to Crushers, and that's about it. Ajachi is fine. I thought those people in the bush at the top side were Ultra Prime members for a second.
It's been a
Oh
long
my
week,
God.
Sam. It's been a long week.
Yeah,
Wacko
yeah.
controlling this mid lane. Happy to do so there as well. Has both of his summoners. Really hard to take a fight against Ultra Prime when the Xayah has all summoners. That's one thing they'll have to be very, very aware of. It's not just the Gwen scaling. It's not just the Vaya Kali combo. It's how do you deal with this Xayah when you're quadruple melee.
Noting as well, Yuan stopped off the Hex Drink and then gone straight to the Infinity Edge fully second, so no Immortal Shield Bow, gone for a very high damage option.
Yeah, and you can't go for the Shield Bow because of the Hex Drinker. It's the double lifeline passives. He went for that for the double AP solo laners, which is fine, but wanted to make sure he has as much burst as possible. This is the thing. If Wacko fat fingers his ult, or something goes wrong in terms of the disengage from Ultra Prime, Tonyman will one-shot. He will one-shot. Fun fact, by the way, Tonyman is a type of sticky dumpling you eat on certain holidays. There are a couple of different, references and names here. Wan Jiang for Ultra Prime is actually closer to his name, Yichin. So you say closer towards that. Baron started up by RNG. Tonyman heading over the wall. Dumpling. See how it can stick to the enemy team. Don't want to go with that.
Yeah, Yijing, of course, actually means something like one sword as well. His name, of course, is a Riven one trick as well. So lots of layered references in there, for sure.
I have to say, that's one of the things in the LPL which it's harder to pick up because you have to kind of connect with the Chinese community a little bit and figure that out. But we've luckily got some Mandarin speakers in chat which can tell us a bit about that. You've got people like, XQW, or, was it XQW, which is Little Frog, I think it is, because that's the kind of the anagram for that, or the acronym. Baron spawning now, Dragon in a minute. As we said, it kind of really is around those objective times. Neither team feeling that they can pull the trigger that easily. Talked about some big items earlier. Wacko didn't go for the Lord Dominic's or the Last Wisp, but choosing to go towards more kind of less, the less tanky killing items. The Infetch much better burst, but you have the Black Cleaver on Junhao, so he will help shred that armor for Wacko if he can pin down a target in front of the Xayah.
Plan. That third item now, and that Terminus pretty valuable here into a lot of burst from the side of Ultra Prime. Both teams not shy on the damage, that's for sure. The health bars, a little bit more mixed. Of course, you have for the side of RNG, he's got the Sejuani and the Rel, who are able to provide a little bit more frontline. Not even the Rumble, post a certain point. Has a certain amount of bruisery content to him. Not gone towards a Rift Maker build here, though. More of that damage front. So that is a very scary bush. And double control wards come on down.
Doubly being used from the Kai'Sa to spelt outside of the river. This is why mid lane push is so important, folks. If you push out mid lane, you can walk through these bushes into the river. Dragon getting solo by Tongyuan. He has himself teleport in terms of this play. Ultra Prime, they are faced with another objective conundrum. Going down. Time to get some feathers onto it. Dragon taken, teleport available, and it feels like the engage is not great for Ultra Prime.
It's not, but they still get the Baron. They've got enough time. That's a wonderful equalizer position potentially. Niket, though, dies and doesn't get that much value from it. They trade Soul Point for Baron, and Ultra Prime get away with it.
That was close to the steal, though. Milkway flashed in, looking for the steal, couldn't manage it. Really felt like time stopped for just a moment there. RNG, Soul Point, 3 Hex Tech. Very, very good for both the Kai'Sa and for the Yone. They love that attack speed and the cooldown reduction. If they'd gotten that Baron, he would have potentially been... That could have been the death blow. Actually, getting that could have been it. That's the kind of Baron steal which would have potentially ended the game. Ultra Prime get that now. So, now Ultra Prime have themselves the Baron, and the question is how well will they use it? They don't get that permanent buff of the Dragon. RNG have that one, and they also have that Soul, which Ultra Prime could have had at this point. They chose to go for the Herald over their third Dragon. They chose to go for the Baron over their fourth one, letting RNG get towards that instead. And they don't have themselves that Soul win condition. Ultra Prime pushing in across the map. Let's see how they use it.
Junhao is sat on a control ward there, seeing when he picks one up. He's got the whole team now around him with the wave coming crashing on in. Tangyuan going to start stacking up his Q, trying to clear this wave best they can. Central dive angle, unbinds his soul, pulled out of the grand entrance, so it should be okay for now, but this turret still being chunked. Niket, on top of that, also being chunked as a few of those feathers come flying into 3.5 items Xayah, remember. Certainly not something to sniff at.
I was wondering whether Tonyuan would be engaged onto since he used his E. Junhao could have gone in for a Q flash into the ult. I suppose didn't want to play the games with the Yone flash and his own ult available. Need to get this slow pressure in. One turret down already. Decent gold coming from the Baron. They need more.
Cathian Rain goes down onto the minion wave, trying to clear that up, and RNG for now. Only lost that one remaining tier 2. A minute left on the Baron. It's not the most exciting one here, has to be said.
Yeah, RNG not losing their base right now. There's only a minute left of the Baron.
I know.
It's not the biggest thing ever. And Ultra Prime, when they traded for the Herald, they got value out of the Herald. I thought, you know what, I can accept that. When they traded the Dragon for this Baron, I feel a little less good about it. Wacko walking up, equalizer, Nick hits.
Be careful, Wacko has to go up into the air, and now at half HP and with no ult, I think they have to leave this Baron shove as a lost cause.
Not happy with how Ultra Prime have played out this Baron, honestly. RNG, they feel much better with their permanent advantage now. Trading a Hex Soul opportunity for being down another 2.5k gold at 30 minutes. Yeah, you're 6k behind, but
that is significant.
And it is significant, the overall gold lead. But I mean, the actual stats coming through from the Hex text is really, really nice. You know, both cooldown reduction and attack speed affects Yone's W and Q, so he gets double value out of that. Of course, Kaiser is a huge caster and auto-attack hybrid. Yes, going for the AD version in this particular game, but gets good value out of both of them. RNG's carries, even though they are behind in gold, feel like they're buffed up significantly with these dragons.
Worth saying, Tanguin just sold off the Hex Drinker for the shield bow.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes sense. When you actually complete the shield bow, it's a lot of difference.
But the problem is, of course, that is still... You're still losing some value because you've bought something, had to sell it. But yeah, so you bought something, you sold it, all those kinds of things. But a lot of this gold lead, half of it, over half of it, is into the Vi. And the Sejuani, yeah, not had a great time. Only 44 stacks on the dark on the Heart Steel, but has an ending spare, has the Heart Steel, is down a couple levels. But I think as a Sejuani, you don't care that much. Your value is still pretty good this game. Yes, you're not going to be an unkillable bulwark, which sometimes happens when you get ahead, but you are still useful from behind, and where a lot of other champions aren't. Vi, for example, from behind feels pretty miserable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Vi isn't behind here, and then the question is, Vi, okay, 1 minute until Dragon, you have one team fight to prove that this gold lead was worth it for you. If you get yourself a GA, maybe that'll help it. Would be Soul coming in for RNG. A minute until that comes across Ultra Prime, pushing out the rest of the map. They'll need to reset quickly and get towards that bot side of the map. The vision control from RNG is eclipsing theirs right now. You see wards. They can push out the bot side as well. That I'm sure they'll be deleting that wave. Pushing out this mid lane as it comes through. Yes, there's a teleport coming in from Akali, but I feel like Ultra Prime have left this setup very late.
Did Akali need to TP with the Hex Gates? You've got 40 seconds. You could have been there well on time without it,
I wonder whether she's trying to play some silly sods with vision games. I think that's a mistake, though. Potentially, if you get chunked out, you might have to get teleport back. Wards are still available for RNG if they want to use it just to scout out some places. RNG have been forced out of the river, though. Of course, they don't have the obligation to fight for this dragon if they don't have to, because they have the soul. Ultra Prime don't.
Last note, Wacko just finished his 4th item, so that Lord Doms is in, and that is a break point, and that's another person who had a fairly decent chunk of that gold lead, has that over Jackie, who's not got that 4th item completion.
Right, RNG, push out bot lane. Again, they have the better setup here. Push out bot wave, go through the river. Don't have to go through this dangerous jungle, which Ultra Prime, yes, they left their setup late, but they've still been effective at getting it. They have the gold lead, they have the combat stats in items. RNG have the combat stats in the Hextech Dragons, largely being better than the Cloud Soul, and the Mountain Soul being a bit of a wash. Ultra Prime, see the dragon being started. Junhao off of vision, actually. They don't see him around the corner.
So burnt his unbound soul looking for where the saber was, but doesn't have that now available. With enough ability here in the game, it won't matter too much. Down to half HP, it's looking like a smite
fight. Are we getting a smite fight?
Get ready for the flip. Tango into the backline. Absolutely murders Junhao. They get the dragon. Hex Soul completed. Junhao just about alive. The cat will fall for the save. And Junhao at the back of the pit, though, as RNG need to run away. They're losing members despite claiming the soul. Can they get down with the flame spitter in the Zonyas? Get Jachi the angle. Junhao goes down. Barrier to the radio. Ijang cannot beat all of that void magic. Jachi does it again on this champion.
Xiaoshu with a 6,000 damage team fight. And Jachi cleaning up. RNG get themselves the soul, and Ultra Prime are left looking like foolish objective gameplay, leading them into this position. They gave up their 3rd dragon for a Herald. That was okay. They gave up what could have been their 4th dragon for a Baron that they did very little with. RNG snap up the dragons and get a Hex Soul. RNG behind in gold, but ahead in combat stats.
20 seconds on spawns. Baron's up. They're coming straight across. Hex Gate over. Blast Cone back in to make sure there's no easy way in. They can rush this. They got more than enough damage.
Junhao not even alive. There will be no smite steal. Milky Way comes back onto the board. RNG, this game would have seen them last place confirmed in this group, and Ultra Prime may just be in a state now where they are 1-1 with RNG. They may well be tie-breaking for 3rd and 4th.
Let's have a look at this again, because it starts with Tanguin launching full send at Junhao, and the CC chain means no smite.
But where is the rest of the team's response? You see the CC landing onto the Vi. Where is Wako and Xiaoxia walking forward?
Niket.
Where is that? Yeah, yes, but that's not the point. That happens a couple of seconds later. That's after Junhao's already dead. You can ult over Niket's ult there if you need. You need to step up and protect your jungler. Wako dies anyway, and Xiaoxia finishes that off. Bad play from the rest of the team of Ultra Prime to protect their jungler is engaged on. You're going for a 50-50 smite steal. You need to make sure your smite's alive.
Jachi flashing away from Saber's empowered auto range off of this Akali too. Oh my days. Well, I can only offer you blood here, and I hope you're entertained. The fight to stay out of last place is going to be huge.
God, the damage of the Wako.
Yeah.
It's an alternate E. The Hextech Soul on it too, and Wako has to leave the turret. RNG, they get to use this Baron buff to take all those turrets that they were denied before. They're going to get so much gold from this Baron power play. Compare that to Ultra Primes earlier. We only got, 2,500 by the end of it. I think RNG are going to get much more of it now. It's Tongyo, and even forces Saber's ult out.
It's a bit of a chunk. Goes pretty low himself, but Saber not there. Baron's going to get huge value, as you said. It is a 2,500 power play so far. More structures come on down. That'll push it well over 4. And it just keeps rolling. Have a look at the picture-in-picture for the replayers. Yeah.
Catches him midway through the E. Has to ult out. Lucky to live there is Saber. Does so, but God, this Akali has not really managed to get any value in this game, despite it being a comfort pick for Saber. Baron power play goes over 4,000. Now as RNG cleanly utilized the big objective, which they earned after the Soul.
The gold, back to even, and you've got 4 Hextech Dragons empowering a Hextech Soul. All of the ability haste, all of the attack speed. See that extra bit of lightning coming on through. Last little look in there with the Glacier Press and the Equalizer coming on down. Ejang has to throw out his own ult and the Hallowed Mist. They can't break the base on this Baron though. That means there'll be resets. Elders in 2.5 minutes. I think it might come down to a fight around that, mate.
Well, I think this time it's going to be a lot harder. GA. Seeker's Arm God. Yes, there's a GA on the side of Vi as well. But with the Zhonya's onto Rumble, it is very hard to cleanly get kills onto RNG. They have so many defensive tools. In fact, it's gone to a full Zhonya's now, which also means he has the AP upgrade. Between you'd get it as a single item from Zhonya's. There's 100 AP, that's enough for it. But Jachi will get himself the ability to reset his W. It's not the most poke, but it's one of the great things about Kai'Sa. Sometimes you get one random item. It gives you a lot more functionality in the ways that you want. Lots of levels coming through, of course. Pretty much everyone heading towards the max levels of the game.
Saying God, Tango and goes more for stealing forwards. You do end up in this position where
Bloody hell, on the slow.
Forced to flat, tries to jump away, turn around, I'm from Xiaoxia, trying to get on the angle. Niket might just die here. Overplay.
Overplay. The Hextech Soul onto Wako gave the slow that, but does not win the hands check versus Wako. And suddenly Ultra Prime from a position we're saying, look, it's hard for them to win a clean fight. Here comes the Equalizer!
Remember Wako. No, gets ball in the back, and the face still comes on in! They've killed off the Xayah. Xiaoxia goes golden. Damage back though, and Saber executes. Ejang still running. Chachi trying to play out with the ult. They're still tagging him with all the damage. Guillet's, Sonya's, everywhere you look, they're still gonna win it as the AD carry in mid lane deliver a quadra to Chachi.
Chachi with another highlight play. This man's Kai'Sa is making a mark. Jachi is the difference maker, and though RNG may have just thrown it with Niket dying so easily, they fight back and they use the GAs and the Seekers to win the game.
Wako burned ult, Xiaoxia burned ult and flash. The defensive tools to keep this Xayah alive had all disappeared, and it means that Tangun with a gorgeous ult, Jachi with a phenomenal follow-up will bring RNG to 2 and 3, matching up with Ultra Prime. Oh my days, we still don't know who's going to Nevada. It's a fight for 2nd through 4th here in this group.
Chachi will end the game 10-1 and 4. Super carried this team.
Mid-game spikes.
Last pick for top lane, not been common in our current meta. It's been largely top side early, bot lane next. Very different draft for this one. The Kalista and the Kai'Sa, seen as very high prio. Ambessa locked in last. Helps you with that extra bit of engage. Can go over, of course, the Renata ult as you blink over it with your ultimate. Xiaoxia needing to prove that you can take this matchup into what is actually quite a bad matchup into the Rumble. The Rumble just does unspeakable things to you. I look at AL, I think they have good lanes, I think they have incredible teamfight potential. RNG must not drop the ball and give these early advantages over to AL too much.
Okay, so what do we do from here, folks? I suppose we're aside from waiting for the game. I think we look at anyone's Legends comp. Kalista Renata start things rolling. You should potentially have shoved in a lot of lanes there with what you drafted. Sets up a Xin Zhao to be really, really obnoxious, but you do need to be. You want to get those early objectives. You want to get that early pressure rolling. Yes, you've got some options of bridges. The Rise later on will be scary, but I think if you do come through to mid-game fights even, suddenly the Galio, the Ambesses, the Kaisers get a lot more value again, and anyone's Legends job gets that bit harder.
RNG beat anyone's Legend the first time around in the first round robin, and looking to see if they can do it again. Anyone's Legend have secured themselves a berth in Group Ascend later on anyway by going 4-1. RNG, Thunder Talk, and Ultra Prime are all currently 2 and 3. There's a high likelihood of tiebreakers later on, so we'll run through some of those possibilities a little later. But RNG, from starting the day with lower hopes, are in a good position now.
Oh boy, well. Get a bit of a stretch in, guys. Get yourself a cup of tea or a glass of water. Get yourself sat down for the action. We've got a little bit more of it yet to come, that's for sure. The Gyos take over for a second. Smash Gyros might have been for Flandre again, not quite sure on those ones. If someone, like 1000 Kites in chat, maybe they would know the Mandarin better. Namely, at all, because my Mandarin is pretty much
I know
non-existent.
2 words, I've said them before. I know xie and I know laban.
I also know to say beep, 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 beep.
And I think, and the rest of it is just food I've had before, which isn't, like, very relevant.
Just how much blood did you order again?
Oh, yeah, the duck's blood you put into hot pot. Yeah, well, so that was a miscommunication. Effectively, back in 23 Summer, Hysterics, Mazel, Kitty and myself were out for 23 Summer in Summer Finals and Regionals in Xi'an. And yeah, Hysterics uses kind of like his old Chinese skills to order some hot pot to a person who'd never spoken English. Like, he learned a little bit of English, but never spoken it in person before. So it's like broken English, broken Chinese. And yeah, Hysterics like, oh, I've tried this blood stuff. Like, oh, I'll get you 2, and he got us 2 plates of it, which was
a lot.
A lot, yeah.
So Hysterics is actually a vampire, guys.
He is the blood man. He is the blood man. Niket can get some trading down. They see again. The first level Nico Q is actually very, very nasty with Scorch.
Are you not a blood man? I feel like you're full of blood.
Most people are. Otherwise, they are ex people.
On the whole. So I hear. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Hope and Kyle doing well at level 1. Traded well with the loyalty program. Yeah, actually, Kyle's skill shot's been fairly on point. I hope takes a little bit there. But given that Nico's meant to buy you a HP advantage at level 1, it's not been the best.
No.
It's done a little bit, but it hasn't got them the wave advantage at the same time because Callista's just been perma-hitting the wave because Jiachi can't walk up to that. Picks the Kai'Sa. Their wins have come through the Kai'Sa so far. And oh my god, Jiachi's looked so good with that, don't get me wrong. But you need to get through this Kalista Renata laning phase, which is easier said than done.
Nice step forward there from Xiaoshu to get a chunk onto Flandre. He was matched back well enough. But important, he's managed to fight for some priority, especially with Milky Way coming on over. Has done red side, is looking to cross map here. I think especially because Tarzan looks like he might be looking to do the same. You've got the Kalista Renata splitting the map. Potentially very valuable here.
Now, does that mean you can can you get a wraparound behind mid lane? No, you can't, because it's, well, a little dangerous to go into that. Could be a flash taunt, goes to the instead.
Forces a flash out of Shanks. We'll turn around with a spell flux and a little bit of that overload. All the while, though, Xin Zhao into the enemy jungle can look to start up Gromp.
It's nice to get a flash for no flash. I was wondering whether Tony would even start off with a flash W or flash E or something. Chooses not to. Tarzan taking this now, though. Very strong at the level 3. Stronger than the Wukong.
Oh, yeah. Fight around bot side. Can Milky Way secure this blue buff at the very least? Big jungle to Jiachi. Flashdown still has the barrier. They're not going to dive. There comes the Rend. Has the smite. Milky Way backs away. He's had a lot of people invading his jungle over the last few games.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has been because his lanes have not necessarily been in the best position to respond to them. Kyle and Hope doing a really good job of making sure Jiachi and Niket can't go over to interrupt the jungle camp steal. Stars are sticking around for eyes. Just dropping a ward, making sure maybe he can spot if there's an extra. I guess it won't spot the camp respawn, but he'll spot Milko's pathing if he comes out of a reset. Flandre doing well here to get a good trunk. Will go overloaded now.
Turn repudiation comes on through, buys enough of a shield to make that even enough. But Tarzan's still here. Jachi's caught on the turret, has no flash. We'll try and use the barrier, no avail. Tarzan's stuck on the turret that will actually get flicked back on. Decent work. Milky Way looking to try and get the red buff still onto someone like Hope. The teleport behind the buying space and time. But Hope, remember, we'll still have the bailout to work with. Kyle, flash. There will be that option there to try and get out and uses it. TP burned. And they get only the extra summoner 1-for-1, but Jachi losing the wave kind of sucks.
Milky Way losing his flash too, Jachi losing both of his summons. Yeah, Kyle uses his, but with Tongyuan now going to be bleeding out XP and gold, yeah, so what we see is Jachi coming from base to collect the mid wave to at least get some XP back onto Tongyuan, because otherwise they'd just be losing out on what, a combined 2 waves as they were moving around the place. This is quite an important thing to learn if you're for solo queue as well. If you go and respond to a part of the map, you can take 1 extra wave there, and then you can recall while the person you're kind of standing in for, you're covering their shift basically, takes 1 of your waves and then comes back to their own lane after that point. It's often the best way to efficiently take CS across the entire map. Tongyuan sticking around in the spot side, Kaisel moving down there. They basically just covered each other's shifts.
It's been the plan. Hope comes back to lane, picks that wave up. Tongyuan delaying the reset here. Hope. We're going to see the recalls begin to come on through. This time they're not cancelled, so we have that option.
Waves.
See the observers just wondering there.
Yeah, especially with no cleanse on Hope and a flash being on Tongyuan, there's a chance of something crazy happen, but nothing comes through. Now you have Jachi zoned out of his wave. That's a different problem. They covered each other's shifts, but Jachi potentially in a point where Kyle's come back to lane, has a Ruby Crystal, so has a little bit more HP to brawl with. They're going to stack up this wave and potentially call Tarzan down again. He'll be either going towards Dragon or going towards the Scuttle Crab and maybe coming in towards another dive.
Did get some heads up from Thousand Kites and from you, by the way, who did do a little bit of translating what the extra chat was. Apparently, it's something like newbie, which it currently means something slightly along the lines of good shit, which is quite funny. But there you go.
That was one of the things shouted out by the crowd for the context.
Yes, not me.
Given before.
Yeah.
Right, so this is what we were saying. We've set this up before. Get that stacked wave and see if Tarzan can go towards something in this bot side jungle. Sweeping out. Is he going to spot that ward down in that side? His sweeper might just have run out before he got there, actually. He did. So, sadly, nothing to be made of that stacked wave on the bot side.
No, not this time around. And Tongyuan just clears out the wave. Down a bit of CS, partly because, of course, he did have to leave his lane to try and support bot side. There's an early lead over to anyone's legend. Largely interestingly in the jungle as well. Milky Way going to try and trade onto the grubs on the other side, but using that bot side pressure, Kalista comes on over and does what Kalista does, which is stick spears and objectives.
They do.
Ta-da! Pulls that really angrily.
Yeah, some people pull rabbits out of a hat. I pull spears out of a dragon. Technically, by the way, because they're throwing their javelins, even though they're...
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, that's not unreasonable.
Javelins are weighted differently than spears, so you can throw them easier. They're slightly shorter as well a lot of the time.
Don't think they don't look very short.
No, they don't. Tarzan caught out there. Jachi was trying to get a single target Q over there. Tarzan still got enough HP to be threatening here is the problem.
Oh boy, hang on, here comes the wave. But there's not that much of it. Can they clear this in time? Niket trying to body block for that poor old guy. She gets handshook, does not enjoy it. It's very firm indeed. Fate's Call comes on through, and they get out with a very clean dive. No response, really, as Tongyuan trading out on in the jungle, though, as Shanks went way too deep, gets knocked up and has the realm warp interrupted. Why was he there?
I guess he was trying to follow Tongyuan, trying to stop him from ulting, maybe. He might have been sat there saying, I can at least root him out of the ult, because the hero's entrance could have come in. I think there was also a miscommunication in the bot lane as well, as they went for the dive. The bailout was used onto Kyle, who was then Kalista ulted, so they didn't get to use that to help tank the tower if they went for a kill to get that reset. Could have gone for that first and stopped Tarzan from having to flash and do... Hang on, this is teleport towards bot side. So we've got reset towards top side from Kalista Renata. Shanks going back towards mid lane on the rise after dying, sadly, after invading. Flandre covering the bot side.
And that gold lead continues to be a little bit problematic, and it's in good spaces, right? Like Ink for Kalista. And again, Jachi's kind of dropped a couple waves as a result of this. But hey, I'm going to say it, only being 700 gold ahead despite 2 aggressive dives probably isn't the best here for anyone's legend. I need to see a little bit more over the next 10 minutes or it gets dicier again.
Yeah, especially when you're facing up against Jachi's Kai'Sa, which has looked particularly nasty. So, anyone's legend, having to ask a little bit more about that guy. I know what you're laughing at, Sam, but let's leave that where it is, Sam.
That can wait till after the game.
Yeah, I know. Let's just leave that. Jingle jangle. Keys are dangling in front of the screen. Let's talk about what's there. As Grub's not on the side of the map now. It's of course a little bit early to go for this kind of lane manipulation. Assignment, rather. As Tarzan on top side of the map for the first time for a while, as we might have a fight.
Milky Way gets over the wall here. We've got 2 minutes till grub, so not that much more to see. Backs away on that one. Niket has turned into Jachi, the ultimate cosplayer. Where is my cosplay Nico skin?
That's a great question. Did they have a Pajama Guardian Nico? That felt like it would have been known. Was it Nico or was it just the Star? There was Star Guardian, but Pajama Guardian.
They have got Pajama Guardian Nico.
Realize those things? Alright. Well, that's the closest thing to it, I guess. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm thinking of Soraka. Soraka got a Pajamas Guardian skin.
Yeah. That's a Lux and Ezreal.
And Misfortune. Was it just the 4?
I can't remember how many of them there. Obviously, Ari didn't get one of them. No. Otherwise, I'd know.
Yeah, that's
Did you see, by the way, there is actually pool party Ari.
Is.
He is.
No, yes, there is.
You said he is.
There is. I thought I said.
That's also news to me. But there's a pool party Ari skin coming into 2SKO in the fighting game at some point. So they must be really desperate for cash on that one. Break glass in case of emergency. Pool party Ari. Okay. Good chunk onto Kyle. Trade back for a spear. Javelin.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Javelin.
It's a spear now. No.
It's actually a Sarissa pike. It's a 12-foot long.
That's not a Sarissa pike.
Yeah, it's a Sarissa.
That's what
pike.
Shinza's wielding.
No, it's not. That's also not there either because it's so big that you must wield it. Yeah, it's.
He's wielded 2 hands.
Yeah, no, I'm just like it's not that. It's not that length.
I mean, no, Shinza could be a really tall man.
But he's also got not part of a 256-man phalanx.
But you don't have to be, do you?
I feel like you do. I feel like otherwise
by
you're
itself a bit useless.
I feel like you're a bit of a poser otherwise. One of my favorite combos in the game, by the way, matchups is
a Sarissa pike versus.
Yeah, no, legit. It's Azir versus Sylas because if Sylas steals the ult, you get the push of Pike's old Macedonian warfare phalanx. One of my favorite things in the game. Right, Grub's kind of spawning in the next seconds. That's very important. 3 run over to RNG earlier. And as you were saying, Annuals Legend really want to get themselves an early advantage. This would be a good time for Spike. 1 item Spike, very good for the Kalista and very good for the Shinzao.
Kyle went to put a little ward down there. It's a good ward location for those who don't know. You can also do it a little bit more safely because you don't need to get into that bush, which can be a bit deeper. Hope clearing out these waves and up a decent amount of gold, but not to any absolute breaking point as yet. It's got the Blade of the Ring King, and first item's largely being completed. Means this fight over the grubs could get quite interesting indeed, should RNG want to come over into it, but they might just say, no, I think we're good.
Yeah, and RNG don't want to fight them with the 1-item Spike right here, when they've got the superior positioning as well. Shanks does have the ability to roam out of mid lane and use his ultimate, so does Tangyuan. You need to be a little bit careful, actually, both these teams now, because both those globals could turn the next fight, set up a snowball.
Milky Way actually looking for a lane gank top, interestingly, perhaps a bit afraid of a invade.
Are they counting minions? Are they counting minions? Because they need to see that there are 4 melees.
They've got to know. That's way out
there's
of
a ping.
line,
There's a ping. There are blue pings there. They know it. They know it. Yeah, they're wise to it. You play against this stuff enough in particularly ARAM. You lose enough games to Nico just getting a 5-man ult after hiding off a minion. You learn about it. By the way, there are some things you can see. By the way, if you press tab, you can see what Nico's hiding at. So you can just keep pressing tab. And there are some items that show up on it too. Nighthawk's used to do it. Heartsteel does it now. Flandre doing a good job. It's Tongu in here. Leandri is completed, and suddenly Rumble is. Hang on, Tarzan's go for a dive hit. That's a lot of damage.
Oh boy, that's a significant amount. There's a flash. There's an audacious charge. The wind becomes lightning. We'll throw down the shield of Durand, but that will only deny a little bit of time. Flash away. Nicely played, Ollie from Tangyuan. Will burn the flash, but does get out.
I think it's well played from Tarzan to get that there. I was surprised that Tongu didn't flash a little earlier. Put himself in danger. Has to reset fully. Has the teleport. Has the ult. Tarzan around on bot side, and Dragon has spawned. So push in from Flandre, who also manages to push up that wave, get into this position on the map very well. With ultimate coming up for the fight, is in a strong point.
Yeah, no flash on the Gallia makes them a lot less threatening. Of course, does still have the ult to work with and the teleport, so you can come and play for this Dragon, should they so wish. But honestly, RNG might just go, yeah, we can give up these 2 sets of objectives. It is what it is. You can instead look to play for advantage elsewhere on the map, especially with Jachi only resetting now. It's unlikely we're going to see a true contest here.
Doesn't look like it. You need the Kai'Sa to be at these fights as well. They might go for a steal. Milky Way could go on to Hope, I suppose. What's he got?
Oh my god!
Doesn't get the ward into the brush, so Milky Way gets the steal. It isn't actually a contest, it's just a sneak up and walk towards it. They just don't have a ward in the brush. No one was checking it. Milky Way gets away with that one nice and easy.
Just walks in. They had the rend as well. They just mistimed it. And again, we see this a fair amount. Kalista smite combo should theoretically be unassailable, but if you mistime the pull, there is a window, and Milky Way gets a hold of it, and that is actually great news for RNG.
Hey, well, they won with basically a soul point win condition against Ultra Prime earlier, even when they fell 6k behind. They're only 1k behind, well, less than that, actually. About 500 gold behind right now. Get themselves that first dragon. They'll feel happy about that. The Callista Sentinel despawns? Does it despawn? That disappeared there. I don't know what happened with the observers. And they mistimed the smite. Tarzan, I guess, just lazy on that. The communication wasn't there. Free dragon from Milky Way, not even needing it to get a contest.
Xiaoshu as well, doing relatively well here as the Ambassador gets the Eclipse, gets a nice chunk onto the Rumble. Not over trading there. There was a lane gank again from Milky Way, who Smoke and Mirror has been pretty solid this game. Shanks needs to be careful overstepping here.
I think he knows that he doesn't want to walk up to the waves. Just how much danger does he really know he's in?
Boy.
Good flash, very good flash.
Does need to burn it. That will leave the other side of the map potentially at risk, though, as Tarzan and Kyle way beyond that tier 1. That will be first turret secured by Flandre as a result, you have to imagine.
So, hang on, I'm getting traded on heavy by Chachi goes with a W.
He's just dead. There's the barrier. Can look for another auto. Can't quite get it. Gets the summoner out of hope at the very least.
Yeah, so it's not death, but it is the barrier out. Chachi, flexing the muscles, had the level advantage and had the Q upgrade with the pickaxe and the Kraken Slayer. Yeah, potential fight on the bot side. Jachi is on the map and Hope isn't. Teleport behind them. Here comes Tonguan.
Here we go. Equalizes solid, but the hostile takeover comes flying across. Grand entrance. Hero's entrance, I apologize. Turret secure Kyle. Fate score, but will still die. Tarzan in danger. And he's absolutely eviscerated. Jachi now here. And Shanks around, but to one end. Needs to run out of his own realm. But look who's waiting! Tango will ground, pound, and surround Shanks with a big old hug. Courtesy of the Galio.
4 for none. RNG shatter Anyone's Legends early game, and they will pull into the advantage. Big mistake by Anyone's Legend committing to that fight. I think they thought, well, we've got good terrain, we have the equalize, we have the hostile takeover, and that's all well and done, but he didn't have the numbers. Hope wasn't there after Jachi forced him to recall, and RNG knew that there was no Callista to play in this fight. Kyle and Tarzan caught out here looking into the enemy jungle again. It starts with a good root and the cap. Good ability to just kind of force them into the worst terrain. And yes, you do have Equalizer in the hostile takeover, but it's only really onto one person because the Shinzao has his ultimate. Oh, not the Shinzao, but it's only really onto one person there. Shanks gets the free hunt on the side. Hope is late to the play, and just feels like it's too little too late when the response comes in from Anyone's Legend.
Suddenly Milky Way on a Wukong he knows his way around very, very well is 4-0-1.
Yeah.
This Wukong is going to be accelerated towards the Black Cleaver very, very fast, and not to put too fine a point on it, Callista hates the Wukong. It's very difficult to bounce away from a champion that dashes at you with multiple options.
Yeah, you often have to be playing around your support very closely. Like, if he dashes at you, you pull your ultimate, and the ultimate allows you to kind of bounce back the Wukong, buy you a little bit of space. Not always enough. Hope only slightly ahead now, and that's a very dangerous thing. I mean, again, real shout out to Mabinogi, who's hanging out in Twitch chat. She was saying, look, don't give Jachi Kai'Sa. They've only won with Kai'Sa. You have one job. Well, Tabe, you had one job. You didn't ban the Kai'Sa, and they pick it early. Even in a LPL meta where we're talking about top, jungle, mid, all picked in the first 3 picks, and then we get around to AD carries later. RNG say, look, no, we know what we're winning through now. It's the Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa has gotten good value. It's not behind the Callista. That's completely fine.
And don't get me wrong, I understand the theory here. Anyone said to first pick Rumble for Flandre. Great. And then we can do Callista Renata and just say, yeah, this Kai'Sa's never going to play the game. And they've already locked first. I can see the thought process. The thing is, it hasn't worked. And then you go, well, Jachi's Kai'Sa's doing just fine now, isn't they?
And you know, that there is somebody who said, yes, you've already locked first, blah, blah, blah. Excellence is a habit. You need to be able to take games like this and showcase that you can play the best of your ability. Milky Way and shook back. That could be a problem.
Turn around, Pop Blast knocked away by the Crescent Guard. Hostile takeover burned as well, so a few big ultimates now.
Yeah, what ended up happening there is I think Shinzao's mark got applied to the Nico, so it meant that Milky Way got knocked back to safety. Tarzan, mistake there from his ultimate. Think that they could have finished off Milky Way. Use that Herald into mid lane. Not sure they'd be even able to finish this turret, though.
Yeah, in danger. Gets the handshake down, but it's onto the clone, and they do kill off the Nico, but now Kyle's in danger. Not quite dead, though. Oh! Snipe from downtown, support.
What can't you actually do? Ult misses from Xiaoshu, but the fight continues. Flandre might have to flash out, but it's safe.
Good moment, but you're now down a lot of these ultimates. Does anyone have a big one? Jachi and Tangyuan do. Milky Way has his. I take that back. RNG have all the teamfight ults they really need for this.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoxu not having his ult is a little bit sad. Dragon spawned, though, and RNG with the steal earlier could get up to 2 dragons. Offered some good opportunistic plays. Jachi, another key moment for him. His Kai'Sa has been the main character in every game it's been played.
Jachi love for a reason, guys, and I hoped we'd see a bit more of this player, that he wouldn't just get dropped after a rough debut into the LPL. He gets paired back up with Niket, who is the kind of psychopath Jachi loves to play with, and you see what people see in this man.
You want to get yourself onto the dragon nice and early here. There's no rend, of course, from them. They don't have the Kalista. AL, what do they have? They have themselves a couple of ultimates coming back up. They don't have the equalizer or the hostile takeover, though. That could be a problem.
Flash and Cyclone available. Milky Way can look for an angle. Crescent Guard is up as you call. Down to 3,000 HP, and there are no stacks.
He's going. Hopped over the wall. Didn't even stick around to smite it.
Yeah.
That was ballsy from Milky. It was actually spotted, and now they go onto him.
Cyclone burns, backs away. Heal there, pop by Kyle, interestingly. But they're going to lose the mid-tier 1, I think, for this.
Yeah, AL, don't get towards the dragon. Give up second to RNG. Milky Way spotted on that ward over the wall. Equalizer goes down.
Wow, they're really trying to zone off from this tier 2. Can look for a bit more then. Niket in danger, but Pop also comes on through of the 3 people. But the hostile takeover turns everything around, and AL now in a phenomenal position. Fate's Call burned. They've killed off 2.
Jachi not able to get into the backline, and AL choose their terrain very well. RNG, poor retreat from the dragon. They do get the dragon.
Hang on.
They lose a couple from there. Atacon has spawned, and AL will go straight over towards it. Here's the Ruinous variety. They'll be able to get some petals off this, and there's not going to be a contest from it. It's an easy objective take from Anyone's Legend.
Suddenly a big swing back in the favor of Anyone's Legend. We'll look at this again because they just don't get to the tier 1 in time, and then they caught out in the jungle after.
Yeah, I really think RNG was spoiling too much of a fight. Just take the easy way around. It'll take longer, but you just have to go. Equalizer means that Jachi has to retreat, so does the Galio as well of Tongyuan. Niket has a decent ult, but he should have really been disengaged. I guess he thinks maybe, look, I'm going to die anyway. Let's just go for a disengage ultimate and try and get as many people out alive as possible. And now 1,000 gold behind it. It's okay, I suppose, but they gave over the Ruinous Atacon, which gives over, and you see they went from about, I think it was about 10 bloody petals up to 38.
Yes.
Which gives some XP, and it gives some adaptive force for Anyone's Legend. And of course, they'll be buffed up in terms of the dragons and grubs that they have. Anyone's Legend, important slap back there. RNG, make no mistake, still in a decent spot. Jachi still happily chugging away towards late game scaling Kai'Sa. We'll see whether RNG can play around that later, but this is a reminder that Anyone's Legend is still LPL finalists, still good strategists. RNG slipped up a little bit there. They gave themselves a reality check.
So, at this point, Anyone's Legend managed to stabilize the game a little bit here. They get a lot of those bloody petals, as you were kind of saying, hope now on a second item, and bring the game back into their favor a little. It's only 1,000 gold, so not anything like a breaking point, but they needed that because it was looking like the game was slipping away from them moment by moment there.
The games they've played today, though, I will say this with true honesty, have still been very good for RNG regardless of the result. I think there was a lot of hope lacking from RNG.
He's on the other team currently.
RNG have been a team which a lot of people have kind of written off now for a while. You know, Wei left the team, Xiaohu left the team many years ago now. It is many years ago, despite all the time. Gala, you know, where are their crown jewels anymore? Where are those players which make this team RNG? No Ming either. That era has gone, and they have been bottom tier LPL for a little while now. Games like this, being able to take things to top teams and potentially go towards Group Ascend could be so huge for the fan base of RNG, which stretches back such a long time.
It does. Milky Way trying to be catching off vision spots. Tarzan coming around, and Tarzan not had the easiest game on the Shinzao despite some good events. And credit to Milky Way for playing with the lack of winning lanes pretty deftly, honestly, so far.
There's obviously a big collapse towards this top side. I think both teams know that the potential play coming. W's kind of throwing through from Kai'Sa. Anyone's Legend will know that they've been seen in force. Xiaoxu pushing on the bot side, though. Anyone's Legend have the feats of strength already. They got themselves that first tap. They'll get themselves another one here. Of course, the Ruinous will give them a little bit of bonus towards that DOT on their grubs. However, Xiaoxu has chosen to stick on bot side.
Should be able to trade out those turrets 1-for-1 overall. And again, this Ambessa, again, a champion that's fallen away a little bit. Rumble Gwen have really stepped back up in terms of the priority and the win rates. Still in a very good spot this game. Played very well has Xiaoxu so far. Had some good trades into the Rumble, staying even. That one has now, of course, got the Shojin completed second as well, so a lot of ability haste to really roll through those cooldowns, assuming, of course, you've got the energy to work with.
Okay. Gold's not really moved since that last big fight earlier. Dragon in a minute. RNG would really like to get themselves onto Soul Point. Getting Mountain Dragons for this team does make a difference. The Galio will make nice use of that. Honestly, the whole top side will. Wukong with a passive does get decent resists. RNG. How do they get a setup towards this, though? Shank's freely pushing that in. Do they give up a Dragon? Do they give that over to AL and just say, look, we'll outscale, maybe? A bit hard to say that into a Rise and a Rumble. Yes, you think about the Callisto and I think, yeah, maybe it's early game centered. Does not mean it can't have damage in the late game, too. RNG, what's the plan? Dragon contest or not?
Oh, it's a big question. You can afford to give this up. You don't have to. You can definitely look to find it. You got the 2 items completed, and I think at this point in the game as well, like level 11, a while ago for Milky Way, who's now got that second rank of the ultimate at level 12. That was badly played. Basically, he's got rank 2 up, is what I'm trying to get at with the 2 items. Could be really scary on the Wukong.
Shanks has got himself max level. Well, his Rod of Ages cashed in, so he has himself an extra item from extra level from that, though, worth noting. Equalizer was used in top lane from Flandre to clear that out, so that'll be down for a little while now. However, Anyos Legend, even without the Equalizer, get themselves with the Dragon first. RNG can't contest. They go towards it. The problem was they already reset to try and look around it. They don't have a cross map available, so this is a Dragon for free. Anyone's Legend don't give anything up for this, and RNG will have to go waiting for another chance. Dragon's now even.
The vision's quite deep now from RNG. They've had to play back around their kind of wolf pit around the blue buffs as well. They've not really got that extra level forwards to river entrances, and it's meant it's very difficult to face check because you've still got to go through the likes of the Xin Zhao, the Renata ult. Not easy to just straight face check still.
If the game keeps being slow like this, I really want to see whether Jachi can become poke bot extraordinaire.
Rolling towards it.
Right. Well, okay, so he's going towards the Nashes, which of course gives you the AP upgrade with your Nashes. Both of them combined will do that. How many items will it take for Jachi to be, you know, like game changing with the poke? It's not Luden's not a Muramana. It's not, you know, the Essence Reaver Shadow Flame build that we saw in the past.
Leave
ran that. Once he completes, well, he has the upgrade now because he has the components which give him enough AP and the Nashes. But I want to see how Jachi can play around poke now.
Okay. Doing his very best to face check. And one of the things that Nico does allow you to do is send your clone forwards as a kind of body scout temporarily, which can be very useful for face checking, because obviously otherwise the Nico is notoriously squishy. Has the rocket belt, but nowhere near an arm guard or anything like that, which is kind of that really nice break point to hit as a support if you can get that.
See, there's potential setup around Baron from Anyone's Legend. Saw Jachi able to get his resets, get the Nash's Tooth completion. Of course, very nice for his damage. Let's see how those Ws can start working. Again, enough Ws from Kai'Sa might make a difference. Niket using that W again and again, like that free ward. So see a little bit of damage coming in from Kai'Sa there. It's that reset on the W. That's the extra cooldown. Doesn't hit that one. Trying to angle towards that Renata. You want to hit people that don't have sustain, basically. People who are going to likely to take the most damage. Plays through that wave quickly. Baron started, though, and RNG not in position currently. Xiaoxu would have to teleport.
Tang Yuan throws down that ward. May well be forced to TP because the vision control from Anyone's Legend is pretty nasty.
They have a rend on this too. I think it's just gone.
They can try and play this regardless. What about the fight after? Hope hit with the W. There's Milky Way. Look for it. Flash in for the Pop Blossom. The combo's brutal. It's not a great hostile takeover. They get the kill onto Hope's Callista. Pop the Xin Zhao too. They might lose Niket, but that is a worthy trade. Niket, that was beautiful.
Milky Way goes right into the backline and hops over the Renata ult. Kyle was not stood far back enough, and his ultimate goes in front of the divers as they get past it. That Baron buff means nothing to Anyone's Legend now. You can have the objective, we'll take the kills. RNG shatter them in the team fight.
Oh man, the support jungle go careening into the backline. You could not ask for a more brutal combo from those two champions.
And we see Xiaoxu going towards top lane, pushing that in as well. Immediately, you see it is a minus 2,000 Baron power play already from Anyone's Legend. They have one remaining on Flandre, but watch this. Milky Way says, looks this, sees the health going down, says, look, I'm just going to go straight into the backline. Niket goes in, Cyclone, Pop Blossom, and the hostile takeover goes in front of the divers. It doesn't hit the targets it needs to. Kyle out of position, a rare poor misposition from him in a team fight, which opens up just the floodgates to open.
Equalizer and hostile takeover misused. They burn multiple big Baron buff kills there. A lot of the kills go into great places too. That's an extra one on Xiaoshu. That's an extra couple on Jachi's Kaiser, who has now got not just the Nashes, but the Void Staff nearly complete as well. You were asking how many items? I think 3.5 will do just fine.
Yeah, by the way, Void Staff is the best damage item for Kaiser, especially if you have that Nashes already, because so much of your damage is that magic damage. It's your W and it's your passive proccing, and also every on-hit has that too. You have enough base damages to mean that actually just the high percent penetration is better than just the raw scalings of a death cap. He's actually very, very happy with this now. He starts setting Ws. That poke will be an absolute menace. Dragon in a minute. There is still that Baron buff on Flandre, but he can only be one place at once, and he really wants to be on the other side of the map with a teleport, so he can't use that to control mid lane to push in for the objectives.
Worth noting, Flandre did just complete that third item. That's great news, and the Bloodthirst have just got done for Hope. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, but double lifesteal plus the Rage Blade, if you can hop your way through a bailout or whatever, you've got some tools to work with there. I'm just a bit worried as the range and the full send from RNG gets higher and higher. It's getting tricky. You just got a Death's Dance done on Xiaoshu as well. He's going to be able to match a lot of that.
Teleport to could this be a play? I was wondering if that could have been a play. Niket's going forwards.
Oh, mistimed the Tangle Barbs. Nice attempt there. Milky Way did get slowed by the Electro Harpoon.
That could have been such a big play. I'm very surprised they didn't pounce on that. Niket, if he lands that, could have gone into Pop Blossom. I suppose he had the Zhonyas. It would be hard to do something about that. Once again, RNG find themselves in the place where they can't get back towards mid lane. Tower will go down here. The last Baron buff for Flandre being used there for the last couple of seconds. Still going to be a negative power play, but Iron Eos Legend have a good inroad. Dragon traded for 2 towers as RNG choose not to defend their turrets.
Say, we want the soul point. Claimed it. Will likely GA burn for the side of the Shinzai. They lose the side of the jungle support. They lose their own jungler to anyone's legend. 2 for 1, that's big for anyone's legend.
Shanks cancels the Galio ult off screen. It means that the Galio has to teleport into the play. Anyone's legend have won the Dragon contest, even though both smites are down. They have the Rend. And Tongyuan gets cancelled out by Shanks. As Ferguson pointed out in chat, Shanks has never beaten Tongyuan in a best-of series. This is a best-of-1. But still, RNG looking to keep that record intact. Shanks trying his very best.
They can realm warp
to do
over.
away with it. They can realm warp over. They get themselves the Dragon. They get themselves the Baron. Tongyuan getting cancelled by Shanks is so critical there.
Splits Milky Way off from the team, and then everyone else ends up split apart. They might look for the fight
He
regardless.
ults in. They're going for it. They're going.
Oh, for that one flash away from Hope. Tangyuan very deep, gets knocked up. Baron secured, and now Tangyuan dies as well. Anyone's legend. Those 2 fights might decide it.
Oh, I really, really wonder whether they should have full sent it with Xiaoshu and Japchi. There was no Tarzan on the map there to knock him about. Maybe you could have gotten onto the Kalista, and Tongyuan left feeling a little bit foolish after both plays. Milky Way, flash cyclone into the backline. But watch what happens with the ult. Shanks gets way too close and just room prisons him out of it. Tongyuan, you have to be aware of that. So critical that was removed. And then Flandre gets the turnaround, just a ridiculous amount of damage. Shanks walks back into play while Tongyuan has to teleport in, and RNG's engage falls apart.
Clutch moment from Shanks, may just have won them the game. So, now Baron back on the board. RNG facing down Soul Point themselves. Has anyone's legend picked up that dragon? 10 seconds still remaining on Tangyuan to respawn.
What is it with these games, man? Getting so close to potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. RNG, if they were to win, they would... I'm not sure exactly how it goes on. I think they still could have got tie broke down to 3rd. They lose here. Things are still very, very scary for them.
Yeah.
It's scary. Of course, we've got one last game after this between Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime, which will add into the proceedings as well. Suddenly, though, anyone's legend feel a lot more confident than they did before. No flash on Milky Way and Tongyuan this time on the cap. Big engage tools down.
Sanchez comes on through. Inhibitor falls. RNG defending their bot lane inhibitor turret now. Shank steps on forwards in this rise. 3.5 items.
So
very scary themselves. Level 18 too. Ooh boy.
Yeah, you have the scaling there. While the Kalista harder to make scale, this rise is a master of it. Wave clearing for the best they can, but it's not going to help that much. Japchi, realistically, not had as good skill shot accuracy as his team needs. Anyone's legend have been very aware of him, and those Ws have not led to game-breaking advantages in the way that a poke Kaiser can do. Orange got a little impatient around that dragon, pulled the trigger, and they lost. Definitely leaves them feeling pretty bad. Both inhibitors down. Xiaoshu maybe going on towards Tarzan. Xiaoshu, 4-item Ambassador, he can do a lot of work too. Max rank of that ultimate gives him 30% armor penetration and lifesteal / omnivamp on his abilities too. Anyone's legend moving across the map, happy with their haul from the Baron.
Oh boy, well, there goes the red buff as well. Have anyone's legend got enough to end it all now? They've got tier 2 top sides to claim outside of the base. That is it. Still, of course, RNG not out of this. Only 3k behind. This late in the game really means very little at all. The GAs for the side of this Kalista alongside the Blade of the Ruin King, alongside the Bloodthirst. It will make her a little harder to bring down to the grand scale of things, but still. The easiest game play out from the Kalista from this point. The Equalizer to zone people off. That one stings a bit, but they'll have enough time to back away, and the final inhibitor turret falls. The inhibitor itself, though, does stand this time around.
There is a chance of a very deep teleport behind them, but really, Tongyuan doesn't want to be teleporting. He wanted to be ulting into the play. Dragon in a minute and a half. We've got 3 dragons apiece, and no one's got the soul yet, of course. Mountain Soul could be huge. Could be absolutely huge, particularly for the Galio. It matters a lot for them, but we've already talked about it for the Wukong. Just that survivability on that shield. If AL get it, effectively the poke matters nothing from Kaiser. They have themselves the feats of strength. They're already starting to overcap in terms of gold with that too. Very nearly at full builds. Dragon in a minute, resetting, getting ourselves some elixirs now as well to make sure that this fight stings as much as possible.
I think I'll steal this one from chat. Ruby Spider saying, game's still throwable. And that's true for both teams here. That is the correct term.
Dragon in 45 seconds. RNG pushing out mid and bot. Well, both teams pushing out mid. Bot lane. Flandre has his ult again. Really problematic for Japchi that he has no sustain. I think Flandre's recognized that. As long as he tags the Equalizer onto him, Japchi starts to really hurt. He can't play out the way.
Either. Got stolen away.
Yeah, and the 1W lands onto Kyle. Get another one onto him. Potentially really sting.
Needs to be a little bit different. Oh, hang on. They could catch him around the corner here. Might have to force a flash out.
Doesn't burn it quite yet. Tries to turn it around. Might likely just die. Flashes himself now. Try to hold on for it for as long as he can. The equalizer!
Oh, he's dead. Niket, so greedy with his positioning on the terrain. This part of the jungle has killed RNG 3 times this game, and it leaves them unable to contest this Mountain Dragon. I don't think they can fight this anymore, and that might just be the game off of a misstep from Niket on the terrain.
Still throwable was the term. That one, I think, unfortunately counts. Held onto his flash for far too long. Dies trying to be in a good position.
Oh, that sucks to see. That sucks to see from Niket. One of our rookie support players that's come up in the last while and had some good showing of it, but not without its mistakes. Jachi now has to play against the Mountain Soul. That poke, it's not going to be the winning factor now, is it? Because you have to get through the shield and then through the Hellish Bars. Look, just go straight into it. Has the Merc Treads on top of it to upgrade into the Chain-Laced Crushers. Ale should feel very, very confident to walk up and take the game.
Still got the Sambesa, still got Niket back up on the map. Milky Way's looking on him, flash away from Hope. The hostile take him out, fantastic. The Pot Blossom also pretty good though. Xiaoxu to the backside as Jackie has to back away. In comes the hero's entrance, but they just can't kill anybody off anymore. They're too tanky, there's too much sustain. And anyone's legend pushed to 42 minutes. But a few fights in a row and RNG let the opportunities they have fall through their fingers. It's tears in the rain. And they fall away. Anyone's legend, 5-1.
Anyone's legend confirmed first in groups.
Lock into the Ezreal Karma there from Ultra Prime to pretty heavily attack priority in the bot side. Might lead to Feather needing to go to... Well, he can't because he's already locked in the Alistair, so instead of something like the Yone, which I think is a fairly solid option. Big brawling comp from TT2 here then.
Yone makes a lot of sense, gives you an extra form of engage. Lots of dive from TT. Don't mind the Karma from Xiaoxu because it allows you to go towards a Mikhail's, which can shrug off
the sleep.
One person's sleep, which can be important. But you're lacking engage yourself now as Ultra Prime. Decent range. You have Azrael, you've got Rumble to do some good damage from decent while away. Good poke Varus angle from 1XM, because there's no real hyper tank on the other side you need to be aware of there. And the Gon hit sometimes gets a little bit blown up by the Rumble. I think TT walk away with a bit more of a confident composition hit. We'll have to see how the Ezreal Karma does against 1XN and Feather in the bot lane, but their 2v2 has largely been good.
I also feel like, yes, Wacko's a great Ezreal, but that was a pretty easy Ashe Braum angle for me. I suppose the Ezreal a little bit safer, perhaps, gets a little bit more early prio, potentially. You can really abuse that level 1, but either way, the decision's made. Wacko, very famous for his Ezreals, but a lot of our best here in the LPL, and those imports over from APAC and stuff, obviously very well known for that champion. It is a standard for many of the AD carry players over the years, even if things like the Kai'Sa have kind of come up and taken over that as a sort of hallmark of being a premier player of the champion, or the role, rather.
So this will be the last of our regular games here in the group. However, if Thunder Talk win, we will get a tiebreaker between Ultra Prime, the team on your riff right now, on the screen right now, against RNG for 3rd and 4th place. So, potentially more to come.
There's our skins for the day. Super Galaxy Rumble, nearly a guarantee. Feels like we don't see very many other ones. There's occasionally Space Root.
We did see Rumble in the jungle literally earlier today.
That's true. That's also very true. But off the riff we go. What will also be true, hopefully, is a Gyro or two. Alright, so level 1, Xiaoxu, heading into Thunder Talk's jungle. And it does feel like we've seen a lot of early invading today. A lot of contesting over those kind of second buffs in particular. A lot of doing one quadrant heading into the enemy jungle. You can see a bit of a peak and trough there in terms of when people are at the most potent. Ultra Prime in the mid game, as the game gets later and later and later, Thunder Talk with the heavy scaling likely become harder for Ultra Prime to find the big combos, big engages bloody that they'll need. Their CC is limited.
Yeah, and I think that's a problem when you don't have the best way to turn around onto a Yone that just flings himself at you.
Rune Prison or Burst.
Yeah, that's true. Rune Prison can help, but if Ryze is then caught in the combo, doesn't really get to combo back onto him nearly as well. Ultra Prime, they have damage. Damage is not the problem. It's just finding ways to land that. They'll need to get some good early laning phase as well. Xiaoxu gets himself a
Q onto the Alistar. Alistar, the best he can do is literally just headbutt and just say, alright, I'll get some damage back. Ah, the arrow misses level 1. So that's a bad trade now for 1xN and Feather.
It does feel like we've seen a lot more arrow starts from Varus, especially if they feel like they're going to lose the lane. You can sort of still get some damage back.
That's the
Missing
first
a second one.
Yeah, he hit 1 arrow on the way to lane, but he's missed his first 2 arrows. 1xN not getting great value out of that, and the Alistar can't do anything at this level. They're going to get through to level 2. I think there might have even been a minion missed of XP from 1xN. Oh no, it's from Feather rather. You can see the Feather lower XP. He will not get level 2 at the same time.
That's right.
And that's a big problem.
Setab now eating some Spell Flux and Overloads as the level 2 comes on through for Saber. A little ironic, of course, he's being a mage. He's a caster here, not a... It's the wrong kind of heroic servant.
It's like when the maid runs out of spell slots, he just pulls out the gun.
Cast Fist, yeah.
Sam, let's be honest. This Rise literally has just cannonballs he throws at you instead. It's a great skin, the Pyro Rise.
It's wonderful. It's so silly.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That one's cool. So, early bot lane, working well for Wacko and Xiaoxia. Can they get anything more than just that? Yet to win a game today, remember, Ultra Prime. They started at 2-1. 0-2 here in today's games.
This will be the game that really matters as the replay. Did he fail a hop over the wall? Oh, Junhao.
Thank you, observers, for showing us that. Very helpful. Nice. Slows down his clear speed a bit. Does actually. Can be very important.
Genuinely, yes.
Can sometimes leave you a second late to a plan that you wanted to have. Saber going to get jumped on by Sato, who goes forward with his soul and bound. Xiaoxia and Wacko. Weird XP stuff's happening because 1xN got solo XP for some of these minions.
It's level 3 well enough. Can look for the arrow. Misses another. Been good dodging from Xiaoxia, but also 1xN not reading the steps forward very well here.
1xN does have teleport, so he doesn't have a combat spell either, but can get back to lane easier.
Zoned off so many of the minions though. It's 23-7.
That's a problem. That is a problem. Oh, flash away from 1xN too. Don't know if he...
Feather's reset. That's why there's no defense.
There was that, and also Xiaoxia flash forward for the W. If that landed, it would have been a kill. Junhao on the same side of the map, so 1xN loses himself a summoner. I mean, there is a chance now for flash combo from Feather going on to Xiaoxia, who's lost his summoner. 1xN will trade the last of his HP. He'll get a recall off of this wave and get himself at least a tier, but he feels very bad about this.
Some of those minions' HP is not great for clearing that out. Oh,
yeah,
no.
ended up autoing one, which ended up dying to the turret from a single shot. Nasty. So, Ultra Prime, good early lanes going so far for them.
He locked in the Ezreal Karma, and Ezreal Karma has done Ezreal Karma pre-first back things, which is deny about a wave of CS. Of course, you have still got the teleport. You can help cheat that. Ezreal now back on a tier and a Fairy Charm. It's not really that much of a threat right now. And the Varus will back for the refill, and the tier himself come back to lane. Be okay. The problem is if this keeps going as is, it gets trickier still.
How do our players leverage off of this now?
Lane swap. Varus gone top.
Yeah, he has. Very early on. Wanting to avoid the bot lane matchup. It does mean that Karma is now free. Now, what basically happens is it means that Varus gets some solo farm topside. Alistar went up there just to see if there are any shenanigans. Ezreal is solo farming bot side, and Karma gets to roam around the map just a little bit. So this is to save the Varus who's lost the early lane very hard. Ultra Prime, can they do anything now with the roaming Karma who's on the map a little bit soon? It doesn't have the flash, of course. Needs to be quite scary, quite scared of some people jumping onto him. Except to jump forward decently with Saber here. But TT, very telling that they bailed out of that bot lane situation so quickly.
Yeah, we wondered when the Ezreal Karma got locked in exactly how much shove they'd get, and the answer was quite a lot.
So now what's likely to happen now? Well, we'll see what happens. What's likely to happen now is Wacko, they'll try and get maybe one play. What they'll try to do maybe is reset and go towards the grubs, but 20 seconds left. They won't be doing that now. They'll be trading Dragonfall. That Jiang doesn't have level 6. Maybe looking to see if there was an overpush in mid lane, but Setab had already left that scene. Saber recalls now. But pushing a wave in, it means that Setab loses some farm there. He's got a 10 CS lead now, and only a couple of them will be picked up under turret by Setab.
Oh, right. So, down about that wave. Gets that wave shoved in topside at the very least. Maybe the Varus can trade out for that turret. Swell Seed goes bowling. Won't find anyone in the bushes.
Goes bowling. What?
I wondered whether you would do that.
Junhao walking up. One grab taken. Oh, Helen Warp coming in. But H1 knows 6 to 10 this around.
Just one of those days. Realm Warp.
So you have the Fred Durst of casting. Hoya does have level 6, is teleporting over. No grubs taken by Ultra Prime just yet. One taken by TT. Full contest coming through.
Gonna find a bit of an angle. Xiaoxia will get the root though with Setup hops back. Won't get that much value. And they do claim all the grubs. Not bad from Thunder Talk.
So now what happens though? No teleport left from TT. Means that a teleport goes down unassisted, well, unanswered By Ultra Prime, shut up, stop joking about frickin' Limp Bizkit. I'm either doing it your way or the highway, I suppose. Yijian goes down towards bot side and get himself a free lane. Ultra Prime, give up the grubs, but farm up more lanes.
Yeah, Alex, you think you're special, but I'm not
Shut
going to
up.
stop. You do.
Shut up.
You do.
Stop quoting lyrics from Linkin Bizkit. No, okay,
Linkin Bizkit.
I mean, yeah, you know, the new metal is strong within these bands. So I'm numb to it all. Oh. Sometimes it's easier to run from these puns.
No.
No.
What have I done starting this up?
Should I find a different stream somewhere I belong?
The viewers are going to start bleeding out. They can't deal with all of this.
Oh, and it's only just started. This is just a forward.
Oh, that's a deep cut.
It all is, Sam. It all is. Say about alone on top side. Ultra Prime doing a better job of collecting farm across the map. Look, I have new metal is like my genre of choice. This could literally go on for the entire
game. Don't stay here, guys. It's going to be too much.
And there are. This is very important, so I do want to actually talk about this game.
Oh, it's got a paper cut.
Shut up! Swear to God. Run away already. Set up. Starts to clean up some more, some farm up and towards that top side. What will happen around the second spawner grub is interesting to me now, because TT could aim for 6 grub win conditions. Yone very, very good at using that. You can just kind of eat at a turret and start to hack away at it.
It's very much a catalyst for things to come. I think if you can get those 6 grubs, really valuable for shoving up in the side lane and getting lots of value. Not had to do that one yet, of course. Still got to deal with a fairly nasty combo from Ultra Prime, who can go forwards with the force of 1,000 suns between that top jungle. That was 2 in there. Did you get the catalyst one as well? Just slid under the radar just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You a fan? No.
And on the other side, you know, Setup has some mixed damage on the Yone, like half with the Q and the passive, and then the W. You know, it's magic and physical, a bit of a hybrid theory.
No. I think I'm just numb to all the jokes at this point.
I already used that one, Sam.
I can't use that one. Sorry.
Maybe you've forgotten.
Okay. Well, not quite at the 9 game. Then we're going to figure on about 7 instead with the tiebreaker.
Well, all right.
Break the habit of making these puns all the time. It's a bit silly now.
Important thing that's happened now. As we go again. Slightly detached from what's happening for puns. Wacko can 1v2 in terms of mid lane priority. We talked about this earlier, but one of the most important skills you have as an AD carry is not just 2v2 and team fighting, but how you hold mid lane once you're put there. Wacko, he's strong now, and what he can do is hold this in a 1v2. He can be outnumbered there and still be fine. Kind of stacking up his tier. The Varus is a little bit further behind, a level down as well. Definitely doesn't help him with the stats to bring the back.
Something to keep our eyes on. The game is very even right now, despite, of course, that early laning advantage. It has kind of petered out now to about wave and a half difference, and both bot lanes now in mid lane. It's a lot easier with the Durkin to just clear these waves and feel a little less bad about the early pressure that Ezreal Karma did bring to bear.
Question, chat about who scales better. Well, that's a little bit of a strange question at points. It feels like this is very based on execution, so it's not going to be a hard and fast answer on that. I think TT is more reliable though.
I agree.
There's more hard CC. I think that they have very good defensive tank line in terms of the Alistar ult and the Galio ult, buying them a lot of space. Lilia can fish for swell seeds. Varus can fish for Qs. Whereas Ultra Prime, they kind of want to be flashing in with the Wukong. That's their big CC. They want to be using Realm Warps. Big, explosive, knife's edge play. So I think Ultra Prime probably do get a more scared the longer the game goes on, despite the fact that they have Rise and Rumble, which are incredibly good carries. This is why it's not a hard and fast answer. There are multiple ways to go about it. Watch out for the execution more than anything. Big thing here, though, TT are not going to get themselves 6 grubs. Beige1, looking to recall, doesn't really have much to do on the map. You can take himself Raptors,
yeah.
But it's going to be 3-3 in the grubs most likely.
There's a ward in the back of the pip that's saying, yeah, we don't want to play for that. That would be a bit scary right now, and understandable. I think a lot of those level 6s come on through, and they weren't really in a great position to play for it, so Swelsive lands won't turn that into a lilting lullaby. But Dragon's up, TP bot, Dragon has to clear out that wave, so should be TT with the early prio to start this up at the very least.
Ultra Prime have a difficult relationship with Dragons after their last game against RNG. Gave up 4 Dragons back-to-back despite starting with 2 of them. Cladsol's going to go... No, not Cladsol. Dragon going up the side of TT.
Yeah, you could say they're living in a bit of a shadow, right? Shadow of the Drake.
Shut up, that's another Linkin Park pun. I swear. Can you just stick to play-by-play and leave out all the rest?
Oh, God.
Dragon taken by Beige1. Be happy there, as I'm sure the highlights channel is going to look very strange when we got halfway through our giggling in this. Wacko, 1xn, still A little bit uneven because Wacko's holding on to the XP advantage. It's basically a full level. Yes, it'll start to even out as the levels themselves take more XP and the XP number stays the same. Wacko happily holding on to that advantage.
This game is slow, man. It's working, it's crawling, right? At least the skins, for instance, they're crawling in their skins, you know, with the gameplay.
Bit. Oh, God. Give me that one. Oh, man.
Look, it's a slow game. I've got to find my team where I can get it. But at the minute, it's finding silly Linkin Park related.
It's late into our day, folks. Game 6. Another one potentially to go. Reminder, folks. If TT win, there is a tiebreaker. If Ultra Prime win, there is not. RNG will be playing the tiebreaker against Ultra Prime if that were to happen. Saber gets himself the...
He didn't walk back into that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he was worried about someone walking up the river into him because he's got lacking vision there. There is a realm warp from Saber if he wants to join the play in top river. There's nothing really fight around except Scuttle Crab. Jonah doing a good job of keeping up and farm. He really is not pulling ahead in that matchup, which can obviously be a thing with the farming AP jungler going towards the Leandries. Not to be the case here now. Stopping the back from Feather. Can they get much off of this? Headbutts away. Wacko could jump forwards. There's a Varus ult now ready to respond. Does he have to pop ult?
Doesn't feel like he has to quite yet. Does now. True Shot Barrage was the marker to make that happen. So ult for ult.
Ezreal's ult, a little less impactful. A little lower cooldown because if you're just continually hitting Qs on waves, it does decrease the cooldown of your ultimate as well. Rod of Age is completed on a good time by Saber at 13 minutes, getting good farm there. 130 CS in 13 minutes. Highest in the game alongside Wacko, who's doing well there. He'll be close to completing his first item too. So, no big objectives. Slow. This is tense. Ultra Prime, typically not been good in tense games. We're in a great position against RNG, which would have seen them, I think, guaranteed top 3 if they'd won that game earlier. Now this game would win them second place in the group.
Very
They
significant.
would jump ahead of TT and RNG unexpectedly, given the split 1 results in the history of all of these rosters, especially with TT coming off of a fantastic playoffs berth for them and a record high for the organization in split 1.
You know, winning this matters is the long and short of it. It will guarantee second place for whoever wins it. Otherwise, things get a little ugly. RNG praying for TT's success because they are the team who have got the important head-to-head against them.
Mid lane left unattended for the first time in a long time from Ultra Prime as Wacko Giant went down to pop in the bot river for stuff. Plates to go away. There's no plate to be
Do you think
taken
he's
there.
a Pac-Man player? Wacko.
Maybe, Sam. Maybe. I don't know. These things are beyond me. Equalizer clears out the top wave. Dive onto the bot side.
Oh, yeah. Being attacked down here. And this Galio is going to be dealing with a lot of people jumping into his lane, but he's fine. Throws out a Winds of War and backs away. He's got a pink Galio skin.
Ooh, tower still heated up. Saber takes a big chunk out of him for that one. Both side lanes survive. Wave was cleared out. There's not a second equalizer to clear the top side if someone were to go up there. Chain Corruption. Not blowing the cleanse, though. He's fine. He knows he's not dead. He can reset fine here. Saber needs to be careful.
Oh, the Torp Flash Auto! First Blood Hoya solo kill.
What is Saber thinking, though? Walks into tower to take an erroneous tower shot. And Hoya completely slams down with a very easy flash combo. Saber, flash early, my dude, especially in such an important game.
That flash insta-taunt does all that is needed to do. Saber dying gives them that initial kill. It's our first kill in 15 minutes. We are guaranteed getting Voracious out of card. And what do you know? Look at the top of the screen. There it is. But that's also going to leave this top side turret undefended. And TT going to get first turret as well. Not bad from the slow gameplay here.
Yeah, TT just find that one mistake by Saber. They get themselves that first turret, as you were saying. They're one kill, one objective away from getting the feats of strength or 2 kills. What the heck happens in this? I mean, the dive is whatever. You are going onto the Galio. That's a bit of a mistake. And then Saber, I don't know why he walks into the heated up turret. Watch what's happening with the goddamn minions, man. Sticks around, even on low HP, and you should just immediately flash. As soon as this E comes out, you must flash. You are too close. At least flash the Q. Saber, that is so disrespectful.
Oh yeah, sees what's happened, goes, you can't do that. And it's straight disrespect. It's what it is. Gets punished, gets the kill over. This Galio, going to be very annoying to manage this game. And again, it's a great Hollow Radiance game too for this Galio. You're into Rumble and Rise. Yes. Oh boy.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier. The HP scaling on the actual burn of Hollow Radiance is much better than the HP scaling from Sunfire Cape, which I believe is only 1% HP. The Hollow Radiance is 4%, much better. Herald spawns, has spawned up. Hoya could teleport, then ult. Working is walking his way upriver right now. EGM would have to teleport early. Here comes the Galio TP. He's on vision teleporting.
So I think we'll be Jan coming on over, but Hoya very tanky. Ichin though takes a big chunk into the equalizer. Galio forced to keep the Varus alive.
Now Setup alone on one side of the wall. TT say, all right, we're lucky to get out without actually a proper fight coming through. Herald claimed by Ultra Prime. Off of what was actually a very good Karma Q into the Equalizer. Good early game damage from the Karma. You don't talk about that much. But at this point, Support Karma still has a little bit left in the tank and TT. Sandpacking.
Still leaves his bot side turret out for grabs though for 1x, not for 1xm, for Setup and TT. That's 1xm on screen, that's why that was happening. But that should be secure. Base one will take the dragon. That'll be second dragon for the side of TT, and it's a Mountain Soul game. When you've already got an Alice, when you've already got a Galio, stacking those dragons for TT going to be pretty valuable. A little less so for Ultra Prime, all things said and done. But hey, when Rise gets Seras, when he's already building a fair amount of HP, wouldn't be the worst thing ever either. I wonder actually this game whether we're going to see an early Serpent's Fang from 1xn as well, because he's going for the lethality virus, and there's Karmas and Rises and all these other people who'll be having shields either in the kit or from items.
TT easily taking that second dragon. Setab has now gotten a lot of gold from side lanes. He took the top lane out of turret, took the bot lane out of turret. So this Yone, feeling happy, he's going to stop a recall coming through from Karma as well. Wacko, as we were saying before, kind of confidently clearing out through mid lane waves. Lost a little bit of that XP lead against 1xm, but of course, as we said, later into the game, as the actual number of XP you need to increase your level gets increased, the actual XP leads you get from early game become less and less as a percentage of a level. 1xm feeling better at defending mid lane now.
That he is. Down a bit again, but we'll clear this out. And as we said, 10, 15 CS behind. Not the end of the world after the early pressure from that Ezreal Karma. You'll be just fine in this game. On the other side, look, this Rumble is a bit of a linchpin pick into the side lanes, into the team fights. The Yone's been scaling for free, picked up a couple turrets himself, is actually ahead of the curve here as well. Once that Immortal Shield Bow's completed, I don't really think there's going to be a lot of fun to be had in these side lanes either. Bit of a weird game state for Ultra Prime.
Gold's just about even, at least, so they're not worrying about item breakpoints.
Can we talk about ice cream flavors?
Sure, cool.
That was the LCK special when it was a very slow game. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
I like mint choc chip. I like mint. Okay, I like that. I like coffee ice cream,
Ooh.
and I like anything citrus sorbet.
You know, I didn't realize you were a mint choc chip fan still.
I mean, I am. I just don't have it as much.
Well, that's fair.
Because let's be honest, look, getting good mint choc chip is hard. If I have a choice of bad ice cream, mint choc chip.
Have you got toothpaste and chocolate combined? That's when you went bad mint choc chip.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, no, the bad mint choc chip is still fine because the flavor's just like a strong flavor, or whatever. But you don't get like gourmet mint choc chip. That doesn't really happen. Whereas you do get nice, other more standard flavors and stuff.
Okay, my one. It's an ice cream that Grandma makes.
Oh yeah.
So Grandma has an ice cream machine. She occasionally makes this for me.
Is it the mango kulfi?
That is great.
Yeah.
No, it's the apricot and honey.
Oh wow.
Which
Okay,
is
that's
really
so
good.
bougie. That is.
It
so...
is, but it's really nice.
Listen to this. Oh, I love my apricot.
made by my
I like my
grandmother.
apricot
It's very
and
lovely.
honey.
Yeah, I know, right?
Made by my
just because I have a
grandmother's ice
refined
cream
palate.
machine. How refined.
Also, the grapefruit sorbet from San Crispino in Rome near the Trevi Fountain.
Oh yeah. There is. If you ever go to Rome, any of you, and while in Rome, do as the Romans do, and go to that one ice cream place around the corner from the Trevi Fountain. It's really
San
good.
Crispino as well.
Game's been really slow. Potential red buffs still coming through. Not going to happen though. San Crispino, right? Mage run, maybe put out by a Karma W. Is there any follow up on that? Don't think so. Junhao has the Dream Dust on him.
Yeah, it's not going to be converting anything soon.
What is he doing?
On foot, Junhao, that was bold. Big AoE defiance from Karma. They'll back away. Feather was low though, so does get away with it actually. Hang on, what about Wacko here? This recall going to be okay from Feather. I wonder whether he might get spotted recalling there.
That was so dangerous. Why would you dash into melee of an Alistair? That's exactly where he wants you to be. So H1 uses the ult. I suppose on the other side, no summon is used from Ultra Prime. They sort of get away with that. And Junhao does secure his own red buff, so he doesn't lose as much from his own jungle as potentially he could do against that Lilia at that point. All right, Herald summoned. Not really sure it's summoned really far back, so TT get to teleport.
Okay.
They get to have a load of time to respond to this. This might not even hit the turret.
Knocked away, Headbutt comes on through. They're trying to get the eye. They've still not hit it long enough. It'll come on through, but only gets an extra half the HP bar, so still on 20%, 25%. Not that threatening.
Okay, and while this is happening, they're just comparing the mid lane out of turret HP here. This is actually testament to Wacko holding mid lane quite well, 1v2. Did leave that in one wave, of course. Hang on, but no one's defending this now. Are we just Ultra Prime? You
Hang on, here comes Ezreal. He's
okay, it's gonna be fine. While this is happening, EGM was pushing out bot lane alone for a little while. Down a little bit of XP onto a decent amount of XP actually, half a wave. Both solo lanes are actually thinking about it. And no mid lane tower kills just yet on the board. There was a question, chat. I don't like PB and jellyfish.
I've not tried jellyfish and ice cream.
Now the thing is, I know that there are a bunch of Southeast Asian curries and stuff which do have jellyfish in them, and not peanut butter, but peanuts are a common thing in Southeast Asian kind of like, particularly Thai food. But I don't have an opinion on that.
Jellyfish ice cream in particular has not hit my my palate. I've done Thai green jellyfish curry.
Yep.
I've done.
This is what we are reduced to with 1 kill in 22 minutes.
Do you want to play Hangman again?
Sure.
Can we do it on screen with chat? Actually, because 60 seconds on Dragon, we can't do that.
No, we have
that's
Dragon.
the point. You know what?
Okay,
Actually,
next time it gets slow, we can do them.
Yeah, that's great.
I have a word
That's
for you.
fine.
All right, okay, so Dragon spawning soon. TT winning the side lane push right now. What are our big items? We have 2 items for Ezreal, 2 items for Yone, and Lilia as well. Big items, I think, maybe even favoring TT.
Not a second one done for Junhao. That's
Setup with the crit is nasty as heck. Yeah, it's just, and look at the range being played with TT. They have the Varus poke, they have the Swell Seeds, and that's going to be a Varus ult.
And Kale's immediately popped by Xiaoxia.
And that'll help. Realm Warp used for vision more than anything. Here comes
Fate Sealed, stops that Realm Warp. Big chunk back, Galio comes flying on in, and they just kill off the Kami, split away.
Galio goes into the backline and defends them. Dragon goes down so easily. TT go forwards.
Flash, headbutt, pulverize, blooming blows. The equalizer back might get some value. They will not save the Rumble's life. Junhao has to flash away. The Dream Dust Bird with the Leandries brings down the Wukong too.
Well, while we were thinking about playing Hangman, Ultra Prime go for a Tarot deck and pull the Hanged Man. Ultra Prime losing out on the objectives. They were slow. Only 1 kill in 22 minutes. Finally opened up by a TT who get their 2 items. I thought that the early pressure from Ultra Prime would mean so much more, but after this, it's going to be 3 dragons threatening that soul point. Ultra Prime playing poorly around objectives again, and Wacko, what happens here? Gets hit by Swell Seed. Realm Warp is just used for vision there. What the hell is Xiaoxia doing? Why is he there?
Is it a headbutt back?
I suppose so, but why is he even close enough to be in that position? Xiaoxia in the middle of nowhere.
Flash, headbutt, pulve after the lilting lullaby from a Swell Seed over the back of the pit. Locks down that Rumble. Another Swell Seed is enough to burn out Junhao as well, reapplying Dream Dust and the Leandries.
You were talking about this in Champs Late. Beichuan's hardest carry pick has been the Lilia. We saw that in summer of last year when we had the AP farming jungle meta. Beichuan was a big part of how TT rose to prominence even in parts of summer. There were some really good moments from himself. UCal was obviously on the team at that point. That was a special time for TT. They won up that this split one very unexpectedly, despite the departure of UCal. If they were to win this game, they'd secure themselves 2nd place in the group, and despite some awkward moments in the first round robin, I think they've put things to right.
That is suddenly feat of strength because they get all the kills required to match their first turrets. That's the mark of mastery. They get soul point, they get Atacans, they've got withdrawals to work with. There's Baron spawning in 3 seconds. They've got a lot of burn here and a lot of tank. I think they can just dare Ultra Prime to come and fight them here.
Wacko trying to hold on to mid lane. Doing his best, but honestly, the Ezreal power spike just didn't work out in that last play. And Ultra Prime, they don't have big CC. They need a flash cyclone. They don't have it on Junhao right now. It's so hard to play when you're losing your side lanes. You don't have your turrets to play around, and it means that you're...
Look at Baron.
That's a good point. Yeah, the 2-manning the Baron, that can be very, very important. They might have to check it with the blue trinket they have then. What health the observers tell us the HP? Tell us the HP. It's on about 2/3. They see it right now. They use a Realm Warp for vision again. They should be able to see this, but the Atakan allows TT to force.
Junhao now coming on over, gonna try and play this one out best they can. Set up with the TP, could look to come back on in. They pull off the Baron.
Can you can you leash it? Can you leash this half HP? They keep it down at this point. TT might have just leashed this. Yeah, Ultra Prime, I think you have to use this. Use the half HP that TT have gifted you and see if you can stick on this. Hoya in the back line with a flash.
Beichuan doesn't have a flash, lands it onto Saber. Here's a TP back on in. Junhao looking for the angle, gets onto 1xN. Still got those withdrawals to work with. Does force that withdrawal on the AD carry. In comes the Galley heroic entrance. It's well Zhonya's, but they lose the Rumble. They lose the Wukong. Fate Seal comes on through and Saber is shattered. Magic beats Sword this time around. Well, she just widened. Xiaoxia Wacko needs to Arcane shift away as Satab went looking for more, and I think with the Ezreal poke. They can't just sit here and do Baron for free. Hoya looking for an angle. 1xm to come back on. He had teleport, remember? That means Wacko and Xiaoxia dead to rights. Surely they kill off that one. Ezreal trying to stay alive while Arcane Shift briefly, but dies too. Baron for Thunder Talk. They had to brawl for it, but the withdrawals come out on top.
The Ultra Prime shattered like the shards of Narsil. Saber, not so kingly right now. Thunder Talk, use the Atakan, go towards the Baron and say, you know what, even if you do force us off of it, we have the combat advantage. They're going to take the Baron, they'll reset, and they'll go towards what could be a Mountain Soul in just a minute's time. Thunder Talk pull ahead in this game well and truly. Yeah, Ultra Prime, see the HP going down, but it had already started to regen. They didn't get it down to like a third HP. It was stuck on about a half, and they have to tank it after that point. It's not the worst engage ever coming through from the Wukong, but you're absolutely right. It's after the withdrawals come through, the team gets split. Patreon gets to keep spinning to winning, and TT have so much extra move speed, mobility, and damage that they can keep going and going and going.
And I don't blame Wacko and Xiaoxia for sticking around, but unfortunately, they were both of them deceived, for in secret, another teleport was had. 1xn gets to come in behind them all, and at that point, it's really difficult. It looks pretty dicey, but gets a Q through too, lands the hail of arrows, and despite the flash, Wacko just doesn't have enough clutch there to make it work.
And 4 dragons he forged for the kings of men, as TT would greedily use them. And look towards a soul in just 20 seconds. Ultra Prime, they can't give the dragon, but they can't fight it. They are in a catch-22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Pushed in across the board. TT very happily pulling ahead and forcing Ultra Prime to potentially play a tiebreaker after this against RNG.
Drums in the river. The dragon is spawning. This would be Soul Point coming on through. Massive chains of corruption. Oh my days. Oh, good God. Xiaoxia down to 10% HP. Forced to heal. Swelzy comes on through. John Hell gets taunted trying to get onto 1xn. Hoya! And then sat up with the fate sealed. It's all over. The age of man is over. The age of the Thunder Talk has begun.
Ultra Prime forced out of the river. Forced back home. Broken. Ultra Prime will be playing a tiebreaker very likely after this, and Thunder Talk will be going through a second seed and secure themselves, likely with a win in this game. That's that second seed from the group and a spot in Ascend.
Mountain Soul secured, Inhibitor secured, Baron still on for another minute or so. It's a 5,000 power play on the Baron with all the kills and structures and Soul secured. They've still got a turret they can turn to in topside if they really want to keep shoving it.
And they can do it. There's nothing stopping them. I mean, Hoya can back. He can teleport in if he wants to. He's actually just pushing in the mid wave currently with the last of that Baron buff. They've got an equalizer onto them, but all it does is get absorbed by the Mountain Soul. It just takes the Mountain Soul and nothing else.
There's Saber looking for an angle on in. They get the taunt onto the Karma base one a little bit lower, but they're just forcing the rise away. He's level 15 versus Hoya's 17. Holy moly, he's a raid boss. They're going to try and jump him, but he just as punches away. Look how tanky that man is.
He does not care at all. TT with the Mountain Soul increasing the resist. 3 Mountain Dragons. Ultra Prime have had another game which feels like they just could not play around the objectives. And all things said and done, TT end off with almost a 7,000 Baron power play. Really starts off with 1xn, just putting Xiaoxia into such an unplayable scenario, and it's a great taunt. Awesome taunt. Awesome taunt. And yes, there's the spell shield blown on 1xn, but he can't go through with the Cyclone after that. And they've overextended looking for that. They overextend, they don't catch their target, and they're left deep in the enemy team formation, which slaughters them.
RNG currently looking on in elation. They are not guaranteed in Nirvana. They will get to play against Ultra Prime, assuming, of course, Thunder Talk can close us out, but they are 11k ahead. They've got Mountain Soul. That is a 6.4k Baron power play to earn an obscene item lead now as well. Just look at the inventories versus what Ultra Prime have. They are not anywhere near third items, really. Maybe Saber can complete the zonies, but I just don't think it's enough at this point in the game.
And Setup has got to the point where you start building defensive on Yone, which is made even worse for Ultra Prime because there's 3 Mountain Dragons. So that item break point means that Setup can dive with impunity. Not that he wasn't before, honestly.
Yeah.
So Ultra Prime, I mean, they started 2-1. 2 wins, 1 against TT, 1 against RNG. Looking good for them. Only lost against Annual's Legend, but hey, it was a good start for them. They're currently on a 0-2 match streak. 0-3 if they lose this game. With a tiebreaker, they could go 0-4 in one day after such a solid start.
Yeah, it's feels like Ultra Prime's modus operandi. Unfortunately, Dotioho out there somewhere crying, I suspect, as his team once again has a bad day. It happens. Shout out to one of the great fans. Saber just eats so much damage. Well, see just why. Beitron will watch out Eep away. Actually, Beitron coming on over. But again, with the Mountain Soul, with Lilia this tanky, I just don't think she cares. And we are in this position, right, where Hoya has Mountain Soul in level 17. Yijang not even level 16 yet to get the 3rd rank of the Equalizer ultimate. We'll have a look again as, yeah, forced a flash from Saber with the Fate Seal. And just runs at him. He's so quick.
Yeah, there's just nothing he needs to be. There's just nothing he needs to be, like, respectful of. And Sam's points count my stream, and I spotted that there too. Beitron is a well-read individual. 10 stack Dark Seal, which means that you're trying to run away from the Q stack. Lilia has an extra 10% movement speed now. Kinda sucks. Ultra Prime, they don't have options left. They have to find miracle picks. They have not got a single kill. They're killless in this game. Failed to get a single death onto TT's side of the board.
This is pretty ignominious, is the word I will use. There's not a lot of feel good in this game. It was a very slow game, and the moment it wasn't, TT have just got an easier comp to execute. You know, I think the scaling, close as it may be in some regards in terms of just damage, right, or just champions that we expect to be good late, I think into the compositions, how does Arise play this with no setup, for example?
Especially when one of your targets is a Varus with a Swift. Hang on, Junhao's maybe going. They're going! Here comes the Realm Lord. Can they find anything? No, they can't!
Oh, Saber there, and then turns around. He's going to be rooted up in place. Beitron hops on forward. Saber goes golden as feather. Buys so much space to bottom front line alongside Hoya. It's a 2v4 because they can't kill the damn tanks! Mountain Soul and Alistair and Galio is the least bad thing in the game, it feels like today. Wacko and Shaosha, the bot lane that played the level 1 so well, at 33 minutes can only cry flash away as the Liandry's burn won't quite kill the Karma. But Thunder Talk right the wrongs of the first round robin, and Ultra Prime goes 0-3 today.
And there's courage still in the players of Thunder Talk as they climb their way up to a 2nd place finish after a bad start in this group.
The board was set, the pieces are moving, and Thunder Talk claim at minimum 2nd place. But they just get it because, of course, the change will be for 3rd, 4th.
And I think Wacko and Xiaoxia could be in a bit of trouble there in laning phase.
Feels like Kaiser, especially later on when she starts diving into Braum. Not fun, and the Sejuani, and then obviously there's a lot of mobility on these targets you'd like to dive on between the Yone, the Gwen, the Corki. Not easy stuff. Baiting a few options here is Saber. The Ari hover, the Silas hover. Do we get a Yasuo for a deciding game? Yasuo, Yone? Oh, well,
there are
some.
look,
hover.
there are some.
It's a serious hover.
That was that, and there it is.
Yes!
There it is. Double knockups with the Rel and the Wukong gives Saber a chance to play the Wind Brothers in the mid lane. You got brothers on the cast and you got them on the rift as well. And we'll see which one can get home first, unlock the door. I think Yasuo can because he has a key. Ultra Prime looking to get that wombo through Saber in the mid lane.
I'm going to unbind my soul and leap out the window. Thank you. So, as I understand it, Yasuo tends to have to outplay pretty hard to win against the Yone in a 1v1. Yone tends to have the edge in that one, if I remember correctly.
Well, that used to be the case. However, there's a buff coming towards Yone at one point, which is not present for him right now, but it is there for Yasuo. Yasuo gets regular crits. Yone doesn't just yet. So Yasuo has a big power spike on that. He does need to outplay, especially in pro. Once he's into a play, it's so hard to disengage in the same way that Yone can. Saber, he's not had a good day today. He's put his reputation on the line here a little bit. Let us see if he can make the most of the R5 Yasuo. Ultra Prime 0-3 today. Have not picked up a win. Potentially going 0-4 in a series of games that could have seen them at least with a fighting chance for the Ascension group. RNG looked a lot better today by my eye. Ultra Prime will need to overcome recent form.
It is a law battle for the ages in mid lane there. Yasuo v Yone. Not the skins to back that up. Yasuo's gone for the full edgy Nightbringer option. Yone's going, yeah, go to the beach, mate. Don't always go with you.
He's, I think it mirrors the body language. Saber, very stressed on stage. Ultra Prime, very stressed on stage. You can see some hands going to foreheads and to wipe away stress. See if the crowd has anything to add to the occasion.
into tiebreakers. I'm not sure there's much crowd left. I think it's getting very, very late in China. Might be looking at a bunch of players playing in a very empty arena at this point. Junhao forced to flash at the level 1. Not going to get tagged by the Winter Spite, though.
Here's a chance now, because Braum, obviously good into Rel, but not invulnerable. There's a chance you can get a flash knockback now onto Niket on that Braum, who has leveled that Q and has no flash. You can lock him into a trade and maybe look to get a Passive Passive onto him. Ultra Prime got themselves a ward on that red buff, so they'll get the jungle start information that they need potentially. So Sejuani looks like they're going down towards that. They put a ward down themselves, switched over to a sweeper, will head towards their own buff.
They will. Dang Yuan just came roaming down just in case there was people waiting on the other side of the rift. Not going to happen. And a known quantity are both of these junglers right now. Junhao going to be starting up on those raptors by the looks of it, whereas Milky Way going to start on the red buff. Been a little less common of late for junglers.
And folks, if you are just tuning in for our last game of the day, yes, that is a Yasuo. Yes, that is a Yone. We have the Wind Brothers matchup in the mid lane of lore, fame. If you haven't played the Ruin King game, by the way, absolutely go do it. It's a really good, fun game with that. Xiaoxia potentially looking for the mount up. Be careful of the Braum Q, but Braum doesn't have flash, remember.
Hang on, there's the passive. Mount up comes on through to not that much of El. Xiaoxia has to flash as the ignite comes on through. Nasty early lane there from Jachi and Niket.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought there would be an angle for the Rel to do something, but they get hit by the Braum Q, which you can't do at that point. Now suddenly Niket can maybe go for a bit of a trade on beyond that point. Has to use the crash down shield. Ultra Prime falling behind in this bot lane 2v2.
Did you open the hype chest?
I did, Sam.
What was in the hype chest?
It was full damage, Sam.
Oh.
Which might be something which RNG are suffering from the suspension of Yasuo's ultimate later into the game. Jachi and Niket walking up, winning that early lane. They can put down some wards and just largely secure Milky Way side of the jungle. Went for red buff, went into grubs, and has gone over for the blue buff still. I don't think he can really stand for anything else.
No.
Junhao going to be invading on the other side of the map.
Trading it one for one. Scary bot side. The only thing is, Xiaoshu is shoved very far up. It's gone for the exhaust. We're seeing that increasingly commonly into the rumble.
This is the problem with Yasuo. Yasuo can't play in this kind of part of the lane. Uses the wind wall to block the only thing you can block from Yone's kit, which is that Q3. You can block that, whereas of course Yone can't do the same on the other side. Can ignore it with the E. You can't ignore it. Blue buff for blue buff steal.
There'll be a split from that one. Gonna throw out a potential scry, but won't do so. Milky Way takes away the camps. There's a ward over the blue buff wall, so we'll spot that out. But Milky Way happy enough to not go for a full split. I think would have been risky for Xiaoshu if he had.
Can't believe that RNG and Ultra Prime said, we heard you like brothers, so we gave you some brothers to go with your brothers.
On the brothers casting, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever cast Draven and Darius at the same time before. Are there any other brothers? Those are the ones which I know about. I think in League, I think that's it for the ones you can actually play.
Katarina and Caspia are sisters.
We've got... Katarina and Talon are...
No, Katarina and Caspia are sisters. And then...
Katarina and Talon are siblings.
They are. Talon's adopted.
Yes, but that...
Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
Just because you're adopted does it... Okay.
Yes, yeah, no,
Sam,
I know.
Do you realize how insensitive that is?
Sorry.
Adopted?
That was... Yes, sorry. Yes, you're right. Katarina, Caspia, Talon are all the same time. That's actually very true. That was poorly phrased.
Things I have to teach my brother, even though he's the old one. Anyway,
yes.
Xiaoxu gonna get some world control. Sorry, I know what you meant. It's a long day. I'm not gonna blame you for that one. Milky Way heading up towards top side.
Right,
EGM has maybe gone a little bit too far on that top side. Saber has to use one of his 6 flashes in the wave to do something. Niket goes into mid lane.
At this point as well... I'm not going to see too much. There was the ward just put down, Milky Way hiding on top of it, and Yujang won't take too much that one.
So we're going to get resets from Wako and Xiaoxia to go towards top side and the grubs. Haven't fallen behind in CS import. Well, okay. No, they haven't, because they're going to even up the wave on top side. They might lose 1 or 2 minions, but they haven't fallen behind in lane despite the early flash blown by Xiaoxia. It's a good CSing from Wako, and able to get to the wave. Jachi and Niket not able to deny CS. Now that we're getting this kind of roam around the map, though, bit of a worry that you have a Braum on the roam in early game. That could be very powerful. Of course, Rel can do similar things. In fact, might even be aiming to do something here on Xiaoxia.
Nasus, Renekton, the other brothers. Probably them, isn't it?
Nasus. Yeah, Nasus and Renekton, that's true.
Yeah, they are.
That's true. And I have cast them before, because I remember there's actually been... They have a side quest, in fact. I'm very surprised that Yasuo and Yone don't have that because of the side quest added into the
Garen
game.
and Lux in the same game, same time? Sarah siblings?
Not that I can remember. We've had some Caitlyn Lux, obviously, in the bottom.
That's true. That doesn't quite count, though.
No, in terms of that happening.
Oh, sorry,
But
yeah,
happening at the same time as the Garen
with
meta,
you.
it's quite rare for that to happen. EGN forced away from bot tower. RNG denying some farm there on the other side. Gwen not suffering the same thing. Xiaoshu, okay, we've seen a lot of the Gwen versus the Rumble now. We saw a lot of Ghost from the Gwen to keep auto attack uptime in the queue. We're seeing a lot of it, but Xiaoshu taking the exhaust. EGN, I believe, did the same thing earlier. Teleport now to contest this dragon instead. It's from the mid lane though, so it'd just be close to mid lane. Saber going in, just making sure that something get done that. It's going to be basically it is in fact exactly the same backs from both Saber and Tong Yuan. We both go for those. Oh, hang on, that's a problem maybe.
Tang Yuan will Spirit Cleave. Still going to be okay as Milky Way's around. Just level 4 on the Sejuani. He needs another camp to get 5. We'll get one of the first grubs if they went playing for it. Daze double knockup, but will not look to ult it.
You know what? I half wonder because Junhao is hit. Goes on towards Niket. Wrong passives there. No flick back available. These chunks matter quite a lot though because you do have the grubs up.
Right, gonna go looking on in. They get the knockup. It's a knockup onto Milky Way. Flashes away. Does manage to Arctic Assault out. The passive comes on through. Fate Seal comes on down. They do kill that Sejuani though. Trying to find another knockup.
Oh, Tang Yuan!
Saber's in danger. Tang Yuan can now start to do a lot of work here. Niket looking for another passive to come on through. Another Q3 is available. Another knockup. Braum claims it. You kill the jungler, but what damn cost?
One of these teams has a Braum, the other one doesn't. Niket comes through with one of his more comfortable picks. Gets a great combo up with the Yone rather, who gets the lethal tempo rolling. Has enough attack speed to stun up everyone in place despite the fact they're in a 2v3 rather. Ultra Prime, very bold trying to go for that play. They're trying to get enough chunks and, of course, kill onto the junglers. They couldn't go towards the grubs, but they overplay their hand. Kill the jungler, yes, but lose so many that they lose sight of their original goal, which was this grubs on the top side. Starts with Tong Yuan going up and really trying to get good value out of that Braum and the Sejuani. Sejuani cuts off, only level 4. Good kill combo coming through from Ultra Prime, but they go way too deep into the Braum and the Yone, which have the lethal tempo stacked up at that point.
So much CC, and this is the part of the problem you run into with this combo as a Yasuo. You walk in to Yone, who's already not an easy matchup in a 1v1, add in Sejuani, Braum, like, what do you do? Gonna come back on out. They've claimed 2 of the grubs. They do actually get all 3,
wow, okay.
So there is that because of the
right.
resets that came on through. So there is that. Ends up being
a
a more even trade as a result.
Yeah, when we came into that replay saying, oh, you know, Ultra Prime lost sight of the original plan, which is to go to the grubs, and I thought Milky Way would be doing that, but this is the problem with having replays over important parts of the game. Ultra Prime do get themselves onto the grubs, because they both, died at the same time, get to reset at the same time. 3 over to Ultra Prime, they'll take that.
Another set of pseudo-siblings, Zed and Shen.
Zed and Shen, yeah, by the way, the comics for Zed and Shen, very, very cool.
Is Zed actually adopted by Shen?
Yes.
It is, because I know it was a master thing, but I wonder if it was an actual...
Oh, no, they're not brothers. They come from the same order, so it's not an adoption, but they're
close.
They're very close. I mean, then the problem becomes of...
Marshall brother.
Yeah,
There you go, Wusha.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Family relations have been fully explored here on this channel in the lore. Who said that League of Legends casters can't understand lore too?
Nah. What do Kindred and Wolf count as?
Oh, they're cryptids.
They're
cryptids,
sorry, yeah.
They're cryptids. They're like eldritch deities, Sam.
They're also the same being, but also not.
Yeah, no, they're a man of... They are...
Could you make an argument for them being siblings?
I don't think they ever call themselves that, so it's not apparent to them. It depends on the culture, though, because it does change from the culture in which they come from. Tony going forwards does get hit by the knockup and doesn't hit his own. He needs to be so careful on these early points of the game, because when you have... Folks, this is a quadruple melee team from both sides. We have 8 melees in the game, and 2 mobile AD carries that can jump into the fray as well. When a fight starts, it's hard to disengage because everyone's in melee range of each other. And it's also very, very high damage when everyone gets into that melee range too. It's going to be an arms race. Anytime that something pops off, you look to see how quick the response time is from the other team. You look to see how much CC is available and how much damage gets burned at the start of the fight. If you kill the Corki or the Kaiser before they can make an impact, team fight's pretty much won actually as soon as you get to those 5v5s. But for now, watch out for that CC and see how quickly they can get it down to make sure that damage differential is a little less even.
Dragon. Does look like it'll be taken by Ultra Prime.
Chachi and the Cat doing a good job of having pressure on the map, but they actually haven't got a CS lead, and that's becoming a bit of an issue because now we get Noah Kaiser, which can get further towards late game. Yep, we've seen what Chachi can do with that. This kind of game, worth noting actually as well, that I feel like Corki's in a great position this game because he can actually burst out enemy members very well. I think Corki's one of the better champions into something like a Wukong as well. Maybe not a Wukong. Hang on, that's a good play. Exhaust comes through.
Phase Rush to try and deal with the exhaust on Ejang as well, trying to play that one out. Does use the Phase Rush to run away from all the slows. Needed to.
Yeah, that's important. Ejang going towards that Phase Rush. I hadn't clocked on that. I was paying too much attention to other things. Milky Way's on top side. Has ult. Equalizer clears the wave. Will save his life.
John Howe gets hit by the passive. There's the Glacial Prison. Had to flash away as well.
Right, tries his luck. I thought that'd be the end of it. Milky Way wants to go a step further. Gets the flash, and he'll take that.
Hang on, unbinds the soul to go look at Xiaoxia. Then rebinds it again. Astral projection at its finest.
Sure, there's a Nosferatu joke to be made there, actually.
I am a Yone main. You should ban Mordekaiser. This is my wise counsel. You must ult on it, crazy.
I was gonna go for knock up and realize I could still be taken very much the wrong way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. All right, anyway, close enough in gold. Niket caught out a little bit here, a bit far from his team. Not gonna get stunned up though. No, hang on, teleport into the mid lane again. It's from the mid laner of Saber. So nothing that much more there. Okay, we have Grubs fight here. Ultra Prime may be looking for 6 Grubs. Big wombo available from both teams, but 2 big ultimates from their RNG missing.
They are. Xiaoxia on a potentially good angle for a knock-up. Reminder, Yasuo doesn't have to do all their own stunts this game. You can find a good angle, and I think RNG just say, yeah, no, they don't want to deal with this.
Not deal with that. Giving over early Dragon, 6 Grubs. Ultra Prime, much better early objective play than they had in some of their other games. Actually, I wonder if he's going to go for a burst trade there, given that the wave was full. You can force Decisive to take not a single target Q. Doesn't choose to do that, though.
Here we go.
Potential dive onto Egen. 2 versus 1. No flash, no equalizer right now.
Flash for that Winter's Bite. Concussive blows comes on down alongside the Glacial Fissure, and they get the kill. Braum gets it.
Clean combo from Niket. Goes in straight for that Q flash. Gets the ultimate on top with the ignite down. Niket. I mean, Braum is not normally a diving champion. Niket proves us wrong, though.
Sejuani, can you smell the frying bacon, kids? No. QA in the corner, flash for the Q. Can't quite get the passive done yet, as Saber will go gliding through with the sweeping blade, but is immediately frozen in place, and Yone has to bound back to his soul, and so the cool play from Milky Way doesn't really turn into anything.
Yeah, particularly because the Yone used the E very early. It meant that he could just wait out the stun, disengage from the stun long enough that there was no time left on the Unbound Soul to actually put damage down from the Yone. Saber survives. His brother hunting him.
Doesn't have to burn all that much, and Milky Way burned his flash to make that happen. Didn't use the Glacial Prison. I guess at the moment Yone had to rebind this off, became a bit tricky. And actually everyone turning up bot side with 6 Grubs, with a wave crashing. Pretty nasty here. Niket here's around. Wacko also here. This could get quite interesting. 2 plates claimed. Electro Harpoon will slow Niket down.
6 Grubs, really painful there. If you're playing towards these snap plays and you leave a lane open, which, let's be honest, both these teams have found some holes in their macro, it will lead to a very quick engage elsewhere.
In comes the Magnet Storm. Xiaoshu in danger, gets knocked around quite a lot, just goes down. They don't leave, and Niket cannot save his top lane. In fact, Niket might now be in danger as well as Ultra Prime mount up. Courtesy Xiaoshu and pick up the kill. Now onto the turret themselves. Milky Way's around, but to what end? You're not going to save this turret.
You can't be here. Milky Way's got to leave, and all he has to see, all he can do is watch and see 2 of his teammates go down. And as we were saying, you make a mistake somewhere, the snap engage comes through. It is about that arms race, about that hair trigger being respected and used well. Saber going up for the Beyblade.
Go look for something more. Tango will just say, yep, I'm kind of done here.
All right, doesn't actually take that much. I mean, yes, well, not that high cooldown, but some fun mechanics you can do that. As someone's knocked up, you can kind of press E, and as you Q, you snap, kind of click your R as well. It means that your Beyblade actually goes to the target that's knocked up, even if you weren't in melee range of them before. It's very, very cool. That's yeah, that's your Keyblade kind of play. Some also very fun ones too, where you can go E.
Is it QER or REQ? Or sorry, like an EQR to get the...
So you do your spin on the minion away from someone, but you press R before it starts and you'll go to them. So you do your spin, you E through a minion, press Q, you press R, and you'll turn up under them. And it basically gives you an extra auto attack on target, an extra Q on target, which can be very powerful later, of course, when you get your crit chance up. Another, of course, a key one as well. We'll see whether Saber can play towards that. Of course, he's a good melee assassin kind of player. See whether they can do like the flash plays, we EQ, but then you flash to get the knock up itself. That one's hella fun. Used to have a friend by the name of Nias Muo, so I learned a lot of mechanics from him. Used to go to university with him. Saber, using those 6 Grubs on the top side, and this is exactly what we were saying before. You leave a hole on the map, snap engages come through, but also power taking, very, very high from Ultra Prime. Much better from them so far.
Does he get the blue buff? I think he did, actually. John Howe's now actually in a Spot a bother. Nice steal away on their own blue buff from Junhao, so I suppose it's secure. Milky Way on the dragon right now. We'll be claiming that one. But again, second turret kind of falls there for Ultra Prime. They do trade it out to one on the other side of Judge. He has to back away from Wacko. Doesn't have the ult available. Did use it there by the looks of it. And there's a barrier popped by Jachi.
Quite telling that Wacko wins a fight, summoner to no summoner. I think he must have had the level up, and I think Jachi might have lived. I'm going to hazard a guess here, given the look of his XP. I think he might have lived because he hit a level up in the middle of it. Yeah, he was a level down. Somehow got the level up in the middle of this, I think. I might have just had it before that. Uses the auto attack for the ult for the auto attack cancel. Very nearly kills.
Quite secure it, but nicely played nonetheless. It's that additional summoner spell advantage for now. Towards the Herald we go. RNG do want to play for this one.
I think they have to start getting some advantages right now as well. Ultra Prime in a very good position. Junhao getting queued by Niket. No follow-up available. Ultra Prime feels like they're in a good position right now. Just need to start pulling ahead.
He's going to try jumping forward. Passive onto the Herald. Not onto anyone else as yet. Junhao's clone use. W lands onto Jachi. Tango and binds the soul. Gets a bit of a chunk onto Wacko actually. Not bad. Everyone just standing here.
Junhao
goes on in. That's the knock-up onto Milky Way, who disappears. Saber plus Wukong does the work required. Who needs a lady face? You can just press R.
Saber and Junhao pull off the combo, and RNG are wiped away from the Herald. They'll lose the objective. They've only got themselves the one dragon in this game. They've lost all the grubs. They've lost the first dragon, and they lose themselves the Herald now too. Ultra Prime do what they couldn't in their other games today and start to play much better around objectives in a crucial moment.
0-3 today, on the verge of 0-4. RNG wondered with the mental state whether they might be in a better spot. Currently, it's looking pretty good for Ultra Prime, but I've said that once or twice before today and it's all gone wrong.
This one was a good play though. Really managed to find their engage in a way that they couldn't in previous games. Tongyuan didn't have his E, used that flashes and dies anyway. Herald goes down. They get everything they want. If it wasn't one-sided before, well, it wasn't one-sided, but if it looked like Ultra Prime were in, a good position before, absolutely does now. Really feel like RNG have approached these fights in the macro a little too poorly. They gave over those 6 grubs. They didn't know what to do around side lanes, didn't know what to do around that Herald, and now they have to play a 4 melee comp, which is notoriously unforgiving from behind.
So, what do we do here? I think you've got to be a bit worried now. And the cat, of course, picked up that kill earlier on as well. Just these little things begin to come back and haunt you. Look in the jungle. That's a hell of a difference. 2k up. This Wukong not gone for the Triforce, gone for the Sun and Sky Black Cleaver. A little bit more survivability, a little bit more upfront burst / healing compared to the Triforce. And I think when you are asked to be the tip of the spear this game, really, alongside the Rel, I understand the decision making, and so far so good. Finally got a heart still complete for Milky Way, but I don't know how much that's going to change things here.
Oh man, well, just a reminder to give a bigger picture, folks. These teams are fighting off for a chance to survive a little longer, to fight for their lives. 3rd and 4th place are in a difficult spot coming out of these groups. The teams which we've had in 3rd and 4th so far are FPX and OMG and LGD. Well, no, FPX and OMG haven't decided yet. We have Team WE and EDG, with EDG being put through to last, and then we have LGD and LNG. So if you finish 4th, you will be definitely playing against LNG and EDG. Then only 2 of WE, the winner of this game, LGD, and one team that's yet to be decided from Group C, can make a difference. Here comes the fight.
Fight sealed after is not bad at all, actually. Good CC combo. Ensures Junhao full double teleports in, but Saber's now in melee range for Braum and a Sejuani. Not that much fun to be found there. And the TPs don't save anyone as Junhao falls.
All right, teleports come through. RNG find Spot of Light. Not the biggest thing ever. It's a kill against the run of play. They'll take that. Basically what we were saying about those teams earlier is, if you finish in 3rd, you'll be facing off against the other 3rd place teams. But really, we could genuinely have EDG, potentially WE, because they're fighting off for their lives right now, and RNG all in Group Nirvana. LNG as well, another long-time team of the LPL. Some of our old gods of the region in dire straits, and, well, they don't got no money for nothing. Gotta fight for their lives. Milky Way gets the ult into the clone, but the Braum ult saves the play. Niket, really good play there. Starts things off well. Niket does what Milky Way couldn't in the heat in the moment.
What the clone means is no then clone available to get out of the glacial fissure, right? You can only dodge 1 skill shot with that, realistically, especially if you layer them, right? And forces Junhao into a precarious position. Nice pick off there. The other thing is, I'll say, still throwable. Good
Yes.
phrase of the day, and this is still somewhat throwable.
Oh, yeah, it is. There was a question in chat earlier. I can't remember if we actually mentioned it. And there's going to be a 6 grub play onto this top side. Tongyuan cause Xiaoxia to take aggro on that tower. Can't defend the tower, though. As he backs off. 6 grubs makes short work of it. Atakan's up 2. If Ultra Prime were to get that, it's like having 7 and a quarter grubs, basically. Junhao caught up with the Braum passive, has to flash.
Gonna get a lot of damage thrown down. Has to Cyclone too. That's the Dragon that won't have that big tool.
I think he was afraid of Flash Braum ult. That could have been a problem. So he uses that Cyclone just to make sure that the cat can't do that. Mistake from Junhao. Maybe the pressure getting to them. We said, look, Ultra Prime, they are known to throw a precious game or two. And this game, as you said, is still throwable.
I'm gonna put this out there. This Rumble down is not down 40-50 CS to this Gwen, who's now at 2 items. We've got Yone, who's scaling up just fine, and actually going towards 2 items himself. You've got the more amount of transformation. RNG not out of this yet, especially if you do start to have this Rumble become a bit of a liability in the side lane.
Back to that question about scaling. Well, normally I just favor the team that's ahead. This is such a snowbally game. I'm sure you'll notice this when you're playing in your own games too. If you're playing heavy melee comps versus heavy melee comps, you don't have an option but to play in melee. You don't have that range, which means that if you don't have the gold to brawl with, the game gets much harder. If you're ahead in a game like this, it makes all the difference. So Ultra Prime, being ahead right now, you'd normally favor them. But losing 2 dragons, not great. On the other side,
Jan.
I suppose the Sejuani is a little easier to play around non-committal engage. Neither team has great engage to play around in terms of like non-committal engage, so you'll understand my hesitation to call straight out and out a scaling advantage.
Your least committal engage is Glacial Prison, which in fairness is pretty good non-committal engage. It is, however, a big cooldown nonetheless. So if you're going to burn it, you want to hit someone valuable if you can. Herald is dropped to not a huge amount of veil
It's
here.
not even going to buy that much time because there goes the ult.
Gonna land actually onto Junhao before he can get out his clone, so we'll be forced to Cyclone early. There is no Saber here, by the way. Forced away from the attic.
And that's important because that's one of your biggest combos to get a Yasuo ult with. Now you have to watch out for the Rel. Yone going forward. ZGN has to go back.
Oh, misses the Fate Seal. That's a big cooldown. Trade, turn around. Fate Seal onto multiple members. Equalizer after. Good hallowed miss though. Allows Gwen to get one back. It's a 1-for-1. The support goes down in trade for that Gwen. Flash away from Wacko. The mortar still comes on through. Well, where is that Yasuo? Still looking for potential angle on in here. Everyone backs away just about one place. There's a big wave here. Q3 goes wide.
Holy crap, because there was still a Kaiser ultimate. You hit a Q3, maybe Waka could fly forward again. They're going towards this again. This is easier to tank than the other versions. You can just go into melee range and not tank as much damage from that healing aura around it. Teleport is coming back, and remember, Wacko has ult.
Ropey way, has a flash, can look to steal. He got a few key ones earlier. Windwall comes on through, lands on it again. Oh, backline. Tang Yuan goes on in. They're going to get the Atacon, but what about the feathers afterwards? The TP available from Xiaoxia in 8 seconds. They're going to kill. On to 2. They've got to run. They can't stick for the feathers.
They can't stay around for them. Can they walk in? Again, Wacko still has that ultimate. You can get that auto reset, but there's 4 people, and you can't go that deep. Close run stuff. Ultra Prime, not a clean fight, but they get most of the fight.
It's not done. They're going to keep running. He lands, won't fly in, and we hold.
And we hold. Close. RNG fight a lot better from that situation than I think they had expectations to. The Gwen W, the Braum shield, buying a lot of time against the engage, even against Xiaoxia. Going in for a huge play. Gets a 3-man combo, but it's not onto Jiaxi, it's not onto Tongyuan, it's not onto the carries. There's an overhit on EGN, so you can't get that equalizer afterwards. He's silenced. Poorly timed, poorly executed engage from Ultra Prime. Really is about that execution. Kaiser doesn't fly into the backline, has that lethal tempo stacked up. Would have died, I think, if he did fly into it. There's all a Braum Sejuani threat on the other side. They get themselves the objective, which means they will get the increased value from the Grubs and the Dragons.
Q3.
Tongyuan, though. Managed to get onto Wacko. Didn't actually get onto Junhao, is it? It was his clone. Something which I made a mistake of in the moment. What are actually all the flowers in the moment? I think most of the big ones. Yeah, I think most of them were taken by RNG, I suppose.
It's now about even in the flowers. I think it's like 30 to 28. So there isn't a big difference. 30 to 30, in fact.
Save
There's
up.
an exhaust for Xiaoshu. Going to be in danger because Wacko got to ult on forward. Decent healing, but not enough. But that's a lot of people away as Baron is spawning. And you just had 2 of your key members a long, long way away.
But the thing is, because it wasn't directly on spawn, there is a bit of a time lag. They're going towards the teleport, knockups
nasty.
there.
Saber gets rooted in place, goes down, back to the Baron pit they go.
Big mistake. That's been a couple of bad teleports from Saber now. Xiaoxia died on the top side of the map too, so it's 2-for-1 across the map. You have an equalizer. Is that enough? You might need to use Junhao.
Anyone unbinds his soul, goes looking to see where Junhao is. Has flash, has clone, has Nimbus strike. You need to keep this Wukong out of the pit, and that's easier said than done.
So, a couple of ultimates to bring it to bear. Saber can't come in. He used his help already. They're jumping out of the pit.
Nice
again.
combo. And back on in. Junhao is there. Can look to potentially mess with Tangy when he gets knocked up. Need to look to get over the pipe wall. Can't quite do it. Junhao getting a big heal, but he's really, really low. In goes Xiaoxia. Milky Way's low as well. Oh no, they've just leashed the Baron. They could still be in so much danger. Turning around the damage on the Xiaoxia. He goes down. Gwen is here. You don't have a smite. You need to pull away.
Wacko checking it with the W. Junhao has his smite. And RNG say, all right, we lost the jungler. Get a bit hypey, leave it there. Dragon in 30 seconds. Milky Way going to be dead for the spawn. RNG, bold play. I thought it was going to work out so much better for them, jumping in and out of the pit and looking for kills, but Milky Way going down fumbles the end of that play.
Still going to have enough members around, I think I get to get this. This is Xiaoxia getting picked off, and it kept Milky Way. Really good combo there while the bot side play was happening.
Yeah, there was a question in chat about the overall play, because of course Atakan was taken by Ultra Prime. They will still get the value from all of their neutral objectives, an extra 25% value, which means it's great if you're not playing towards this and you're playing towards hitting towers. You have the 6 grubs already. You'll basically have 7 grubs. Wacko Court has the cleanse.
Oh my days, gets knocked up. They can't quite follow along with it, but the cleanse down, but the Glacier Fissure in trade.
Okay, Dragon is up. Ultra Prime didn't manage to get to it on spawn, so we will have ourselves good old contest. Remember, Ultra Prime can cross-map if they have good enough wave pressure, but they haven't got any of those side lanes being pushed in right now. They'd love to use those 6 grubs, but they can't. Tongyuan soloing down the Dragon now. Ultra Prime don't think they actually see this happening. They might just let it happen.
Wukong looking for an angle across. Can he get in here to kind of steal? I think he's going to be too slow. Tangyuan's going to take it too fast. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Not going to be able to steal it. Taken. Can get over the wall. Slightly too slow from Junhao. Took a wrap-around angle.
Yeah, and Tongyuan charged up his Q so he could hop over the back as well. Made sure he had that Q3 ready.
Soul point now for RNG.
Soul point, and very important to get those Hextech Dragons onto the Corki and to the Yone as well, much like the Kai'Sa Yone they had in the past against Ultra Prime, their first game versus them. Similar situation, benefiting from that bunch. The gold, of course, becomes less important as the game goes on, because, 2,000 gold at 10 minutes when you have, I don't know, 12
an item, yeah.
If you have it from like 15k to 13k or whatever your team gold is, that's pretty big. That's like a 10% advantage. Now it's like a, slightly less than that when you go down to this point. It'll be going less and less percentage overall as the game goes on. And RNG getting value from those dragons while Ultra Prime are not getting value from their grubs is quite reminiscent of what happened in the first game between these two.
Both AD carries at 3 items at least. Wacko with that Nash's in alongside the Wraithblade should have that W upgrade, but on the other side, Jachi with this rapid fire cannon, now in a position where it's a little harder, especially in a very, very short range composition, to get onto the Corki without him being able to absolutely dump damage into you.
Also, the Zeal gives you the extra movement speed as a component, which I think is
valuable,
impactful in such a low range game. Now, that won't help. You've got a flash engage. Jachi, of course, hasn't been. He's 5-0 and 3, doing a great job. RNG and Prodigy AD carries, there's a thing or two about that. Uzi, Gala, a number of names come through here which have done pretty okay for themselves. It's been a little while since we could talk about that. Maybe Jachi can be something special. We've had a couple of great AD carries come through here. 1XM, Leave, Jachi, all new names which maybe become something bigger in the future. Always a little too soon to tell. I'll have to pull the trigger on actually saying if they're going to achieve more than that. Junhao spotted out the control ward. Feels like things are getting more tentative. Ultra Prime no longer solidly in the league. They don't necessarily want to throw themselves into a fight. They're no longer confident in winning.
Cosmic Drive just got done for Xiaoxia as well, speaking of move speed. Not completed the tier 2 boost between Cosmic Drive and that could be very scary. Saber needs to be a bit wary here. Knocked up. Still be Glacial Fissure, especially without having the option to use that Wimble to block anything. Saber's just gone.
Doesn't get to use his ult. Really well played from Milky Way. Uses his first Permafrost, goes back out of range, hits his ult to get the double stun and the double Permafrost damage. Saber goes down, shield bow or not, and that will open up the Baron.
Man advantage. Junhao is around, does not have flash, but can still get into here, keeping a Wukong out of the pit. Always a challenge. Gwen now looking to make sure you don't have an easy access for this Wukong. Found him. Tangyuan also looking, going to try and jump onto the Wukong's burn the clone, going to pull away. Damage comes back, into the pit we go. Xiaoxia want a flank angle, start throwing out the needlework. Can be deadly indeed. The equalizer, not bad, but the Xiaoxia damage, no! He's dead! They've overplayed it. Junhao goes into the backside, gets frozen up, they're trying to kill him off. They've gotten 2 back. Fate sealed! Does claim out the jungler.
So, smite down, that could be so important. Wacko still has the killer instinct. Jachi with the fire cannon, putting good damage back. Corki has enough damage to pull things off, and it makes it a bloody lipped even affair. Ultra Prime, they do disengage the Baron play after Saber went down. I think they'll take that, honestly, at that point. The equalizer splitting the fight. Yeah, as a melee, obviously, going back to that point we talked about the whole game. As melees, you don't want to walk across the damn equalizer, and you can't fire from behind because you don't have the range of it. You might be looking for a two-man. You go for the melee synergy. You can keep using that permafrost on it. However, Xiaoxia going to potentially spot it. Does he spot it? Does he walk over it? They don't spot it right now. The two-man, it's a sneak in the dark.
He's going to be going down not that fast. He'll coming around in a second or two. Oh my days, they have to pull away. They can't do it. It's not quite. Don't have quite enough HP, and Xiaoxia around is too scary. But that means actually the delayed resets could potentially be threatening.
That would have been huge because EGN had teleport, but he'd have to see it coming in time. Wacko is not on the right side of the map. RNG so close in both the fight and the sneak attempt afterwards to something special.
Warden's Mail just picked up for this Yone to try and deal with some of the frustrations in this game. Looking to go to a slightly tankier build on the Yone. See what that all turns into, because you can still see the pickaxe, still see the crit cloak in inventory, so probably still going for Infedge third, just want to stop off with something with a little bit of armor, a little bit of auto attack resist, basically.
Dragon in 30 seconds would be solved for RNG. Couldn't get themselves the Baron. Easier to take the Dragon. Ultra Prime not played well around Dragons today.
No!
Tangyuan, in fact, going down towards that Dragon. Ultra Prime, you don't want to trade Baron for Dragon. And I understand saying, oh, we'll go for Baron, we'll force them to fight. What happens if they don't fight? I don't think your Baron saves this game. I think a Hextech Soul is utterly terrifying as you get an 8 melee game, with 4 of them being slowed pretty much continually. It's a huge issue. Tangyuan gets himself red buff, will help with regen. Hang on a sec. Oh my god! I wonder whether he could have gone for more. I wonder whether he could have gone for more. Gets the knock-up, chooses not to go any further. Dragon spawning, and it will be a 5v5 for a potential Hex Soul for RNG.
That surely should have been it. Side against it. I think a Fate Seal there, even if you don't get the kills, you get so much of an HP advantage. It would have been brutal. John has back away, they have to go away. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Ultra Prime fail around a Dragon again. They just are not playing well around these objectives, and suddenly Hex Soul changes this game massively. What happens if Jachi hits a rocket? What happens if he hits an auto attack? Suddenly Ultra Prime can't run into or out of the fight in nearly the same way. That fire cannon from Jachi will give him extra ability to walk through that as well. Baron potentially being started up, but Ultra Prime, they don't even have good... They didn't even have good start positioning for this. Ultra Prime, they're going to get contested on this now.
Alive. John Howe on a potential flank angle. They want to draw a fight in here before the resets are fully through. Xiaoxia and Niket needs to be a bit wary. They get on the backside. They will blow up the Gwen.
Here comes Tangyuan. He's ended up telling towards the top. It's a great equalizer
as well. John Howe managed to make the flank work now with a 2-man advantage, and critically, those being some big parts of the team fight, you're going to have to play this Dragon, this Baron fight down 2 members.
Oh, the knock-up happens. They don't get anything in there. Here comes Milky Way.
Do not get the Baron, but my god, the Fate sealed. Can't secure the kills. Permafrost land on the Giants. I've got to get him. Jachi goes into the Baron. They don't get anyone.
What is this game? What is this? Ultra Prime give up the soul, but they somehow get the Baron, and they get such a good fight. What can they get after this? Remember, they have 6 scrubs, and they have the Ruinous Atakan as well. If they get any access to turrets, it is such a big difference, but they can't even stick around for that. I wonder whether that's a mistake. They go for a reset now. Ultra Prime get a great fight around the Baron, but where has this been for so long? Haven't been able to force RNG into bad position for the grand majority of this game. Great positioning by Junhao, but also Tangyuan, very late TP. Very, very late TP. And maybe Ultra Prime have found their answer. Find a split target. Don't go for the clump, perfect 5-man ult. Just pick someone off, which can't be answered to because the other teammates are too far away. They get rid of the Gwen and the Braum. And a good Q3 onto Jachi takes up so much of his HP that he doesn't feel particularly healthy to fight this play either.
Jachi's autoing Xiaoxia for most of this. Doesn't get anywhere near enough value with Saber then. To step on forward with the sweeping blades.
Uses his E, uses W midway through the E. He's got a large hitbox, manages to protect against the turnaround damage coming through from Corky's Gatling gun and his Phos bomb. And I mean, I was talking about Ultra Prime being favored earlier because they were ahead, and then I was like, well, okay, they've been the Hex Toll, surely goes over to RNG now. Baron buff helps for Ultra Prime, but it's not the permanent buff. I still think RNG.
Flash,
I still think RNG should be ahead in this game because of the Hex Soul itself, even if they're not ahead in gold. Yes, there's an Infinity Edge built up for Saber, but it was completed on Tangyuan as well.
And on Jachi, so like actually in a lot of places you're kind of just fine here.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, I look at this Hex Soul, and the Hex Soul should be game-breaking. RNG need to not give over another split fight like that, but you can see how punishing it is to play in these heavy melee games. I'm sure you're sick of hearing it by now, but it is such a big factor in this game.
And again, it's Milky Way who's the majority of the gold discrepancy. He's on a 2-item stage 1. He doesn't care that much anymore. His value is somewhat reliant on CC, not necessarily on the items he has. He can be afford to be down a little bit of the gold here. And if this Baron isn't game-breaking, doesn't get 2 inhibitors even, I think you're going to struggle here.
6 grubs with the Atakan. Very, very impactfully hitting turrets, but no one can really hit them, can they? Because they're all melees. God, that's a problem. The wave control from Ultra Prime not been great. This side laning has been basically non-existent. I think that they are afraid if they leave to go to side lanes, someone dies. Yone hops forward.
Kai'Sa hops forward,
Particularly at this point, it's not even just that now. It's like a random Corki rocket hits you with a Hexol. That slow leads to someone dying. That's the threat that you have at this point.
Who even is MVP at this point for either team?
Tongyuan for RNG, maybe?
Yeah,
I think that Yone's maybe been the biggest impact. I think for Ultra Prime, Wacko's not died even in such a high tense game. Could be him.
That's true. John Howe had a couple of these interesting flanks. Probably is Wacko, though. You're right. He's been the most consistent in a game that has
It's either
been.
him or John Howe. Maybe John Howe for some of his bigger engages.
Yeah.
It's probably for the big plays for him. For the consistency, it's Wacko. Depends if you prefer the substance or the style. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Oh god, we're at an L to fight for a tiebreaker, Sam. Sam, we've had EGWE in a late game tiebreaker already. The oldest rivalry within LPL, within Chinese League of Legends. And now we have just a day later, or 2 days later rather, RNG, one of the other old gods of the LPL, fallen on hard times in a tiebreaker to see if their lives are extended a little or not.
Reminder of the stakes. You win this game, you get a chance to still join Group Ascension. You lose, you're guaranteed Group Nirvana. Even then, you've still got to battle your way through a number of other third-place teams, 4 of them by the time we're done with groups, of course, to find out exactly what the seeding looks like. Big bush bait there, Milky Way hanging around in the trap a bit. Wacko needs to be a bit worried. They know where he is, but they have no idea at all where the side of Ultra Prime.
Oh man, because as much as saying, well, Hexalt, Junhao, and he has level 16 and he has Flash. There's no, everyone's resetting, so it's not a pick right now. But what he's doing is he's just sticking around for the longest time. He'll wait for a break in the waves in mid lane and try and get across this gap in mid lane. So you'll see the next one coming up. The way you can tell is you look at your own wave on one side, or of course, in this case, you look at Wacko going towards that. Hexol, you see how much work he's doing. Junhao, this is how you play late game creative flanks. You stay on a point, there's no vision. You just sit there for a minute or two. Junhao can now walk across mid lane if he wants. He needs to be afraid of... Look, he does... Hang on. No, wait. They have 6 scrubs. Do they go for a backdoor? They can go for a backdoor. Junhao can maybe go towards this. Remember, it's not just 6 scrubs, it's 7.5.
They know that way.
That's the smoke and mirrors. And I think RNG sense that. They back off. They know that the dragon's spawning in 10, but they do not want to give the option of a backdoor. Double teleport, he could have been there so big.
I'll give that one up. Could have seen that be really threatening. The Hexol doing a bit of a lightning off that ice going on forwards.
Teleport into the play from Xiaoshu. He can't teleport back to the base now. What happens now? Ultra Prime, if you can delay the Elder Dragon, push up mid lane, maybe you can double teleport and shred through the base with the grubs buffed up by the Ruinous Atakan. There's a chance. However, Ultra Prime forced the issue. I think they'll stay true. I think we're flipping for a spot for 3rd place tiebreaker.
Hold on tight. We're going on the roller coaster, and the loop-de-loop is coming right on up. G-forces abound. Tanguin has stacked up his Q on the Grump. They don't see him yet. Wacko off the back end.
He's off vision. He's off vision.
Oh my god! Finds Wacko. He's onto the Kai'Sa. Stays alive. The turnaround is usually this on. Saber gets in with the last breath. Trying to heal up his Xiaoshu. Is still going to go down the wire. Is there? Desperate attempt. Hexos and Tanguin healing up. Saber does quite get the kill. Watch Jachi and the HP though.
Oh my god, Jachi! The fire cannon doesn't quite do it. He's hopping forward. The CC comes through. Xiaoshu can't get him. Jachi carries the fight.
He's done it. 1 versus 5. Junhao and Ultra Prime in a scary spot. They're gonna have to TP out. Jang has to TP out. They're getting away. Somehow. It's still on. Ejang get out. Junhao gets out. I thought Tanguan getting onto Wacko, they would have determined it, and somehow the turnaround came on through and we're still here.
Wacko very, very nearly had his own outplay, flashed and died, and it was Jachi that carried the late game fight. Both AD carries now with a single death. Tonguan stayed out of vision for such a long time. Eid doesn't land his knockup, gets the ult. Kai'Sa so close to going down. Not a true one-shot though, and gets his ult for the quick short range shotgun. Gets that Zhonya's to buy a little bit of time, and you can see that it buys time, but what's it buying time for? Because it doesn't buy anything onto Jachi. Jachi ends up being full HP. Wonderful kiting and positioning by the Corki. Helped out by the Hextech Soul, giving him a bit of extra slow and the ability to keep walking through it. Chachi, incredible team fight from him. Elder does not die, though. We find ourselves here again.
We're very shy on summon. There's no flashes for Ultra Prime. There is one for Milky Way. There is an exhaust for Xiaoshu. They landed something onto the clone. Elder started again. Milky Way in the pit, though. Not in the greatest spot. They need to leave.
Oh, we are just flipping. So many summoners down from that last fight. They want to go in.
Yeah, it's going to try and go in. They've gone onto the jungle. Fate seal to the back end of the pit, though, as the damage back gets pretty brutal indeed. Locket shielding. Saber low. Gets taken down. Elder secured by Junhao. Chachi's gone doing as much as he can. Can't get them all. The exhaust was too late. They've lost 3.
Xiaoshu got into the pit and did a lot of work with needlework, but it just wasn't enough. Now comes the problem. There's an Elder, and I don't think you can wave clear enough. I'm surprised, actually, that Ultra Prime are not running in. They have so much power from Grubs and that Ruinous Atacon. They could slaughter towers. Maybe they were just afraid of Jachi one-shotting him on the other side of it with a full build Corki. Tanyuan's going to go up and clear the wave. They know they've lost the Baron. And somehow, folks, the game is going on. The respawns will come through. There is, of course, the Elder for the next few minutes up for Ultra Prime, but
You've got 6 Grubs, Elder, Baron.
But I do think, you know, with the wave clear coming up and Jachi still being an absolute monster, I don't think this game is over. Starts with the jungle support getting completely blasted. Everything goes down onto them. And while the Fate Seed comes through, you know, Waco's not hit this time, and Xiaoshu gets into the pit, but it's a little too late. So what ends up happening is Ultra Prime get to focus on one target, then the next target, they get the Elder Dragon, and they can focus on that point. It wasn't quite concerted enough from RNG getting into the pit.
No, Milky Way didn't want to leave because you know, the Arctic Assault cooldown is so long. For once, RNG not a great setup around that. Ultra Prime now up. 9,000 gold, still down Hex Soul.
And there's a question in chat, who's winning? That's a good question. Arguably Ultra Prime. They have the big buffs, but it doesn't mean the game's done. As Sam said earlier, still throwable. There's every chance. With such unforgiving compositions like this, we have ourselves some drama left yet. Tanyuan going over to the sideline, pushing out one wave. They can't defend everything. Look how quick these towers will die, by the way, with the Grubs and the Ruinous Atacon. It dies in half a wave. You only need 1 minion there. RNG trying to wave clear away from them. They need to be very, very afraid of the Elder Dragon. This will be at least an inhibitor going down. The gold is kind of secondary now. Pretty much everyone's on full build. That's actually not important. You just need to stay alive, not give over cheap deaths, and keep yourselves breathing.
And not to put too fine a point on it, if you only get a single inhibitor from the Elder and the Baron, I think that will be not enough. You need at least 2, and even then, I'm not sure.
Elder, 20 seconds. No flash on Junhao or Xiaoshu to force a fight truly. One turret's going to go down. Dragon's going in 10 seconds. They can see it on the hotbar. You can click on the enemies and see whether it's still there. They'll see that it's still up for now. So it's 2 inhibitors. 1 I think would have been acceptable. 2 is hard. 2 is hard to deal with. Good Baron power play, good Elder, but the game still goes. You are still level 18 on all of your carries. You are still going towards max item on all of your important members. Yeah, I guess the Gwen is the one person you really wish had more items at this point, but just completes their 4th item there. They have a Hex Soul. That is not included in the gold. Yes, it is an 12,000, yeah, an 11,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime.
To what end?
But does it matter? The last fights have been determined by Ultra Prime, picking off the front line, going one target at a time throughout the rest of it. But we've seen how much Jachi can do. We've seen how much Tanyuan can do as well. RNG are not dead yet.
The big difference is Milky Way. He's only at 2.5 items still. He's given a lot of gold up to his carries. And Junhao keeps farming up ahead. He is near enough Flame Horizon. What, 6 CS off that? So close enough. Just like a flame. Huh.
This fight Waco's going to be doing a god-awful amount of damage as well. As the Kaiser with the Void Staff.
Sonya's too.
But yes, he sold the boots for the pen boots instead. For the instant burst. Waco, only the 1 death. Jachi the same. An LPL late game based on 80 carries, eh? Where have we seen that before? Well, every time. That's an LPL special, isn't it? Dragon up in 2 minutes. Baron up in 3. RNG pinned back in their base and need to be so careful reclaiming the map now because Ultra Prime have not just pushed in lanes, they've left wards when they've gone. RNG cannot afford to get picked off and give over such long death times at this point in the game.
Is Tanyuan going towards a Jack Show last? He's got the Negatron cloaks and maybe something like...
Yeah, he will do. Yeah, he will do. I think at this point, you know, you've got yourself the Rangers. That definitely helps against the crits from his brother Yasuo. Oh, a late game between our Wind Brothers in the mid lane. All getting towards late game. A QSS from Saber as well will help with the Sejuani if it comes through.
Double GAs, double Zonyas. There's the QSS you mentioned. I mean, the GA will back off cooldown for Saber, I think, at the next big fight. And
Jachi sold his boots for GA as well.
Oh, man, yeah.
Now, the thing is, he has a lot of cooldown extra from the Hextech Dragons, an extra 15 Ability haste, he has his W. It's max rank at this point too, remember, because you'd max that last. Definitely helps in terms of the damage and the cooldown for the Valkyrie on the Corki. Oh, it's tense. Minute and a half until the dragon. Ultra Prime.
Gwen, Corki, all with Hex Souls, all with the 3
How
extra
do you lose a game with Hex Soul with these champions? Well, only here in the LPL do you find that, folks. How did Ultra Prime give up the Hex Soul and still be in this position? That's what I'm even more surprised by that. Minute now until Dragon. 30 seconds of yapping. They've carried that one away. So much vision control. Ultra Prime, full court press. If you hold back an enemy in their base long enough, they don't get to put vision down. They don't get to have advanced information. And that means that Tongyuan not going to have teleport wards. He's going to have to use Hex Gates instead. That definitely helps. That's definitely something which will break open this situation in some ways. I don't think they can afford to give over another Elder, can they? I don't know. RNG, they've been a team that's played Smoke and Mirrors before, but not with these players necessarily. See what they can do with Magic.
Still 2 minutes left on the inhibitors for spawning. They are shoving these waves very deep indeed. Xiaoxi's at least got the top wave shoving, and that's good news because part of the issue here as well is that RNG have only got 3 turrets the entire damn game.
46 minutes. Jesus. Thought that game against anyone's Legend earlier was going to be longer than this. Yeah. Spotted out. Blue Trinket helps. They have some information. Egen's gone back. Coming back out of base now using those Hex Gates. Definitely helps you reset. Trying to control midway. Brute forcing it. Tongyuan gets it. In fact, he goes for the Kaenic Rookham instead. Maybe just gets an item completion. Says, I don't have enough for Jack Show. I'm not sure exactly what he had. Potential fight in the mid lane. Flashes all available.
Kaenic Rookham has a bit better against Wacko now, who would be really annoying on this Kai'Sa. Milky Way hit with 4 in a row. They got it! That's a key one! Jachi will be going down to the GA. Xiaoxia still alive alongside John Howell. Just Cyclone on top. Flash forward, kills off Wacko, but the rest of the damage is too brutal. Tango only turning up now. It's too little. It's too late. An Ultra Prime in the final hours send RNG down into Nirvana. They finally lose the roll. An Ultra Prime go, plus Ultra, and into a breaker to get into Ascension.
Ultra Prime started today 2-1 and proceeded to lose 3 games back-to-back, but not 4. Ultra Prime will give themselves one last life and fight off with the other 3rd seeds at a chance at Ascension.
It could not have been tenser. It could not have been closer.